In a downpour that threatened to drown the world, two large, fierce-looking men held up a rain-soaked IOU in front of a scrawny boy who had fallen into a muddy puddle. One of them sneered, his tone cold as if stating an undeniable truth. "You think it's over just because your parents are dead? A debt is a debt. The son pays for the father, that's just how it is." The boy, his eyes red and swollen, a mix of rain and tears, swung his arm in outrage. "My parents died because they were working in your mines. They worked themselves to exhaustion and were buried under the rocks. You're the ones who should be paying compensation, not me." But reality is cruel and offers no justice, and the painful memory would not let him go. The scene shifts, as if time itself had been torn apart. He was a grown man now, clad in a bright orange uniform. A squad member grabbed him tightly by the collar, pulling so hard that the protective shield on his faceplate popped open. "Only if you awaken can we have a chance to survive. The probability is only 1 in 1,000, but someone has to try," he roared back, his voice sharp with defiance. "Then why don't you try it yourselves?" The moment the words left his mouth, he was thrown straight into a thick black smoke that was engulfing the space. His body trembled as he choked and coughed up blood. Meanwhile, the ones who called themselves his comrades just stood there watching calmly, as if enjoying some soulless entertainment. "You're all afraid to die. So does that mean I deserve to?" he screamed, his voice breaking with agony. His body writhed as he crawled through the poisonous fog, leaving behind bright red streaks of blood like wounds upon the earth itself, his hands clawing at the dirt and rocks. His fingernails tore, his face twisted in a mixture of pain, resentment, and despair. Suddenly, a colossal monster appeared, so immense it seemed to crush any lingering hope. It lunged forward, a spike impaling his body and lifting him up like a broken toy. One of its hands clamped down on his head, squeezing out all willpower. In this moment between life and death, he still tried to reach out. His voice was hoarse, burning with intensity. "Just because I'm weak, does that mean I have to die?" Amidst his blood-soaked face, his eyes flashed like a furious flame erupting from ashes. His gaze turned fiery red, as if the blood in his pupils was burning, ready to incinerate the cruel laws of the world. The law that the weak can only bow their heads and endure. Ting! A sound like rolling thunder echoed, and before his eyes, a system panel flared to life, like the universe's last ray of hope. Connecting to an unidentified life form. Analyzing data. Shadow system activated. A cold, mechanical voice rang out, rewinding time slightly. Back in his thick protective suit, he and his comrades stepped into a blinding light leading to an alternate dimension. In a low voice, he introduced himself. "I am Lai Jiat, a veteran miner. My daily job is to put on a chemical protection suit and risk my life entering alternate dimensions to mine energy stones." From the direction of a man holding a tablet, a dry voice spoke up as if reading a report. "You didn't do too bad this month, Lai Jiat. At this rate, you'll be able to pay off the debt in just another 1.5 years. That your parents left behind." The man even patted his shoulder, putting on a phony smile as if rewarding an outstanding employee. "Keep this up for another 3 to 5 years, and who knows, you might even have enough to buy a small apartment." Lijat forced a smile and nodded in reply. Yes, I'll keep trying my best." But inside he wanted to scream, "Try my ass!" The second this debt is paid, I'm gone. Anger surged within him as he thought, another 3 to 5 years? I'd have to be insane to stay. The convoy of vehicles began to roll forward, heading into the spatial gate. The alternate dimension, a place where danger lurked behind every rock, was also a place that held a 1 in 1,000 probability for an ordinary person to break through and become someone special. But the alternate dimension wasn't just an opportunity. It was also a colossal meat grinder, where the probability of survival was as thin as a thread hanging between life and death. Underneath the heavy protective mask, Lai Jiat sat silently in the corner of the truck bed, amidst a crowd of other workers also clad in protective gear, ready to charge into the battle of mining. None of them dreamed of setting foot in this place, a place where just one moment of carelessness could mean your body would be disintegrated, with nothing left to return. Across from him, 2 men exchanged a look of both pity and curiosity. One of them lowered his voice to a whisper. "Is that the kid you were talking about? The one whose parent has died in the mining accident 3 years ago? The one who not only got no compensation, but was also forced to take on all their debt?" The other man nodded, his voice low as he confirmed, "Yeah, that's him." He continued, his tone tinged with bitterness. Back then, the NG Corporation insisted his parents caused millions in damages. Not only did they not pay any compensation, they saddled him with an inherited debt. "Look at his face! What a poor kid!" The fat guy sitting next to them suddenly cut in, his voice full of contempt. "Poor? What the hell are you talking about? I'm telling you, it's just 'cause he's too weak. If it were me, I'd risk my life to force the corporation to pay up. His colleague sneered, glancing at him. Oh? And here I thought you'd make the corporation pay with their lives. The fat guy snapped back, his voice sharp. Pay with their lives? Are you crazy? Life is too precious to waste it chasing justice. It's better to just grab a pile of cash and live well for a few more years. Li Jiat sat there, his gaze cold and sharp enough to bore through the two men across from him. Weak! He clenched his teeth, his chest pounding, unclear if it was from the surging anger or the deep sense of shame. But then the truck screeched to a sudden halt, the sound tearing through his thoughts. The entire group poured out, heading into a tunnel that led to the mining area. The air here was chillingly cold and heavy. A faint smell of decay lingered, as if monsters themselves were lurking nearby. Li Jiat lowered his head and followed the group, his heart heavy. Sometimes a person's weakness doesn't come from within, but from a world so cruel and insane that there's no room left for justice. The manager, with a stern expression, turned back and ordered, "Everything is ready. Start work immediately!" But as soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. A series of clattering sounds erupted as tools and equipment crashed to the ground, as if being swallowed by the earth's fury. "Shit, is it a landslide?" A panicked man screamed, his voice cracking with fear. The fat guy immediately barked back, his face scrunched up in annoyance. "Landslide my ass, it's just a minor tremor. What are you screaming for like a stuck pig?" Despite being scolded, the man couldn't hide his confusion, muttering, "An earthquake? Since when do alternate dimensions have earthquakes?" The person next to him nodded in agreement, looking skeptical. "I've worked in several zones, and I've never heard of seismic activity here." The fat guy's face paled, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. "Don't tell me it's the mutants." The atmosphere immediately dissolved into chaos. The workers buzzed with confusion, like ants in a disturbed nest. "Doljas!" A panicked voice screamed, "No way, we have to get out of here!" "I heard this area used to have mutants, more dangerous than the insectoids and the beastmen," another guy added, his voice trembling. "That's right. We can't work here anymore. This place is bad news." The manager's face twisted in anger as he spun around and roared, "Everyone, shut up! This area was cleared by the evolved team. That was 3 years ago. There's no way there are any mutants left. If anyone dares to spout more nonsense..." But before he could finish, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through his stomach from behind, and blood sprayed like a crimson fountain. The scene unfolded in a flash. The fat man stood frozen, his mouth agape, while the guy next to him was petrified, his eyes wide with horror. Li Jiat, standing behind them, was also consumed by fear, his entire body rigid. "Mutants," the manager whispered, his eyes rolling back. Screams echoed everywhere as the crowd scattered in all directions like a broken anthill. From the darkness, 3 giant, monstrously shaped mutants emerged, their deathly aura materializing like a nightmare. The mutants didn't chase. They hunted, their sharp claws piercing through human bodies. Each swipe sent a victim flying into the rock walls. No one survived. Li Jiat's heart hammered against his ribs as if it would burst. His mind raced. The exit gate was over 10 kilometers away. Could he make it if he ran? Even so, the instinct for survival propelled his legs forward. He left behind the screams, the fresh blood, and the mangled corpses. But the others weren't as lucky as him. One by one, they were torn apart by the mutants, thrown about like tattered rag dolls. "These things, they're not something humans like us can fight," Li Jiat gasped, muttering in despair. A bloody body slammed hard into his back. It sent Li Jiat flying like a kite with a snapped string, crashing into a large rock and leaving a deep dent on its surface. He lay there, his whole body aching as if it would break, coughing violently as if his lungs were being torn apart. Li Jiat lifted his head. He looked towards the vehicle where 2 people were scrambling into the truck bed, while another man ran desperately behind them, reaching out for help. "Wait for me! Drive! Hurry up and drive!" "Wait! Wait for me too!" Li Jiat clutched his chest, trying to shout through the pain. But before the wheels could even turn, a mutant lunged forward, its 2 giant hands grabbing the cabin's roof as if lifting a paper toy. The 2 people in the cabin turned pale. Before they could react, the mutant's arm pierced through the roof, reaching inside as if rummaging through a refrigerator. It easily pulled the 2 of them out. Then, it flipped the vehicle over amidst blood-curdling screams of, "Help me!" The other 2 mutants immediately pounced on the remaining wreckage, as if wanting to crush any sign of life. Li Jiat's eyes widened in horror as he silently calculated. "They're focused on the group in the truck. If I can create a diversion, buy some time." Boom! The vehicle suddenly exploded. A fierce blaze erupted, throwing the two mutants back, sending them tumbling in the firestorm. Li Jiat raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. His heart was still trembling. He saw the two mutants screaming as the flames consumed their bodies, turning them into two living torches. Fire! That's right, they're afraid of fire! Li Jiat's eyes quickly scanned the chaotic scene. He spotted a few torches from the explosion still smoldering on the ground. It was worth the risk. Just as he was about to dash forward, a mutant from the left suddenly charged, its sharp claws glinting as it swung straight for his head. At the same time, another one rushed in from the right, its momentum threatening to crush everything. Not good. The slash from the right missed, its claws sinking deep into the ground. Creating a deep gash, Li Jiat managed to roll away, reaching out to grab a burning torch. He sprang up, leaping back, his sharp gaze locked on the two monsters. "All right, come and get me," he roared, swinging the torch powerfully. The fire flared up. Raising the torch high, he yelled, "Get back!" The two mutants froze, not daring to advance, only hissing in frustration as if bound by the crimson light. "It's working!" Li Jiat shouted, his voice echoing in the suffocating space. "Everyone, listen to me! They're afraid of fire!" The scene flashes back to 15 years ago, when the world began to collapse due to dimensional gates that appeared unexpectedly everywhere. Cities turned to ash, and humanity became prey for mutants, beastmen, and other strange races pouring through from other dimensions. Humanity fought back in desperation. Only those who were struck by the radiation and mutated into the evolved had a chance to resist. They possessed special abilities, becoming the only ray of hope to close the gates and usher in a new era. An era of harvesting energy from other worlds. But unfortunately, Li Jiat's group were not the evolved. They had no superpowers, no high-tech armor. They only had wildly beating hearts and legs that weren't fast enough to escape. "Quick! Get to the burning truck and grab a torch! Find anything that can burn!" Li Jiat yelled. A few people obeyed. They rushed to pick up the remaining burning torches and held them up against the mutants. Others frantically searched for anything flammable, cloths, gloves, jackets, even machine oil. A man, his hands trembling as if holding a ticking bomb, clutched a torch, his eyes glued to the snarling monsters in the distance. But the flame in his hand was slowly dying. "It won't last long." Li Jiat tilted his head, his voice low but sharp, his eyes stern. "There's gasoline in the warehouse. Use it to block the entrance. It might hold them off until reinforcements arrive." He stood in the middle of the survivors and began giving decisive commands. "Everyone fall back, back to back, form a solid circle." The group retreated, waving their torches. They kept a safe distance from the mutants, slowly backing up towards the warehouse where gasoline barrels lay outside. Li Jiat's sharp eyes pointed towards the cave entrance. "Good. Now pour the gasoline to block the cave entrance." One person immediately kicked over a barrel. The pungent liquid spilled out, flowing towards the rooted mutants. 3 people raised their arms in unison. They threw their blazing torches towards the stream of gasoline. Whoosh! A massive pillar of fire erupted like an avenging flame, consuming the mutants' bodies amidst savage screams. The ferocious flames licked away their hideous flesh, leaving a sickening burnt smell hanging over the entire area. The 2 remaining mutants stepped back, their crimson eyes now glinting with panic. The man who had been trembling with fear now walked up and clapped Li Jiat on the shoulder, his face beaming as if he'd been reborn. You really saved us." Li Jiat didn't reply, his gaze still fixed on the 2 remaining monsters. The group was panting, sweat pouring from under their protective masks as they hastily retreated into the warehouse, the only place that could be temporarily called a safe haven in this hellscape. One person collapsed onto the floor, muttering, "If we hadn't made it in here, our bones would probably be smoking out there right now." Another guy nodded, turning to Li Jiat, his voice filled with gratitude. "After this is over, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll do anything I can to help." But before Li Jiat could answer, his gaze suddenly froze, drawn to a dark, dust-covered corner of the warehouse. A strange stone statue caught his eye. He walked over, frowning. "What's with this stone statue? It doesn't look like it belongs here." The follower glanced in the direction he pointed, scratching his head thoughtfully. "I heard that thing was discovered a long time ago. Apparently, during the mining operation, the crooked manager planned to sell it on the black market, so he hid it here." Li Jiat nodded slightly, his eyes glued to the stone statue, muttering, "So strange. It feels like it's watching me." But before he could dwell on it, the walkie-talkie in the fat guy's hand suddenly crackled to life. Then an urgent voice came through clearly. "Mine Area 7! Mine Area 7! Respond if you receive." The whole group immediately huddled around the radio. One person quickly replied, "We read you. We're under attack by mutants. We need immediate backup." The voice on the other end was as cold and emotionless as a machine. "Situation acknowledged. The rescue team will arrive in approximately 2 hours. In the meantime, please ensure your own safety." For a second, a deathly silence fell over the warehouse. 2 hours? The fat guy's jaw dropped, his face looking as if he'd been scalded. "Can't they be any faster? Hello? Hello?" But only a dry beeping sound remained. The connection was cut. Now, there was only the static of the radio and panicked, heavy breathing. One man clutched his head, screaming in despair. "What do we do now? My suit's power only has an hour and a half left." "No, me too. I don't want to die. My wife and kids are waiting for me to come home for dinner." Another guy roared, slamming his fist on the floor, the sound echoing his shattered spirit. "Let's risk it and drive out of here. Whoever makes it, makes it. If we just sit here waiting for rescue, we'll be nothing but bones." Lee Jiat looked down, glancing at the power gauge on his protective suit. 61%. He bit his lip, his mind reeling. The situation was grim, but what other choice was there? Just then, 3 men from the group suddenly stood up. The leader, a man with a bandage on his nose and a sly grin, spoke up, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint, as if he had just concocted a wicked plan. "Everyone, hold on a moment and let me say something." He brandished his stick, his voice smooth. "Gentlemen, the power in our suits is clearly not enough to last until the rescue team arrives. But in a situation like this, someone will definitely have to make a sacrifice." He jutted his chin towards Lee Jiat and a middle-aged man cowering in the corner. "For example, that old geezer over there, or this young orphan here. One is already at death's door and the other is drowning in debt. No ties, no one waiting for them. If we have to choose, I think everyone knows who it should be, right? Hand over the power cell from your suit. Don't even try to resist." Lee Jiat's face turned pale with rage, his fists clenched. Just as he was about to stand up and fight back, crack! That bastard swung his stick, hitting him hard. He snarled, "Still want to resist, huh? Do you even have the strength for that?" Lee Jiat crumpled to the ground in pain. The man sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Resist? Go on, try and resist. You think you have the right?" He grabbed Lee Jiat by the collar, yanking his head up, and then ripped the protective visor from his face. "Let me give you a hand. Who knows, under the effects of strong radiation. You might just awaken." Another guy standing nearby chimed in, laughing mockingly. "Yeah, who knows? You might become the hero who leads us all to survival. Ha-ha!" The visor was thrown to the side, sliding far out of his reach. Lee Jiat crawled on the ground, trying to reach for it, roaring, "You bastard! If I really do awaken, the first person I'll kill is you!" But the man just smirked. He yanked Lee Jiat's hair, holding him firmly, and nonchalantly removed the power cell from his suit. In his hand now was another battery, another chance at life, stolen from someone else. The guy next to him chuckled. "A 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening. You really think you're that lucky?" After he was done, he turned back, casting a sharp glare at the group cowering in the corner, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. "Next, who wants to volunteer to try their luck?" In the midst of the chaos and despair, a coward suddenly lost control. He screamed, his hands trembling, and shoved the 2 people in front of him, sending them stumbling forward. "Take theirs." Don't take mine!" Without waiting for a reaction, he turned and bolted towards the pickup truck parked near the warehouse door. The 2 thugs immediately gave chase, shouting, "Stop! You dare run? Stop right there, you coward!" With no escape, the coward leaped into the cabin, screaming in a panic, "Damn it! If I'm going to die, we'll all die together!" The engine roared to life. The wheels screeched on the cold concrete as the truck spun wildly out of control, causing the giant stone statue in the truck bed to lose its balance. Crash! The stone statue toppled like a mountain, rolling straight onto the ground and stopping right in front of Lee Jiat, who was crawling in the dust. Behind them, the other 3 were still chasing the crazed vehicle. They ran, screaming of themselves hoarse. "Quick, stop him! If he breaks through the fire barrier at the door, we're all dead!" But it was too late. Horrified screams echoed from outside. "He pushed through the fire! Mutants! The mutants are breaking in!" The scene inside the warehouse descended into wretched screams mixed with the heavy footsteps of the approaching mutants. Lee Jiat remained flat on the ground next to the stone statue. He could feel the bone-chilling cold from the floor. In the flickering light, the statue's face flashed with a strange expression, as if it were mocking him. He frowned and muttered, "Are you laughing?" The statue was silent, but its cold stone eyes seemed to pierce right through him, mocking him to his very soul. "Even a cracked stone statue dares to laugh at me?" Suddenly, a horrifying roar echoed as a mutant lunged forward, shattering the statue's head with a devastating kick. Without stopping, it closed in on Lee Jiat. A giant, blood-soaked hand slowly rose, hovering right above his head. But in the moment he was lifted into the air, Lee Jot could only hiss through his teeth, his voice filled with anguish. Why me? Why do I have to endure all of this? But the mutant's other hand gave him no time to think. It plunged straight into his stomach, blood splattering and staining the cold stone floor red. Is it just because I'm weak? He asked himself, but no one answered. Memories suddenly flooded back like a storm, sweeping away every defense in his mind as the venomous words from his past echoed, "Get lost. Your parents are dead. Don't expect relatives like us to raise you. If you can't pay the rent, then get the hell out. Don't think your parents' debt is settled just because they're dead. Get out. Get out. I don't take in debtors. You're a burden." He sat there in the freezing rain, looking up at the crowd before him. The very people who indirectly killed his parents were now trampling on his last shred of hope. The boss, his face flushed with rage, threw a file straight at his face. "These are all the complaint letters you sent. Did you think you could expose my corporation and not pay the price?" He turned and walked away coldly, leaving his two henchmen to rush forward and kick him like a mangy dog. One of them growled, "The truth, huh? The truth is, your own parents violated the rules and caused the accident. Not only will you get no compensation, but you also have to pay for the damages they caused." Lee Jot collapsed. His hands clawed at the cold cement floor, his face swollen from a kick to the head. One of the goons snarled, his voice a guttural hiss. "You should have just obediently signed the agreement and taken the few tens of thousands in compensation. Wouldn't that have been better? Why did you have to keep demanding this thing called the truth? Can you feed yourself with it? Can it fill your stomach?" Another kick sent him sprawling onto his back, lying there like a lifeless corpse. The man leaned down, his voice a self-righteous hiss through his teeth. "As for your debt, I'll be collecting $30,000 a month for the next 3 years. On the 15th of every month, I'll send someone to collect. If you don't have the money, don't blame us for getting rough." He smirked condescendingly. "Seeing as you're so pitiful, I'll show you a way out. Become an other-dimensional miner. No one survives long there, but if you want to live, it's the only job that pays enough to cover your debt." Back in the present, Lee Jot was lifted up by the mutant, blood pouring non-stop from his wound. In the moment before death, he gritted his teeth and roared through a blood-filled mouth. "I'm going to die anyway. But if I am, I'm damn sure not letting you have it easy." His eyes blazed red, tiny blood vessels visible like flames of hatred. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the mutant's arm. Blood gushed out like a geyser. The monster shrieked in pain and threw him to the ground like a dirty rag. Thud! Lee Jot's body slammed onto the floor, blood mixing with the dust. The corner of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smirk. "The taste of this beast is disgusting." But not far away, the giant stone statue, which had witnessed the entire fight, stood tall. Its arms were crossed, its gaze a mixture of contempt and mockery. It looked at him, its voice echoing as if from the void. "I thought you might unlock some hidden potential. Turns out it was just a meaningless struggle before death." Lee Jot's entire body was slowly enveloped in a faint purple light, but he just let out a soft huff, his voice still defiant. "At least I got a bite out of it. You're just a broken stone statue that got trampled by a mutant that nobody gives a damn about." The statue froze, its smirk vanishing. Its voice, cold and chilling, echoed in his mind. "No, only I can save you. You need only surrender this body to me." Lee Jot smirked, replying without a hint of hesitation. "I don't need it. Even if I die, I won't let anyone control me, especially not something as ugly as you." The statue broke into a smile, this time one of genuine amusement. Defiant even in death. How interesting. Lee Jot's mind felt like it was shattering. Then he was suddenly back in reality. He was lying on the ground. The giant mutant had its foot raised, ready to crush him. Suddenly, a ping sound rang out. A cold, system-like voice announced, "Darkness system activated." A strange stream of black light rose up like a venomous snake, coiling tightly around the mutant. Its massive body was suppressed. Its head was forced to the ground, kneeling motionless, not daring to move. Crunch! From within the thick black smoke, a jet-black armored foot lifted up and stomped down hard. Splat! A mutant was crushed like a burst bag of blood under the immense power. Lee Jot, now clad in gleaming black armor, had eyes as cold as a death god. His voice echoed with authority. "You stomped on my stone statue. You chose this death yourself." From behind, another mutant roared and charged, but Lee Jot didn't even bother to turn his head. He just nonchalantly muttered, "So noisy." The shadow at his feet stretched out, transforming into a demonic face with a horrifyingly wide-open mouth. "Get down," he commanded coldly. "Chomp!" The giant mouth bit down on the mutant, leaving only a head and an arm to fly off and roll on the ground. He smirked and muttered, "Still tastes as disgusting as ever." He walked towards his 3 former teammates, the ones who had tormented him. The black shadow behind him had already restrained them, causing all 3 to tremble like leaves in the wind. One of them stammered, "Li Jia, what are you going to do? If you dare touch me, I'll report you." Behind him, the spirit of the stone statue hovered, observing with great interest. Its voice echoed in his mind. "I'm very curious. If I were to return your body to you, what would you do?" A powerful, murderous aura billowed out from Li Jia. The darkness from his body spread like a tide, engulfing the crying, trembling men. One of them knelt and begged, "Let us go. Please, spare us. We just want to live. Who isn't afraid of death?" Another one quickly chimed in, his voice shaking. "If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have known you could evolve." The 3 former teammates nodded furiously. Tears and snot streamed down their faces as they stammered, "Yes, that's right. We might have gone a little too far, but you awakened, didn't you?" Li Jia's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes cold and unwavering. "Oh, so I'm supposed to thank you?" They hurriedly waved their hands, their faces pale. "No need to thank us, no need. Just please spare us." The one beside him added in a pleading tone, "That's right. Can't we just pretend this never happened?" Li Jia let out a soft chuckle, but his smile was bone-chilling. He reached out and flicked a finger. Snap. A strange black aura surged forward, ripping the mask and protective gear right off the nearest man. The same happened to the second man. Both of them let out blood-curdling screams as blood gushed from their mouths like a fountain. He spoke coldly, each word as sharp as a blade. "You were right. I'll give you a hand." He walked slowly towards the remaining survivors. One man, trembling uncontrollably with tears and sweat streaming down his face, stammered, Don't kill me. I didn't do anything." Li Jia said nothing. He just coldly tossed 2 energy cells on the ground, his voice low like a judge's verdict. "Their batteries belong to you now." From the shadows behind him, the soul of the stone statue spoke in a taunting voice. "Get rid of that useless pity of yours. It'll only get you killed sooner." The dark energy around Li Jia's body gradually faded, but he remained unshaken. He growled through clenched teeth. "Shut up. I don't need someone like you to teach me how to live." The statue's voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed in his mind. "I just want to see how long that stubbornness of yours lasts when you're facing death." At that moment, outside the cave, countless dark figures lurked in the thick fog. One by one, mutants with blazing red eyes were advancing toward them. Li Jia clenched his fists, his gaze as sharp and cold as a razor's edge. "I can't believe there are so many of them out there." The 4 statues smirked mockingly. "Either hand over control to me, or you can deal with this mess all by yourself." Li Jia's legs trembled slightly, not from fear, but because his body was still weak from its injuries. Yet, the voice from the stone statue rang out again, full of provocation. "Do you really think you can survive without my power?" Li Jia didn't answer. He just clenched his fists, then suddenly leaped into the air. He scoffed, "I told you to stop ordering me around." He twisted his body in midair. Executing a graceful dodge, he easily avoided the attack of the mutant that had just lunged at him. With agile movements, he weaved through a barrage of continuous strikes. It was as if he were dancing on the line between life and death. He thought to himself in amazement, "So light." He raised both hands, using all his strength to block the monster's sharp claws. A small gash appeared on his arm. Blood trickled out, but Li Jia's face didn't even flinch. Suddenly, another mutant appeared behind him, bearing its blood-soaked fangs as it lunged. He reacted in a flash. He slid out of the way, dodging the blow by a hair's breadth, and muttered, "Even my reflexes and speed have gotten this much faster?" But the statue's voice echoed again, dripping with sarcasm. "Is that all? You're bonded with the shadow system, and this is all the power you can muster?" Completely useless. The taunt was like pouring fuel on a fire. A surge of energy erupted within Li Jia's body. His eyes flashed with a brilliant purple light as his hands began to gather power. He roared, "Shut up!" A punch landed with the force of a thunderclap, sending the mutant flying into the distance, where it tumbled like a discarded sandbag. Li Jia stared at his own fist, his eyes wide with astonishment. My strength, it increased that much again. He glanced over at the monster as it staggered to its feet and muttered, "Fighting barehanded isn't going to be very effective. If only I had a weapon." Just then, the shadow energy in his hand condensed, forming a jet-black dagger. Its cold blade glinted with a deadly light. Li Jia gripped the black dagger tightly and murmured, "Is this made from a shadow illusion? All right, let's see how it feels." In the blink of an eye, he swung the dagger. The blade sliced through the air, cutting straight into the mutant. A cold flash of light split the massive body in two as easily as slicing a vegetable. The corner of his mouth curved into a smirk, his eyes flashing with surprise. So I can kill mutants now. Have I really become one of the evolved? But before he could even catch his breath, two more monsters charged at him like a hurricane. A vicious blow came straight for him. Lee Dot spun like the wind, his blade flashing as it sliced off the head of the attacking monster. Blood sprayed everywhere. In the distance, another horde of mutants advanced like a tidal wave, but Lee Dot no longer retreated. His legs, firm with newfound strength, carried him straight into the swarm of monsters, his eyes blazing like fire. Time passed in a cacophony of roars, with blood and fire mingling in the darkness. Finally, on the filth-strewn ground littered with countless mutant corpses, Lee Dot, drenched in blood, collapsed among the bodies. He was panting heavily. A cold, electronic voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations! Evolution successful! Lee Dot, human race, E-class." Under the pale white lights of a hospital room, Lee Dot lay motionless on a bed with crisp white sheets, his face serene as if lost in a deep sleep. A young nurse approached, tilting her head to observe the vital signs on the monitor, then furrowed her brow slightly. "That's strange. There are no injuries, and we haven't detected any signs of illness. All his vitals are completely normal. Why isn't he waking up?" Beside her, a doctor wearing glasses calmly flipped through a few pages on a chart. Then he said casually, "It's always like this for the evolved. Their physical stamina is severely drained after the transformation process. The body needs time to adapt to its new class." Hearing that, the nurse's eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. "Wow, he's really an evolved? So what class is he? It's a high one, right? Could he be A-class?" The doctor glanced at her and coughed lightly, as if to hide a smile, then replied, "What's with all the excitement? We can figure out his class after he wakes up." The doctor turned back to the nurse, his voice calm and steady. "For now, let's go. We have other rooms waiting for us." The nurse snuck a few more glances at Lee Dot, whispering, "I was just looking, that's all." He's so handsome, how could anyone not be smitten? The hospital room door closed softly, leaving a quiet space, but the atmosphere suddenly trembled as a black smoke silently rose from nothingness, a dark entity faintly materializing. Its sharp, displeased gaze swept over the unconscious young man. It muttered, its voice seething with frustration, "What the hell is this? This is a low-class E-rank human. With my status and power, he should have at least reached A rank after awakening, or B rank at the very least, C rank in the worst-case scenario. And yet I'm stuck in this stinking, empty E-rank shell." But then it smirked, a glint of interest in its eyes. Even as an E-rank, he was able to activate the shadow system's power and even transform into a shadow form on his first try. Interesting. It's just a pity that with an aptitude this pathetic, he can't even handle 1/10,000th of my power. Just then, Lai Jiat suddenly spoke up, his voice weak but firm. "You again? What the hell are you? Why won't you just leave me alone?" The dark entity smirked, a cold, arrogant smile. "Listen closely, you lowly human. I am the ancient supreme annihilator, the one who once ruled over thousands of hell realms, the Lord of Darkness and the Apocalypse. I chose you for a reason." It paused, its voice laced with temptation. "Offer your body to me, and one day soon, when I reclaim my throne from those traitors, you will stand beside the most magnificent throne of all." Lai Jiat frowned, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. What a load of crap. Ancient Supreme Annihilator? Sounds like the name of some cheap cough syrup, he muttered to himself. "Even if my body rots, I'd never hand it over to an ugly, dark thing like you." As if reading his mind, the dark entity roared in fury. "Ugly and dark! How dare a mere human! Stop your nonsense and offer me your body now! That is your only worth!" Lai Jiat remained calm, lost in a chaotic train of thought.
"Wait a minute. Is it after my good looks? Am I so handsome that even demons want to possess my body?"
He frowned to himself. This kind of demonic possession feels a little off. If it doesn't care about gender, then no way. He shook his head resolutely. "No matter how desperate I get, I can't let something like it touch this face. I have to stay strong. Even if I die, I won't let it take my body. If negotiations fail, I'll drag it down to hell with me. We can both be obliterated into nothingness for all I care." But while Lai Jiat was playing out this tragicomic drama in his head, the dark entity's voice roared with exasperation. "What nonsense are you thinking about? Can you just shut up?" Such an annoying human. A brain full of childish fantasies and romance dramas. If it weren't for this urgent situation, I would rather choose an old dog than a piece of trash like you. Without waiting for a reaction, The dark figure waved its hand, throwing Lai Jiat straight into a dark vortex, swirling like a hell pit. Its voice echoed with menace and drama. 3 days. If you don't reach D rank within 3 days, I will erase you from this world, piece by piece. Lai Jiat's body was in free fall, his mind spinning as if caught in a whirlwind. Thud! Thud! He landed hard in a strange place that looked nothing like a hospital. His eyes darted around in utter confusion as he muttered, "Wait, where is this? Weren't I just in a hospital bed?" The dark entity materialized amidst a thick black fog, its voice flat but still irritating enough to make someone want to throw a punch. "This is a Hellgate. It's also the traditional E-rank trial of my clan. It's called the Insect Nest. Every member of the Jingtian clan can only participate once, after coming of age." Li Jiat's eyes widened in disbelief, then he frowned. "Wait, because you possessed my body, the system now considers me as having come of age, and so it threw me right into the trial?" The dark entity replied nonchalantly, "Precisely. A side effect of being possessed is having your quota reset. Get used to it." Before he could process the information, a terrifying roar echoed from the darkness ahead. A giant monster, its body covered in smooth armor, scuttled forward on 6 crab-like legs, staring at him. The words "Shield Armor Guard Bug" appeared above its head. Lai Jiat exclaimed in shock, "A Shield Armor Guard Bug!" The dark entity scoffed, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "Humph! Surprised you know its name? The shadow system I gave you automatically syncs data from my knowledge base. Get used to it. Sooner or later, you'll just become a living grimoire of dark knowledge." But there was no time to argue. Lai Jiat immediately summoned his shadow blade. The moment he gripped the weapon, the monster lunged, its sharp scythe-like claws slashing down relentlessly. "It's too fast," he muttered, dodging to one side, then hastily leaping to the other. His body spun like a top in a storm as the relentless barrage of attacks left him panting. Missing its mark, the monster roared in fury, and the ground beneath his feet trembled violently. Li Jiat spotted a tiny gap in the jagged armor on the monster's back. With a decisive move, he twisted and launched himself into the air, his glowing blade slashing straight at that weak point. He landed powerfully, standing firm on the ground with the air of a seasoned swordsman. "Yes," he yelled. But before his joy could fully register, the monster swung its claw in a counterattack. A powerful blow, like a bolt of lightning. Lai Jiat quickly raised his blade to block, but the terrifying force sent him flying backward like a cannonball. The shadow entity stood there, smirking mockingly. Its tone was filled with disappointment. "Is your only tactic a reckless, hit-or-miss gamble?" Li Jiat ground his teeth, his eyes flashing with defiance. "It's none of your business how I fight. I don't need you to lecture me." The shadow entity scoffed coldly. "If you can't handle it, don't come crying to me for help." A frustrated question rang incessantly in his mind. "Oh, damn it. Doesn't this bug have any other weak points?" Li Jiat mustered all his strength, repeatedly slashing at the monster's body, but its armor, hard as forged steel, remained unscratched. A sudden counterattack sent him flying again. Slamming hard against the cliff wall, fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. The pain was excruciating, as if his flesh were being torn apart. Li Jiat twitched his shoulder and suddenly noticed a thick dark green liquid, like motor oil, clinging to his body. He glanced at it, a glint in his eyes. "So this is your blood, huh?" The monster roared in fury and charged with terrifying speed. Despite his battered body, Li Jiat smirked, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Ha-ha! So I finally found your weak spot, did I?" The shielded guard bug roared and charged straight for him, its giant pincers sweeping sideways and kicking up a cloud of dust. Unflinching, Li Jiat raised his sword, ready to fight. He thought, "I'll show this armored bug who's the weak one here." Watching from afar, a flicker of astonishment crossed the ancient supreme being's eyes. He muttered, "That's the shadow pupil. How can this brat use that skill?" Just then, Li Jiat lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, letting out a powerful roar. His sword swung like a thunderclap, cleanly severing 2 of the monster's legs as green blood sprayed everywhere. It painted glistening arcs in the dim light. The ancient supreme being glanced over, the corner of his mouth curling in contempt. "Took him all day just to chop off a single leg. And he thinks that's something to be proud of?" Li Jiat took a deep breath, his eyes cold and sharp. Without its front legs, the monster's weak point is exposed. Targeting it now will be a piece of cake. "A weak point?" the ancient supreme being murmured, frowning doubtfully. Li Jiat didn't bother to reply, his mind already calculating. His current sword didn't have enough power to finish the beast in one strike. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning a jet-black spear. The spearhead gleamed with a deadly light. "This is it. Li Jat whispered, his eyes glinting with an icy coldness as he launched himself into the air. Gripping the spear tightly, he plunged it straight into the shielded guard bug's abdomen. The moment the tip pierced the thin armor on its underbelly, he roared, "Go to hell!" An explosion of dark energy erupted, blasting the monster's massive body into the air. As it struggled helplessly, Li Jat smirked, his voice calm. This bug has been lying low because its fatal weakness is its abdomen. Not wasting a second, he swung his arm, plunging his blade right into the exposed weak point in an instant. The massive body convulsed violently before shattering into countless shimmering fragments. Li Jat burst out laughing. "I won!" But the ancient supreme being was completely unmoved. With his arms crossed and lips pursed, he said, "You only killed one E-rank shielded bug, and you're panting like you just climbed a mountain for 3 days. Not very impressive." Li Jat ignored the sarcasm and bent down to pick up a brilliant crystal from the shattered armor. The moment his hand touched it, a scorching wave of energy surged into his body. "Congratulations, you have leveled up." Li Jat froze. "What the hell?" The ancient supreme being replied coolly. "That's an energy stone. It will help you enhance your strength and combat skills, if you use it correctly." Li Jat could clearly feel the streams of power, surging through his muscles like fire in his veins. But his elation didn't last long. A strange sensation suddenly washed over him, causing him to freeze. Li Jat narrowed his eyes, sensing a cold, unsettling presence quietly approaching. Though he scanned the area intently, there was nothing but the thick, gloomy atmosphere, not a single trace of anything. The ancient supreme being glanced at him, his eyes narrowing as he spoke slowly. "Don't you know how to use the shadow pupil to see?" Li Jat turned his head, a look of doubt on his face. "A new skill? Do I have to buy an upgrade pack?" The ancient supreme being sighed, looking as if he was trying to contain his annoyance. "You don't need to buy anything. Just focus the dark energy into your eyes, and that will activate the shadow pupil." Li Jat gave a slight nod, shut his eyes tightly, and focused all his concentration on sensing the energy flow. A few seconds later, he snapped his eyes open, his pupils now glowing a faint purple. They glittered like crystals in the dark. With the shadow pupil, he instantly spotted another shielded guard bug creeping towards him. Its massive body suddenly lunged. It fired a sharp spike that tore through the air, heading straight for him. Without hesitation, Li Jat dove to the side and dodged it. The spike slammed into the cliff wall behind him with a thunderous crash. Li Jat dropped to one knee, sweat pouring down his face, muttering as if he'd just dodged death itself. So fast. What the hell were those things zipping around? No one answered, because just as he'd suspected, the creatures resumed their savage assault as if he were their mortal enemy. He quickly rolled across the ground, dodging as nimbly as an eel. Before he could even recover, Li Jat yelled in frustration, "Is this shadow pupil skill of yours broken? Why is everything still so blurry?" The ancient supreme being replied coolly, "It's because your own power is too weak." Li Jat gritted his teeth in anger, almost coughing up blood from frustration. "Too weak, you say? Humph! Fine, then I'll just gather more energy." The ancient supreme being just gave a faint smirk, a flicker of interest in his eyes. A tiny E-rank bug, using dark energy with such proficiency. This is getting more and more curious. At that exact moment, a familiar stream of information flashed through Li Jat's mind as the system interface suddenly appeared. A short note appeared. Harvester Swift Bug, nickname the Head Reaper, specializes in piercing an opponent's head, excels in long-range attacks with poisonous spikes. Li Jat squinted ahead, his face instantly darkening. "Wait a minute. What's with these numbers?" The ancient supreme being spoke leisurely, his tone as slow and haunting as if he were telling a ghost story. "You humans have a fascinating old saying. If you see a single snake, it means the shadows are already filled with them." Before Li Jat could react, a teeming swarm of monsters began crawling out from the dense darkness ahead, like a horde of demons emerging from hell to begin their shift. In mere seconds, Li Jat was completely surrounded with no escape. The ancient supreme being watched from the sidelines, his eyes sparkling and the corners of his mouth lifting into an appreciative smile. "Not bad. You know how to pick a spot to limit attacks from all sides. Looks like you have some cunning after all." Li Jat had no time to argue. He let out a ferocious roar, spun around, and swung his sword. A horizontal slash, as swift as lightning. The nearby swift bugs were immediately split in two, tumbling over like freshly chopped radishes. Witnessing this, the ancient sovereign nodded slightly. His eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. "So you've already awakened the second form of the shadow pupil, have you? Looks like this E-rank swarm really was an unexpected gift." The aura around Li Jat suddenly erupted. Wisps of hazy black energy poured from his body, wrapping around the area like a death shroud. Just then, the system emitted a resonant sound, displaying a line of brilliant text. Shadow Pupil, Level 2. When darkness becomes your pupils, every enemy heartbeat is a death knell. Li Jiat shot through the horde of monsters, his form like a phantom gliding between the grotesque creatures. The sword in his hand swung relentlessly, each slash carrying a chilling, sharp aura, as if to tear space itself apart. In an instant, he noticed the insect's movements beginning to slow, as if time around them had been stretched to twice its length. Thanks to the second stage of the Shadow Pupil skill, his eyes pierced through the hazy smoke, silently etching every weak point of the poison-spitting monsters into his mind. The ancient sovereign's voice echoed in his thoughts. His voice was slow and powerful. This is the benefit of breaking through to the second stage of the Shadow Pupil. Once you see their weak points, even the thickest defense is nothing but scrap paper. Li Jiat roared, his aura exploding. The weak points of this swarm are all underneath, grand burial of shadow thorns. A series of black shadows shot from his hands, plunging into the ground, then suddenly burst back up like sharp spikes. They tore the monsters' bodies apart from below. In an instant, swaths of grotesque creatures were annihilated, leaving behind glittering crystal fragments scattered across the ground. Li Jiat bent down to collect them, clearly feeling small streams of energy flowing into his body. His breakthrough value slowly accumulated. Even though each one only provided 0.7%, every little bit counted. The path to becoming a powerful warrior was never without blood and sweat. He glanced at the remaining monsters, his eyes sharp as he calculated. Their weaknesses are clear. I just need one more push to clean this mess up quickly. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, faster than before. Each slash was shockingly precise. Even he was astonished. Just by reaching level 2, my accuracy is already this good? Suddenly, from the darkness ahead, a giant pincer swung out, aiming straight for his face. Startled, Li Jiat dodged, letting out a scream as if he'd just woken from a nightmare. It was like seeing a ghost. What the hell is this? The ancient sovereign let out a dry chuckle, his tone teasing. Your reflexes are pretty quick. Too bad your head can't keep up with your body. Li Jiat gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fire as he stared at his attacker. He finally got a clear look. It was a heavenly pharmacist bug. At that moment, the blade in his hand suddenly twisted, transforming miraculously. The ancient sovereign raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing. Oh, turning the shadow blade into a whip, are we? Not bad. Li Jiat swung his arm. The jet-black whip, like polished onyx, wrapped tightly around the bug's body, squeezing as if to crush it. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with killing intent. Got you now, you brain-dead pest! In a flash, a clean slash sent the monster's head flying. The moment the whip touched its body, Li Jiat had quickly identified its fatal weakness. On the other side, a barrage of sharp spines shot from the remaining monsters like a hail of arrows cutting through the wind. Li Jiat frowned, his eyes cold. You love to shoot, don't you? Another whip instantly appeared in his hand. Gleaming with a deadly black light, he roared and charged forward. Let's see how you shoot when your asses are gone. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiat had cleared the monsters blocking his path. The whip swung like a tornado, tearing apart everything in its way. His level continued to soar, bringing him closer and closer to the breakthrough threshold. But Li Jiat didn't falter. He kept charging forward, the whip in his hand wrapping around the monsters circling in the air. Then he yanked them down forcefully, slamming them into the ground as if tossing away useless bags of trash. From a distance, the ancient sovereign watched, his eyes twinkling and the corners of his mouth turned up in a satisfied smile. Hiding the seams. Finally, you're starting to look somewhat worthy of this venerable one, although your stance is a bit awkward, like a cockfight. I'll accept it for now. The gift from the Shadow Pupil's right is displaying its superior power, amplifying your senses and reflexes. Your power and control over the shadows are astonishing. This power is the real deal, not some cheap toy, but the price to pay is not small either. Li Jiat's mental energy was being drained as fast as gasoline poured into a supercar. The ancient sovereign snorted coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. An E rank is still an E rank. Have you already hit your ceiling with just this? At this moment, Li Jiat's vision began to blur. His head was spinning, and his body swayed as if about to collapse. But he clenched his jaw, his resolute will not allowing him to fall. Not now. Not when I've just grasped the power to change everything. He gripped the twin shadow blades tightly, his eyes burning with an unyielding flame of hatred. I can't fall! Li Jiat screamed internally. The NG Corporation! Those bastards who dared to lie about my parents' deaths, who dared to force me into slave labor to pay a debt that wasn't mine. I will make them pay dearly. He plunged into the monster horde like a whirlwind, his blades tearing through space, killing madly, not out of bloodlust, but because of the long-suppressed flames of indignation. Just because I was an ordinary person, you dared to trample on my pride? Now, with this powers in my hands, Li Jiat vowed, I will rewrite my destiny with my own 2 hands. Every slash was an answer to the injustices he had suffered. I must have my revenge, Li Jiat muttered, his eyes burning like a furnace. One by one, I'll drag them all down to hell. I'll make them like these monsters, begging for forgiveness before my parents' graves. As blood and shadow merged into a maelstrom of slaughter, Li Jiat wiped out the remaining monsters. His level-up gauge shot up, reaching 95% of the way to D rank, but the time remaining for his skill was a mere 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The ancient sovereign stood by. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Human hatred truly is compatible with shadow energy. It even nurtures it, making it stronger. The ancient sovereign's voice turned stern, his gaze sharp. There isn't much time left, you have to speed up. Without needing to be told, Li Jiat was already pouring every last heartbeat into each attack, his body moving like a tempest. The ancient sovereign raised his brows, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Are you really planning to unleash all your shadow power at once? Aren't you afraid you'll just pop and blow yourself to bits? Li Jiat didn't look back, his voice as cold as ice. I'm just a little bit away from breaking through. If I have to bet everything to get stronger, I'll take that chance. The blade in his hand swung without pause. With a final burst of killing intent, he leaped into the air, his hands tightly gripping his short sword. His gaze seemed to tear through the void itself as he brought down a full-force slash, the blade flashing like a sweeping bolt of lightning. The horde of monsters surging towards him was, in the blink of an eye, cut down and scattered like wheat before a harvester. The system immediately chimed with a notification, and radiant text appeared. D-Class phase 100% complete. Lajai's gaze was suddenly drawn to a glittering object in the distance. His lips moved slightly as he mumbled to himself, "A weapon?" Then the voice of the ancient sovereign echoed, slow and full of nostalgia. This nexus was once a primary training ground for my clan. If you were to apply humanity's ranking system, it would likely be considered A rank. Li Jai stepped forward and carefully picked up the dust-covered weapon from the ground. He lifted it, his eyes flashing with surprise. Isn't this a greatsword? Don't tell me all the members of your clan were giants. The ancient sovereign scoffed, his tone tinged with contempt. Compared to the dark energy within my body, this hunk of iron is not even worth mentioning. A cunning smile appeared on Li Ji's lips. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The ancient sovereign narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. Surely you don't intend to use it for something else, do you? The ancient sovereign's eyes narrowed, his voice filled with doubt. Selling it for money, for example? Li Ji winked, a sly grin on his face, as if he had just discovered some ultimate secret. Only those who have reached D-Class have the right to trade equipment. So, my first stop will be the registration hall. Stepping out of the Nexus, Li Jai shot off like a flash, heading straight for the hall, brimming with energy. But his budding excitement was instantly doused with cold water. The female receptionist gave a polite, professional smile and said in a monotonous, robotic voice, Your current level is E-Class. Li Jai's eyes widened. What? How can I be E-Class? The staff member replied calmly, Although your physical stats are quite good, we couldn't detect any energy fluctuations. Therefore, the system can only identify you as E-Class. Li Jie suppressed his anger and looked down at his profile. His name was clearly written, along with his profession. Minor. The only silver lining was that reaching E-Class came with a 15% increase in his base salary. But to him, that was like being given a pie with all the fillings scooped out. He walked out of the building. His face was as dark as a thundercloud. As he walked, he muttered, The dark system is in my head, my ass. The ancient sovereign finally spoke up, his tone calm with a hint of contempt. It's due to the limited perception of humans. They are too weak to sense the existence of dark energy. Li Jie frowned, silent for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, It's fine if they can't detect it. It'll just be a bit of a hassle when I sell the equipment. Under the thick cover of night, Li Jie silently entered the night market, a place where shady deals were never exposed to the light of day. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and dust, as if a convoy of ore trucks had just rolled through. The crowd on both sides of the road whispered amongst themselves, their voices a mix of contempt and curiosity. Is that another one of those miners from the pits? Great, now the smell of ore slag is everywhere. No customers in sight, and yet another miner sneaks in. The ancient sovereign laughed derisively in Li Jie's mind, his voice sharp with sarcasm. The human race is truly ridiculous. They stick a few stones on some scrap iron and dare to call them divine artifacts. It's almost pathetic. While Li Jie was silently observing the crowd, a stranger approached him. His voice was full of contempt. Go on, get lost! Stop snooping around! A mere miner thinks he can squeeze his way in here? You can't afford to pay if you dirty the merchandise here. Li Jie raised an eyebrow, his gaze ice cold. Is that how you treat your customers? The other guy scoffed, his tone derisive. Customers? A dirt poor bum like you? Is there anything in here you could possibly afford? Not bothering to argue, Li Jie leisurely unwrapped the cloth from his greatsword, revealing a colossal steel blade with a deep black sheen that seemed to swallow all the light around it. He smirked, his smile calm yet radiating defiance. This trash? I wouldn't even bother giving it a second glance. Call your appraiser out here. Let's see just how much this greatsword of mine is worth. Just then, two figures, a man and a woman, walked in from outside. The woman, Su Ting, began to pout the moment she appeared. Her pride was unconcealed. Brother Ding, you've already reached D class. She wrinkled her nose, her tone full of displeasure. Why did you bring me to this stinking place? Chu Ding just gave a cold snort, too lazy to reply. Immediately, a man working at the night market rushed over. He had a fawning smile on his face, as if he were a fervent member of young Master Chu's fan club. Well, well, if it isn't young Master Chu, looking to sell some fine goods today? Chu Ding replied flatly, his tone indifferent. I just picked up a decent sword. I was thinking of selling it to get my girlfriend a new car. The other man glanced over curiously, then his eyes widened in shock. He blurted out, I can't believe it's a Windcry sword. This type has a built-in damage-increasing effect that's extremely popular among D-class. Just then, Li Jie suddenly spoke, his calm but sharp voice cutting through the air. Su Ting! Su Ting froze and whipped her head around to face him, a flicker of panic in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it with a look of feigned surprise. Old memories rushed back to Li Jie like a cold blade. In the past, because of what happened to his parents, Su Ting hadn't hesitated to cut ties with him, leaving behind venomous words that still echoed in his mind. Your parents are both dead now. Wouldn't it have been better to just take the tens of millions in compensation money? And look at you now. You didn't get the money, and now you're drowning in debt. A dirt-poor loser like you shouldn't come looking for me anymore. You're just wasting my time. Chu Ding turned to Su Ting and frowned, his voice suspicious. You know him? Su Ting immediately denied it, her expression unchanging. How could I possibly know a low-class miner like that? Maybe he's a fan? Yeah, a fan. You're famous online, after all. It's normal to get recognized. Chu Ding scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. He strode in front of Li Jie, looking him over as if inspecting a walking pile of garbage. Is my name something a person like you is worthy of saying? Nowadays, just anyone can show their face around here. There's no sense of class anymore. Chu Ding roared, his voice dripping with scorn. A low-class piece of trash like you should know to crawl back to the junkyard at the end of the street. Maybe you'll make it before they close. With that, he swung his Feng Ming sword, slashing hard at Li Jue's greatsword. The Feng Ming sword, a weapon famed for cutting through iron like mud, and shattered in an instant, its glittering fragments like candy crushed by a hammer. Chu Ding froze, his eyes wild with terror as if he had just faced a demon. How is this possible? In contrast, Li Jue just curled his lip, a faint smile, yet it was enough to make his opponent's face turn beet red. It seems your sword is the real piece of junk, Su Sing cried out in horror, her voice trembling. How can that be? Didn't you say that sword could cut through iron like mud and was extremely valuable? Chu Ding's face turned purple with rage. He screamed, veins popping on his neck, as if shouting could mend his shattered pride. You little brat, you're asking for death! Li Jue tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the attack. His eyes narrowed slightly as he silently judged. Too slow. Chu Ding, thinking he'd just executed a brilliant move, sneered. Not bad reflexes, Li Ju replied nonchalantly. And what about now? Chu Ding immediately unleashed a flurry of consecutive kicks, but unfortunately every single one hit nothing but empty air. Li Ju stepped back calmly, dodging while thinking to himself, compared to the trials in the hive, these kicks are slow as a turtle. The more Chu Ding attacked, the more flustered he became, breaking out in a cold sweat as panic filled his heart. Isn't this guy just a weak miner, not even E rank? How can I, a D rank, not even be able to touch him? The more he thought, the angrier he got. He roared, A miner should get back to his cave and dig for coal! Li Ju chuckled softly. His eyes were calm, but his words were as sharp as a knife. Well then, tell me, shouldn't a dog obediently crawl back to its kennel? As he finished speaking, Li Jue flicked his wrist, and a cord of shadow in his hand snapped taut like an invisible whip. In a flash, Chu Ding was yanked off his feet, his face slamming into the ground with a loud thud. Su Qing rushed over from a distance, her eyes filled with both worry and panic. "A ding!" Chu Ding furiously roared. "Damn it!" Li Jue crossed his arms, looking down at Chu Ding with a contemptuous smile. "Well, it seems Mr. Chu here plays the part of a dog quite well. You really enjoy being a dog, huh?" The words, sharp as a dagger, stabbed directly into Chu Ding's pride. His face turned crimson as he roared like a wild beast. "Damn you! You really have a death wish, don't you?" But just as he was about to lunge, an authoritative shout boomed from behind. "All of you, stop this at once!" Chu Ding whipped around and stammered, "Boss Wang!" The person who had just appeared was Wang Defa, a D-rank individual and the owner of the shop where the brawl was taking place. He frowned, his deep voice full of authority. "Mr. Chu, although you are a regular customer of mine causing a disturbance and fighting in my shop like this, isn't that taking things a bit too far?" Su Xing immediately pointed at Li Jue, her tone glib as if she were completely innocent. "It was that damn miner. He broke the young master's precious sword. Of course he's angry. It's obvious he was the one who attacked first." Wang Defa narrowed his eyes, glancing at the broken sword. Then he turned to Li Jue. "Miner, was Mr. Chu's sword really broken by that one?" Li Ju shrugged, his voice as calm as a breeze. "He's the one who swung his sword at me. What does his sword breaking have to do with me?" Wang Defa glanced at Chu Ding, his voice stern. "Mr. Chu, is that true?" Without waiting for a response, he stepped forward and whispered cautiously into Chu Ding's ear, "That sword in the kid's hand. I'm afraid it's no ordinary item. Be careful, or you'll suffer a great loss." After hearing this, a flicker of understanding appeared in Chu Ding's eyes. His anger still simmered, but he didn't dare let it erupt. He growled, "All right. My money for mine, your goods for yours." Wang Defa gave an experienced smile, as if he was used to handling this kind of trouble. He announced, "Good. Since Mr. Chu trusts me, let me mediate. You there? May I take a look at your sword?" His voice was both curious and probing. Li Jue shrugged, his tone indifferent. "Take it." But the moment he touched the greatsword, Wang Defa's expression instantly stiffened. His hand trembled slightly, his eyes wide. "What in the world? This sword weighs 100 kilograms, and yet this kid held it as lightly as a spring onion. Could he be a high-level master who has already advanced?" he wondered, his eyes glinting with suspicion. After a few seconds of hesitation, Wang Defa's voice grew stern. "A miner like you. How did you come to possess a weapon like this?" Li Ju raised an eyebrow, his voice as cold as ice. "Since when do black market deals require a background check and a trace on the item's origin?" Wang Defa gave a forced laugh. "I was just asking for fun. If you don't want to answer, that's fine." But his eyes remained glued to the sword as if it were about to leap up and bite him. Li Jue smirked, thinking to himself, "Trying to sound me out? You're still too green for that." He laid his cards on the table, his tone casual. "It's no secret. I dug this sword up while working in the mines." Wang Defa nodded repeatedly, telling himself, as expected, just a low-life miner who got lucky and struck gold. Wang Defa lifted the greatsword, examining it closely and muttering, "It's quite sturdy, but it doesn't have many extra attributes. It would only sell for a few hundred. Young Master Chu's sword. Even broken, it's worth at least 2 million. He pondered for a moment, then put on a generous smile. "How about this? You've had it rough. I'll help you out. I'll buy this broken sword. Consider it an act of charity. You just need to compensate young Master Chu 1 million. I'll cover the rest. What do you say?" He turned to Chu Din. "Young Master Chu, is that acceptable?" Chu Din smirked smugly. "All right. Out of respect for Boss Wang, we'll do it that way." To Tin, standing beside him, immediately shrieked in protest, "No way! Where is this damn miner going to get 2 million to compensate you? What about the car you promised to buy me?" Chu Din let out a sinister laugh. "Don't worry. We can just sell his organs. That'll be enough to cover the 2 million. "Oh, good." While the group gloated, calculating how to divvy up Lai Jiat's organs like a piece of meat, he finally spoke. His voice was calm but sharp, hiding a seething murderous intent. "You've really thought this through, haven't you?" Wang Duckfoot's eyes crinkled into a smile. "What about it? You have a problem with it?" Lai Jiat's lips curled into an icy smile, his eyes as calm as if he were watching a swarm of ants. "No, nothing at all." Go on, enjoy this moment while you can. The moment he finished speaking, shadows erupted around Lai Jiat like a whirlwind. A suffocating, killing intent radiated out, making the air feel thick. And that was only the beginning. Hearing this, the goon charged forward aggressively, his voice roaring like thunder. "Gonna cripple him, are you?" Amidst the chaos, Duke Fut turned around, his eyes cold and defiant. "This fighting and killing, it's really not interesting at all. Let's go to the tea room and wait for the results." Chu Din gave a faint smirk and nodded in agreement. Good idea. But just as the group was about to leave, the man was suddenly thrown by a powerful force, slamming into the wall. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the boss roared, his voice full of authority. "Abu, be a little careful. If you break anything, he won't be able to pay for it." Before Duke Fut could finish, Lai Jiat, quick as a flash, launched a powerful kick. In an instant, the man's body flew straight toward Chu Din, who angrily kicked the man away. A glint of contempt flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Seems all that mining was good for something. You've built up some decent strength." Lai Jiat turned back, his sharp gaze locking onto Chu Din. "Now it's your turn." Hearing that, Chu Din's face paled slightly. He ground his teeth, his eyes spitting fire as he mumbled, "Since when was this miner's fighting skill so good?" He reluctantly nodded, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "I admit your skills aren't bad. You can even beat a few of these losers. But right after that, right?" Chu Din seemed to go berserk, rushing straight at Lai Jiat, boasting smugly, "In front of a rank D awakened? You're still nothing but trash." As he got close, Lai Jiat coldly raised his hand and slapped Chu Din straight across the face, sending him flying several meters. Chu Din nearly went insane, veins bulging on his forehead. He channeled all his strength into his arm. "Even my own father has never hit me! How dare you slap me in the face!" In a fit of rage, he unleashed his magic, throwing a blast of energy straight at Lai Jiat, roaring insanely, "I want you dead!" But Li Jiat remained composed, casually activating a magic barrier to block it. The sight before him made Chu Din break out in a cold sweat. His lips trembled. How can this be? It's like an invisible wall. Before he could compose himself, Lai Jiat slowly stepped forward, his eyes as cold as ice. "If your father won't hit you, then I'll do it for him and teach this ungrateful son a lesson." Chu Din panicked, backing away with a trembling voice. You stay away from me!" At that moment, Tu Tin screamed in astonishment, "Din, aren't you a rank D awakened? How can you not even beat a miner?" In that instant, Chu Din's body was suddenly bound by black threads. Tu Tin recoiled in horror, exclaiming, "What is this?" After a moment of shock, Chu Din began to mutter, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, in a panicked, stammering voice, he yelled, You're not a miner! You're a rank B awakened!" Li Jiat just shrugged, a confident smile flashing across his face. "Rank E miner, the guild certified it." Chu Din was stunned, muttering with disbelieving eyes, "Impossible!" Li Jiat leisurely raised his hand, his aura chilling. Chu Din trembled and hastily cried out, Wait a minute! I'm with the Black Panther gang! If you dare touch me, you'll be making an enemy of Brother Bao!" Li Jiat paused, his eyes as deep as an abyss. His voice dropped. "You mean the Black Panther gang, those loan sharks?" Before Chu Din could answer, he threw a powerful punch into his face, asking in a sharp, cold voice at the same time, "The Black Panther gang, right? Brother Bao, right?" At the last moment, Lai Jiat showed no mercy, launching a kick that sent Chu Din flying, fresh blood spraying from his mouth. He slowly turned his head, his voice booming like thunder. "What I hate most are loan-sharking bastards like you." Just then, Duke Fut charged from behind, roaring aggressively, "Go to hell!" But before he could even reach Lai Jiat spun around and roared like a wild beast, "Get lost!" On the other side, Chu Din pleaded in a panicked, trembling voice, "A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I have 100,000. Big boss, sir, let's be friends. Let's just forget about today." Li Jiat moved closer, his gaze as sharp as a knife, his lips curling into a sneer. "So this is your thick hide, huh? Is a slap like that only worth 2,000? Terrified, Chu Din's lips trembled. 500,000. 1 million. Just don't hit me in the face." Without a word, Lai Jiat brazenly lifted Chu Din into the air. "You really love being a loan shark, don't you? Then let's calculate this according to your standards. Those 50 slaps were just the interest." Next comes the principal. Realizing the grave situation, Chu Din hastily pulled out a card, his voice trembling. 5 million! 5 million! It's all yours! Is this enough?" Li Jiat's eyes glanced over the card, his voice as cold as ice. "A VIP card from the NG Group. So you're the ones who forced me into the mines and collected debts for the NG Group, are you? If that's the case, I'll let Chu Din go for now to lure out the bigger fish." Chu Din pleaded weakly, "I swear, even if you beat me to death, there's nothing more." After a moment of silence, Lai Jiat dropped Chu Din to the ground. His voice was low but sharp. In any case, the Black Panther gang has already extorted several million from me over the years. Consider this money returned to its rightful owner. From the side, To Tin rushed over, her eyes filled with worry, helping the staggering Chu Din. "Young Master Chu, are you all right?" Chu Din glared, his face twisted with anger. "Didn't you say he was just a minor?" To Tin, just as bewildered, shook her head in a daze. "I also want to know how he suddenly became so powerful." Hearing this, Chu Din furiously slapped her across the face. He roared with indignation. "If you hadn't said he was a minor, I wouldn't have been careless and gotten ambushed by him." He quickly pulled out his phone, his eyes blazing as he gritted his teeth. "My money isn't that easy to take," Chu Din screamed, his voice filled with resentment. "You just wait." Elsewhere, a man calmly answered his phone, his voice turning deep and cold. On the other end of the line, Chu Din's voice rang out, urgent and agitated. Brother Bao, can you handle this for me? Some guy just stole the treasured sword I was going to offer you, and he arrogantly declared he would wipe out our entire Black Panther gang." The man smirked, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Send me the file on that kid." A subordinate turned around, bewildered, his voice trembling. "It's in Brother Bao's hands now." "What about these people?" The man replied nonchalantly, his voice as cold as ice. "Are there any people here?" He smirked coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Of course not. As soon as he finished, the subordinate unhesitatingly ended the lives of the people around him. The man announced in a loud, commanding voice, "That kid Chu Din mentioned, I'm leaving him to you. Life or death doesn't matter." The Shadow Knowledge Base has just updated with new information. The NG Group, a transnational giant, was behind the death of Lai Jiat's parents. The Black Panther gang collects debts on behalf of this corporation and is responsible for collecting Lai Jiat's debt. In the noisy reception hall, an employee approached. His voice was polite, but couldn't hide a reserved tone. "Can I help you?" Li Jiat turned around solemnly, his gaze determined. "I'm an E-rank awakened. I want to see if there are any suitable missions." The moment he spoke, the entire hall erupted in jeering laughter. Someone spoke up, their voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. "E-rank trash, are you lost?" From the side, a guy burst out laughing, his voice mocking. "The lowest level mission here is D-rank. Did you come here to commit suicide?" A woman whispered sarcastically. "You're killing me." She glanced at Li Jiat with a disdainful look. "An E-rank daring to speak so loudly, how shameless." The man next to her glared at Li Jiat, his voice scathing. "E-ranks all have to live off the rewards we hand out. What a bunch of disgusting parasites." An employee pointed a hand towards the door. His voice was cold. "Please leave. E-ranks wait outside the door. If a team needs someone, they'll go out there to pick." The big guy nodded with a wicked grin. "That's right, go out the door and turn left, right next to that pile of garbage." The crowd immediately joined in, their tone full of contempt. "Trash should stay with trash." Hearing this, Lai Jiat frowned slightly, a dark look in his eyes. He had just gotten his hands on 5 million, bah. And in the blink of an eye, those loan shark vermin had wiped him clean. Now, the most urgent matter was to find a mission. Suddenly, the sharp sound of heels echoed from behind. In that instant, the space seemed to tremble. Dust and debris fell, causing the crowd to stagger involuntarily. All eyes turned to the mysterious figure who had just appeared. The crowd murmured, their voices filled with astonishment. "Such a powerful aura. That's at least a B rank." Another person stammered, "Is this the presence of a B rank? The pressure is so intense I can't even take half a step closer." A young woman entered, her long hair flowing freely, her elegant dress exuding the noble air of a lady from a powerful family. The people around turned pale, constantly muttering, "But why would a B rank come here?" Li Jiat quickly observed her, his eyes sharp. Her aura was powerful, yet her appearance was as delicate as a rich young miss. Strangely, he couldn't sense any killing intent from her. Could she be hiding her killing intent? Both openly ostentatious and calmly restrained. So contradictory. Just then, a man scanned the hall, his deep voice ringing out, "D-rank beast lair. We need one more awakened. D-rank to work as a miner. Any volunteers?" The crowd unconsciously stepped back. The space suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to Lai Jiat. One person whispered in disbelief, "Isn't that kid an E-rank? How can he be so calm under the pressure of a B-rank's aura as if it's nothing?" Another person trembled and stammered, "My knees are still shaking uncontrollably. Shouldn't an E-rank be on his knees by now?" But Lai Jiat, completely unfazed, took a step forward. Lai Jiat turned, his gaze firm as he faced the girl. "Looks like I'm the only one." She didn't look at him directly but sized him up quietly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This person is just a minor? To remain so calm and unshaken under my B-rank pressure? How interesting. A middle-aged man hurried over, flashing a fawning smile. So it is the young miss of the Chin family from Longmen 3rd Street. I have quite a few D-rank awakened here. Let me show the young miss. The girl cut him off coldly, her sharp gaze fixed on Legiat. No need, I choose him. The employee was stunned, stammering, But he hasn't queued up to register. That's against the rules. The girl immediately interrupted, her voice full of authority. I am the rules. I said, pick him! The panicked staff member backed away, hastily replying, Yes, yes! On the other side, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully. This way, young miss. The staff member was a bit doubtful, muttering to himself, This is the first time I've seen the young miss of the Chin family personally pick someone, this minor. Just what's his story? But in another scene, a Minotaur beast man roared in fury, swinging a wooden club. At the same time, the bard finished his song and casually played a piercing sound on his flute. Instantly, the beast man's head exploded with a terrifying bang. Amidst the chaotic scene, Li Jai calmly observed, his eyes scanning every detail of the damage. They even have support? This formation is pretty reasonable. He discreetly assessed every angle, noticing their decent teamwork and the B-rank evolver holding the formation. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. But then he paused, his gaze shifting downward, a flash of suspicion. That Minotaur beastman was clearly far beyond the D-rank standard. Didn't anyone notice? The ancient supreme whispered in his ear, its voice low, Your mystic eyes have already ascended to stage 2. Your perception isn't something that trash can compare to. Li Jai ignored it, continuing to sink into his thoughts. It's one thing if the others didn't notice. But that rich young miss must have detected something, right? He carefully made his judgment, his gaze sharp. Could it be that she realized it long ago, but is deliberately hiding it for some purpose? Just then, a subordinate spoke up cautiously. Young miss, according to our intel, the starlight ore vein you're looking for should be right inside. The girl didn't reply, only turning her head, her gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed straight on Li Jai. Minor, follow me. Li Jai immediately answered in a decisive tone. Right away. But inwardly he was a little suspicious, muttering, Damn it! She knows it's dangerous, so why is she telling a minor like me to go in? His every footstep echoed in the dark cave. Ahead was the girl's proud silhouette. Behind was a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. He cautiously sensed every movement. The dangerous aura became more and more distinct, like a blade held to his neck. Could it be, this young miss really doesn't care about the lives of her minors and subordinates? He asked himself, his eyes sharp. Either she's too confident in her B-rank strength, believing she can protect everyone and retreat safely. But at that moment, Li Jai's steps suddenly halted. The ground beneath his feet collapsed in an instant. Both he and the girl plunged straight into a deep chasm. The panicked subordinate screamed, Young miss! A moment later, they landed hard on the ground. Li Jai's face was tense, his eyes scanning ahead. In front of him was a ferocious D-rank Minotaur beastman. The girl didn't flinch in the slightest and stepped forward. Her hand tightened on her chainsword, her eyes blazing. Standing to the side, Li Ji observed coldly, a slight smirk on his lips. Oh, the B-rank evolver is about to make her move. But in a flash, she swung her sword with an imposing aura, as if to slice through space itself. But suddenly, her face turned pale, her eyes flashing with terror. She retreated step by step, her voice trembling as she called out loudly, Minor, you go on up, I'll cover you. Li Jai stared back, his eyes wide, his voice full of surprise. Huh? I'm just a minor. The girl's body trembled violently. She suddenly dropped to her knees, grabbing tightly onto Li Jie. I don't care. Just get up there for me. He froze, his eyes filled with doubt. She's a B-rank but won't fight? And she's telling an E-rank minor like me to handle this? How? He sighed inwardly. How am I supposed to risk my life like this for a minor's pay? But the girl, her eyes brimming with tears, screamed in fear, I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan. Just go and take care of them. The power of money overrode reason. Li Jai nodded, his voice reluctant. Well then, I suppose I have no choice. He swung his blade powerfully, his hand gliding lightly over the weapon, and stepped towards the Minotaur beastman. All right, let's do this. The beasts roared fiercely, responding to his provocation. Come on! But unexpectedly they rushed past him, aiming straight for the girl. Li Jie screamed inwardly, his eyes panicked. This is bad. My 1,000,000 yuan.
in a critical situation.
The girl suddenly raised her hand, activating a protective barrier. The Minotaur beast men were immediately thrown back, tumbling across the ground. Li Ji looked up, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. I can't believe she had a move like that. Looks like I was worried for nothing. But just then, a beast man leaped high into the air, swinging its axe. In a flash, Li Ji rushed forward, summoning his short sword. The glint of steel flashed coldly, without a hint of hesitation. He struck down the beast man with a single slash. He glanced at the girl, the corner of his lip curling up slightly in a teasing tone. Hey, how come you're so good at attracting their aggro, huh, young Miss Chin? The girl was in a panic, scrambling towards the cave entrance, shouting, Run! I'm leaving these beast men to you! Li Ji quickly rushed forward, continuously swinging his sword to finish off each Minotaur beast man, while sighing in exasperation. Seriously, what am I supposed to do with you? On the other side, the girl stopped in front of a cliff wall, panting for breath and muttering, I should be safe now that I've run this far, right? But suddenly she sensed an unusual aura and quickly spun around. Her legs felt like jelly as she stammered in a trembling voice, Why aren't you afraid of me? In front of her, the Minotaur beast man's eyes blazed with fire, its wooden club raised high, ready to strike. Li Ji looked up, a bit bewildered. That's strange. She clearly has a way to fight back. So why is she so scared? The panicked girl raised her hands to shield herself. A powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from the bracelet on her wrist, knocking the beast man away. Li Ji cleverly dodged to the side and immediately returned to her. Her bracelet shattered into pieces. Li Ji's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes sharp. A protective artifact. Does that mean the last attack wasn't her own true power? He turned, his voice curious and probing. Hey, are you a non-combat transcender? The girl nodded shyly, her voice soft. The moment she spoke, she frantically grabbed onto Li Jue, her eyes filled with worry. Wait. After we get out of here, you have to keep this a secret for me. Li Jue's lips curled into a faint, mischievous smile. That's going to cost extra. At the same time, he swung his short sword high, the cold steel flashing. A doubt flickered in his mind. Why are these bull-headed creatures only targeting Qin Xian? His sharp eyes swept across the horde of monsters. Activate Shadow Pupil, Level 2. Suddenly, a mysterious presence swept past, raising his suspicion. That person. They can completely conceal their presence. No wonder I couldn't sense them from the beginning. The strange behavior of these bull-headed creatures must be controlled by this bizarre frequency. Suddenly, one of them appeared right beside Qin Xian. Li Ju roared, his voice full of power. Hey, you gravedigger! Before it could react, he swung his sword, the sharp steel blade slicing off a lock of its matted hair. I'm not done yet, he said coldly, stepping in front of Qin Xian. There are still so many of these bull-headed creatures, he realized, as the horde swarmed in, growing larger and larger. To avoid harming Qin Xian, he couldn't risk using an area of effect skill. But if this keeps up, sooner or later, my stamina will run out and I'll collapse. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That's right. If that person's target is Qin Xian. Li Jue stomped his foot hard on the ground. Brilliant purple chains erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping around the legs of the bull-headed monsters. He turned to Qin Xian, his voice low but urgent. Hey, you've already used up your 2 protective artifacts. Besides, you're a non-combat transcender. You need to be careful, or you might get ambushed. Hearing this, Qin Xian blushed slightly and replied in embarrassment, Why did you have to say that out loud? But she had no idea that right behind her, a mysterious figure was silently closing in. The man flashed a sinister smile, his hand tightening on his weapon as a malicious glint appeared in his eyes. He's just a lowly miner, yet he almost completely ruined my meticulous plan. A non-combat transcender who's run out of protective items, he murmured, his voice a low hiss. Well then, allow me to see you on your way. Seizing the moment while Qin Xian was distracted, he raised his blade, his killing intent flaring. Qin Xian! If you have to blame someone, blame that clueless father of yours! But the sharp blade that sliced down was not his. It was Li Jue's. Appearing just in time, he swung his short sword, cleanly severing the man's arm in one swift motion. The young miner was still stunned by what had just happened. His eyes were dazed. Li Jue spoke, his voice as cold and sharp as a knife. He's a D-rank control type, class minstrel. He's the one who used infrasonic waves to control the bull-headed creatures to attack you. Qin Xian immediately recognized him as the mastermind, Liu Teng. No longer hiding, he burst into loud, arrogant laughter that echoed around them. To think I'd be defeated by a mere miner. I suppose I was careless. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, as fierce and abundant as an invisible storm. But don't think you've won. He waved his hand, absorbing the spiritual energy from the corpses of the bull-headed creatures around him. He didn't even spare the ones that were still alive, causing them to collapse instantly. In just a moment, Liu Tang had amassed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. It formed into the shape of a giant bull-headed monster, radiating a terrifying aura. Let me show you the true power of a control-type transcender. Li Jue gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fury. This aura, it's definitely C rank. Liu Tang is absorbing the life force of the beastman to power himself up. Suddenly, Qin Xian stared at the ground in horror, her voice trembling.
Is that lava? Don't tell me he's evolving into a C-rank lava bull man.
Li Jue's lips twisted into a wry smile. Jumping from D rank straight to C rank? With a cheat like that, even I have to admit I'm no match. At that moment, the C-rank lava bull man let out a deafening roar. It charged straight at the two of them with devastating force. As a giant blade swung down, aimed directly at them, both of whom were only D rank, Li Jue moved like lightning, raising a shield to protect himself and Qin Xian. The strike landed with terrifying force, sending rock and debris flying as the air sizzled with heat. Li Jue's shield began to melt under the immense pressure of the C-rank lava. The two of them were clearly at a disadvantage. This level of power was more than they could handle. Qin Xian looked anxiously at the bleeding burn on his arm, her voice trembling. You're hurt. Just then, the creature shattered the shield and raised its flaming axe, ready to deliver the final blow. Li Jue suddenly grabbed Qin Xian's hand, pulling her forward as he yelled, "Hold on tight!" The axe blade flashed inches from her face, making her scream in terror. He immediately unleashed his power, invisible chains wrapping tightly around the creature's arm, holding it in place for a moment. As Qin Xian ran to keep up with him, she couldn't hide her astonishment, exclaiming, "It's not moving!" You have a control-type skill too? Although he'd locked the enemy down, Li Jue knew he didn't have much time. He turned to her and said urgently, "I can't hold it for long. Use this chance to escape, now!" He looked her straight in the eyes, instructing, "Listen, once you get into the maze, just keep running straight. Go as far as you can." Their legs moved nimbly over the rough terrain as they spoke hurriedly. "Okay, but what about you? Aren't you coming with me?" Reaching a spot, Qin Xian watched him worriedly. Li Jue let go of her hand and replied resolutely, "I have to hold him off. That's the only way to buy you time to get away." She looked at him, filled with anxiety, but Li Jue just gave a small smile, his eyes sparkling. "Hide somewhere safe. I'll come find you soon." He chuckled to himself, his tone playful. "After all, you are my $1 million client." The system's cold voice suddenly rang out. Dark Knowledge Library. New information recorded. The Beast Lair. Common list for the Beastkin world has been updated. Includes D-rank Bullman and C-rank Lava Bullman. The flaming bull-headed monster gnashed its teeth, its crazed eyes searching frantically, but there was no sign of its enemy anywhere. He threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. "Damn it, where did you run off to?" Li Jiat, perched on the high wall, smirked and replied with a mocking tone, "Looking for someone, are we?" Hearing the sound behind it, the monster immediately spun around, raised its giant flaming axe high, and roared wildly, "Where is Tantuam?" It brought the axe crashing down with terrifying force. The rocky ledge shattered into 100 pieces in an instant. Li Jiat calmly drew his sword, assumed a fighting stance, and uttered a taunt. "Why don't you guess?" Taking advantage of the opening before his opponent could recover his form, Li Jiat lunged forward. The blade glided swiftly across the creature's steel-hard body, creating a blinding streak of light from the friction. However, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by utter astonishment. That full-powered strike just now hadn't left so much as a scratch on the monster's rocky hide. Don't tell me I can't even break through this defense? The creature turned its head back, a savage grin spreading across its face. It looked at him as if he were an ant. "Are you an idiot? Trying to chop stone with a knife?" As a show of force, it swung its arm and smashed the surrounding lava rocks, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Li Jiat quickly fell back to maintain his distance. His mind raced, calculating a strategy. The lava field is too large, dealing with this is definitely a bit tricky, but he decided he had to lure it to a more open area to have room to maneuver. No sooner said than done. Li Jiat immediately accelerated and dashed forward. The bull-headed creature dragged its massive body in hot pursuit. It roared endless curses. "Like a cornered rat!" Reaching a clearing, Li Jiat suddenly spun around and took his stance. In just an instant, the monster had caught up. Panting heavily, it yelled, "Besides running, what else can you do?" Li Jiat frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the enemy. The system immediately displayed a notification, initializing. His eyes blazed with the purple light of his shadow pupil, radiating intense determination. No matter how hard that shell is, Li Jiat told himself, there has to be a weak point. Before him, the bull-headed monster, seething with killing intent, charged with a savage flame as if to claim his life. After I kill you, I'll go find that little girl. It charged forward thunderously, its giant rock body enveloped in scorching flames, making it even more imposing. Die for me! Suddenly, a purple sphere of spirit energy fell from above. It slammed into the creature, cracking its rocky armor and revealing the lava within. The creature roared in pain. Son of a bitch! Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Jiat cheered in his mind. Found it! He quickly raised his sword to counterattack, but his opponent's next move made him freeze in surprise. The bull-headed creature snapped its head around. Its eyes glared as if it had seen through his entire plan. It gritted its teeth, its tone filled with fury. You think I don't know what you're planning? The flames on its body erupted more fiercely than ever. Gripping the handle of its axe, it gathered momentum for a thunderous strike, arrogantly declaring, faced with absolute power. All your little tricks are useless! A terrifying force slammed into Li Jiat, throwing him against a boulder behind him. Covered in scrapes, he gasped for breath in pain. He inwardly marveled at its incredible strength. Is this thing really just a C rank? The monster wasn't done yet. It continued its relentless advance, its gleaming axe ready to strike again. Let's see where you run this time. Li Jiat tightened his grip on his spirit-infused dagger. Determined to find an opening to counterattack, he unleashed 10 consecutive stabs, hoping to push the enemy back. But the creature just sneered, its eyes filled with mockery. Not running anymore? And you're trying to cut me with a dagger? With a casual swing of its sharp arm, it shattered the nearby boulder into rubble. It laughed, showing contempt for its prey's futile efforts. Useless. Your piece of scrap metal only tickles me. Ignoring the taunts, Li Jiat waited patiently, his eyes locked onto his opponent's movements. The moment the bull-headed creature revealed an opening in its next attack, he immediately lunged forward. Now's my chance. However, the lava on the creature's body suddenly started to billow with thick smoke. Li Jiat, mid-lunge, recoiled at the bizarre sight. What is this? The lava pit on its body began to boil furiously. The heat radiating from it was so intense that the air itself seemed to distort. Li Jiat was forced back by the wave of heat. So hot. Even my shadow energy can't completely block this high temperature. Surprised by this new trick, he couldn't help but offer a compliment. You're smarter than I thought. He inwardly reevaluated his enemy. This guy actually knows how to use high temperatures to protect his weak spot. The lava bullhead laughed smugly. Although I'm not sure how you found out. You did indeed discover my weak point. Even though its secret was out, it maintained a superior attitude and began to coax him. But knowing is useless. The temperature there is over 2,000 degrees. Tell me where Tantu Am is, and I might spare your life. Li Jiat glanced at it with contempt and immediately retorted, You treacherous bastard, I don't trust you. The remark hit a nerve, sending the monster into a furious rage. The lava on its body blazed intensely as it let out a roar that shook the entire cave. You're asking for death! Along with the ferocious roar, it swung its heavy axe straight down at Li Jiat's head. Eat my axe! He deftly dodged the fatal blow. The creature roared in frustration. Don't dodge if you've got any guts! Taking advantage of the momentum, Li Jiat launched a sharp burst of shadow energy straight at his opponent. The darkness condensed into the shape of a scythe. Though large, it was surprisingly agile. The bull-headed creature slid to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, and muttered, as if you aren't dodging yourself. But the shadow tendrils shooting out from the projectile began to bend and change unpredictably. Seizing this chance, Li Jiat activated his skill. Shadow manifestation, ropes. Jet black cords shot out like arrows, piercing straight toward the monster's weak point. A heavy thud echoed out as the two forces collided, but strangely, the moment Li Jiat's shadow tendrils touched the protective layer of lava, they sizzled and melted away. The bull-headed creature roared with laughter, gloating, Useless! Li Jiat was starting to lose his patience, gritting his teeth in anger. This is so troublesome. Not giving him a moment to breathe, the creature swung its axe down again. He rolled out of the way as the boulder behind him was split in two. Give up the struggle. Li Jiat pushed himself up from the ground, his eyes locked on the enemy. His mind raced, calculating. The dark energy drain is too great. Continuing like this will be very dangerous. Is asking Kinteen for help my only option? No! He decisively leapt high into the air. No, he had to cast that thought aside. He charged recklessly, straight into the lava flames burning on the creature. Even if it means risking my life, I will never hand control of my body over to Kinteen. Again, without a moment's hesitation, Lee Jot summoned his dark blade and leaped behind the bull-headed monster. I have to take down this C rank. I'll get a huge amount of experience from this. I can't let that go to waste. Aiming precisely for a vital weak point, he lunged forward and plunged his blade down. Like a furious whirlwind, Lee Jot recklessly charged into the sea of fire. I refuse to believe I can't break through this. The blade sank deep into the creature's back, but the intense heat from its lava body began to transfer back into him. Huh? Lee Jot screamed in agony, but still used all his strength to press down. Break! The monster let out a ferocious roar of pain. The system window flashed with a bright red notification. Life force critical. Berserker's rage activated. Attack increased by 200%. Critical hit rate increased by 200%. Speed increased by 200%. The lava flames suddenly erupted violently, throwing Lee Jot far away. Get off me! He tumbled to the ground, his head spinning. Why did this thing suddenly go crazy? His back slammed into the cliff wall. He struggled to lift his head and look up. The creature's furious flames grew even more terrifying. A pathetic little miner dares to push me this far? Lee Jot struggled to his feet, feeling the searing heat on his skin. It's so hot. Its attacks have a burn effect on me. The bull-headed monster spoke in a low voice, a contemptuous smirk on its face. Is that all you've got? But just then, Lee Jot's eyes shot open in astonishment. A strange, dark shadow energy spread out, enveloping his entire body. Why do I feel... This dark energy is several times stronger than before. Surging from my own body? The ancient supreme appeared and calmly explained, This energy has always existed within your body, it's just that before... Your body had never been tempered by extreme heat, so you were unable to draw it out. He continued, his tone carrying a hint of approval. I didn't expect you to accidentally unlock a new form of dark energy. Lee Jot looked down at his wounds. The wounds on his body were closing at a dizzying speed. This dark energy, it's healing me. Awakened. Elementary dark enhancement. The ancient supreme added, it's not just simple healing. Witnessing this, the bull-headed monster couldn't hide its horror. How is it possible? How are that kid's wounds recovering so quickly? Moreover, the aura radiating from his body is even more sinister than before. Not letting the threat grow, the creature swung its axe down, rushing to finish off its opponent. I absolutely cannot give him any more time to recover. Lee Jot lightly leaped away, dodging the blow by a hair's breadth. The creature was stunned. How can this kid keep up with my speed now that it's been tripled? The monster ground its teeth in frustration. So strange. Is this kid really just an E rank? Losing patience, it charged furiously toward Lee Jot, summoning pillars of fire to erupt from the ground. I'll engulf this entire area. Let's see where you can run then. The raging sea of fire surged forward, threatening to devour its prey. The creature roared triumphantly, Let the lava burn you to ashes! But then the smile froze on its face. The moment the surging lava touched Lee Jot's feet, it was extinguished, as if doused by cold water. He looked at the creature and gave an arrogant smile. So this is dark enhancement. It's this powerful at just the elementary level. I wonder what it will be like when it reaches its highest level. Lee Jot's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes full of provocation as he stared at the stunned monster. This furnace of yours, the temperature is a little low. The creature staggered back a few steps, completely stunned. How is this possible? It can't be! Lee Jot continued, his voice as cold as ice. You seemed to be enjoying yourself quite a bit just now, didn't you? The dark blade in his hand glinted with a deadly light as he pointed it straight at his foe. Now it's my turn. With no hesitation, the two charged at each other like comets. Lee Jot's eyes were as sharp as a blade, locked onto his target. The power of darkness surged through his veins. With a single simple slash, he sliced off his opponent's axe-wielding arm. Dark enhancement. Defense, strength, and speed increased by 200%. The creature's eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at its severed limb. My arm! It roared in pain and swung its remaining arm in a wide arc. You little brat! Lee Jot stood as still as a statue, not even attempting to dodge. He calmly raised his blade, then swung, shattering the monster's other arm. In this enhanced state, a focused attack can even inflict damage from a distance. With both arms gone, the bull-headed monster clicked its tongue, then suddenly threw its head back and let out a wild laugh. As long as there is lava, I can regenerate infinitely. Your attacks are useless. Li Jiat's expression darkened, his gaze as cold as a frozen cellar. Infinite regeneration? He scanned his surroundings, his voice filled with killing intent. I'm not so sure about that. Your energy fluctuations, they seem to be getting weaker. His words were like adding fuel to the fire, sending the creature into a frenzy. It charged forward, attacking with its head. Then why don't you try me again? But Li Jiat was like a cat toying with a mouse, effortlessly dodging each attack. Come on! Again! 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 The more it attacked, the more ferocious it became. But then it suddenly froze, staring in horror as its own hand began to shrink. Not again. How did it come to this? Li Jiat smirked victoriously. Your energy has reached its limit. Just give up quietly. Knowing there was no way out, the man fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Wait! There's no grudge between us. We don't have to fight to the death. Li Jiat replied coldly, That's true, we don't. But Tantu Am paid me 1 million to ensure her safety. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the man stammered, trying to negotiate. Money isn't an issue. Hand Tantu Am over to me. Once I'm back in Yongcheng, forget 1 million yuan. I can give you 5 million. Li Jiat's lips curled into a mocking sneer. He exposed the man's dark intentions. And once we're back in Yongcheng, I suppose you won't just turn on me? You'd probably bring your cronies to get revenge. I might even end up dead. The man frantically waved his hands, denying it profusely. No, no! How could I be that kind of treacherous, backstabbing villain? But as if waiting for that exact cue, Li Jiat nodded. You know, you just reminded me of something. His smile turned colder than ever. Handing a treacherous backstabber like you over to Tan Tu Am's father, Tan Thiu Tuong, I bet he'd be very interested. In the man who hurt his daughter. Rescuing his daughter and catching an insider. That would make the head of the Three Gullies Dragon Gate owe me a big favor. That's worth way more than 5 million. The brute's face went pale as he weighed his options. If I fall into Tan Thiu Tuong's hands, I'll wish I were dead, and the organization, they won't spare my family. Cornered, the man pulled out a brilliantly glowing shard. Since you've forced my hand, don't blame me for this. Seeing the object, the ancient supreme exclaimed, How does he have a shard of the Nether Gate? He quickly explained, If that shard is destroyed, the only link between this beast's abyss and the outside world will be severed. The portal will vanish and everyone will be trapped here forever. Li Jiat was stunned. What? The monster laughed manically, his face contorted with despair. You're the one who forced me to do this? But in a flash, Li Jiat's shadow lunged forward, snatching the shard from his hand. The brute stared, stunned, at his now empty palm. Before he had a chance to react, Li Jiat appeared behind him, striking a fatal blow. Die! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the space as several shadow blades pierced the brute's body, ending the monster's life. Li Jiat turned and walked away without a second glance. The brute's energy core flew out. He was utterly defeated. A massive surge of his energy flowed into Li Jiat's body. Li Jiat thought, no wonder those other brutes didn't have energy cores. It was all concentrated in this one. 4 skills leveled up. Shadow Clone has evolved into Supreme Shadow Clone. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Rocks started crumbling from the ceiling. The ancient Supreme scanned the area and spoke. The beast's abyss has lost the energy source that was sustaining it. This whole place is starting to collapse. Li Jiat's group of 5 rushed towards the exit. Chu Din clutched his chest, gasping for air. Man, that scared the life out of me. His teammate chimed in. You said it. I can't believe there was an earthquake in there, too, the shield-bearer exclaimed. We're lucky we made it out with our lives. Tantu Am looked at Li Jiat with deep admiration and made an offer. I had no idea you were this strong. You're far beyond E rank. Are you interested in joining the Three Gullies Dragon Gate? My father would definitely treat an expert like you very well. Li Jiat refused outright. I'm not considering joining any factions at the moment. Also, I'd appreciate it if you could keep my abilities a secret. She nodded in understanding and immediately transferred his payment. That's fine. Just think about my offer. Here's the 1 million renminbi you earned. Generous of you, thanks. Li Jiat took the money, then pulled out the shadow-imbued sword. Oh, right, this thing. Does the Three Gullies Dragon Gate buy things like this? Tantu Am took the sword, inspecting it for a moment before saying hesitantly, This blade doesn't have any energy fluctuations, but the material is extraordinary. I'll take it back to be appraised. Whatever it's worth, I guarantee you'll get your full share. Not wanting to linger, Li Jiat waved goodbye. All right, I'll be waiting to hear from you. On his way back, he thought to himself, Tantu Am seems to know a lot about weapons. If she recognizes its value, I'll have a reliable buyer for all my gear. And if she's just like Chu Din and the others, or Boss Wang, well, that's fine too. Either way, walking away with 1 million RMB is hardly a loss. Back in his room, lying on his bed, he held the shard he'd taken from the brute up to the light and turned to ask the Ancient Supreme. This shard of the Nethergate, what exactly is it? And how important is it? He answered immediately. If you gather enough shards, I can help you reach S-rank power, perhaps even higher. Li Jiat stared intently at the strange object in his hand. S-rank, he muttered. Meanwhile, the Ancient Supreme was lost in thought. The shards have reappeared. Does this mean they're still active? I have to help this kid get his power back, and fast. That's the key. He could vaguely sense a looming threat from entities beyond human comprehension. Should I tell this foolish kid about it right now? No, it's too soon. It would only frighten him unnecessarily. I'll just let him get stronger first. A system panel appeared. Li Jiat D rank. Abilities, Knowledge Treasury, Shadow Manifestation, Supreme Shadow Clone, Elementary Shadow Enhancement. Li Jiat arrived at a mysterious E-rank location, supposedly the site of his parents' graves, now sealed off by the NG Corporation. He carefully observed the guards' formation, frowning as he made his assessment. 1 B rank and 3 C ranks. They've mobilized this many high-level masters just to guard the place. He turned to the Ancient Supreme. It seems that with my current strength, I'm still not strong enough to find out the truth. The Supreme wondered, it's just an E-rank gate. What could possibly be so important about it? Li Jiat's eyes darkened as he answered coldly, my parents are in there, and the truth about their deaths. Painful memories from that year came flooding back. Li Jiat stood frozen, staring at the stack of cash thrown on the ground in front of him. Here's 200,000. Consider it compensation from the NG Corporation. Take the money and sign this death certificate. Seeing him silent, the man grew annoyed. What, you think it's not enough? Li Jiat lowered his head, but his eyes burned with resentment. I need the truth. The man furiously slammed his head onto the table. Didn't I already tell you? There was an accident. Your parents and the other miners are all dead. Li Jiat mumbled, No. Then he suddenly sprang up, violently slapping the man's hand away and screaming in despair. Impossible! My parents are both C-rank awakeners. How could they have been in an accident? They must still be alive. Let me go in and find them. A huge guard rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. Kid, anything can happen in a mysterious location. Even C-rank awakeners are no exception. He struggled violently. But this is just an E-rank otherworld. The highest level demons in there are only E-rank. The guard tightened his grip, gritting his teeth. You'd better behave, Li Jiat persisted. Even if they were attacked by mutants, they could have escaped safely, right? Losing patience, the guard raised his fist. This little punk is just looking for more money, isn't he? He roared, I think you've got a death wish. Stop! A powerful voice cut through the scuffle. It was Nin Dong Hao, chairman of the NG Corporation and an A-rank awakener. The employee from before hurriedly bowed, sweating profusely. Nin Dong Hao's face darkened as he reprimanded his subordinate. I told you to properly console the victims' families. Is this how you do it? The man bowed his head, stammering, not daring to utter a peep. Nin Dong Hao picked up the stack of money and kindly offered it to Li Jiat. Young man, take this for now. 200,000 may not be a lot, but it's enough to help you through your current hardship. Li Jiat pushed it away, his gaze firm. I don't need money. I just need the truth. The man gently placed a hand on his shoulder, promising, All right, we will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. Sure. And give you an answer. Back then, he had naively believed the promise of someone as powerful as Nin Dong Hao, trusting that the truth about his parents' deaths would be revealed. But I never expected what I'd get in return. Was them framing my parents for theft and handing me a bill for millions in compensation. Snapping back to reality, the ancient sovereign appeared in the form of a miniature titan. Energy-saving mode, he lectured. It doesn't matter what race you are. If you don't have power, you'll just be pushed around. He turned away. But his words seemed to ignite a fire of determination in Li Jiat's heart. So, instead of just standing here gawking, why don't you think of a way to get more fragments of the Otherworld Gate? Once you have absolute power, won't this so-called truth be something you can resolve with a single word? Li Jiat's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. You think I need you to tell me that? If my dark energy wasn't undetectable, and if I wasn't classified as an E-rank miner, do you really think I'd still be without a party invitation by now? A stream of thoughts ran through his mind. This guy. 1 minute he wants to take over my body. The next he's helping me level up, so is he good or bad? Was he good? Also, why has he become so small? Does that mean his powers have gotten weaker? If he's really a lunatic, then was everything he said about helping me reach S rank just a bunch of nonsense? The ancient sovereign, overhearing his thoughts, flared up. That's enough, you little brat. If I didn't see a sliver of talent in you, I wouldn't have even bothered. Li Jiat looked baffled, feigning innocence. I didn't say anything. Why'd you suddenly get so angry? He innocently continued his negative train of thought. Look at that. He's going crazy again. I wonder if there's any cure for his insanity. Suddenly, his phone pinged. A mission alert. Li Jiat hurried to the Demon Goat chemical plant. The caller grumbled. What took you so long? Li Jiat smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I was coming from a bit far away. He thought to himself, well, I did just have to rush all the way from an E-rank zone. Just then, Uncle Hack squinted, vaguely recognizing someone, then hurried over to greet him politely. Uncle Hack, long time no see. Are you here to join the mission too? The man couldn't hide his emotion, gripping Li Jiat's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Look how much you've grown. It's been 5 years, not since what happened to your parents. Just then, Gu Di, a C-rank awakener and mercenary, frowned in annoyance, his voice dripping with scorn. And here I thought we were waiting for someone important. Turns out it's just some damn miner. Standing beside him were Guer and Gusan, both C-rank awakeners, who chimed in with the same superior attitude. The person in charge noticed the tense atmosphere. He forced a friendly smile to win them over and tried to explain, So sorry. Since this mission is about mining, we didn't dare trouble you evolved. Before he could finish, Guda angrily cut him off, pointing straight at his face. Stop wasting our time and explain the damn mission already. The terrified man in charge took a few steps back and stammered, This time, it's a D-rank Devil's Ground. Our mission is to find 60 kilograms of mystic ice-ore samples. Li Jue glanced over at the group of mercenaries. He assessed them silently, thinking, 4 evolved for a D-rank Devil's Ground? That seems like overkill. After a careful observation, he came to a conclusion. Judging by the auras coming from these 4, they're definitely not good people. His gaze stopped on Hazy, a C-rank evolved mercenary standing with his arms crossed in a shadowy corner. His intuition told him something was wrong. On top of that, he could faintly sense that there's another C-rank person in this Devil's Ground. From afar, Shui Bao was monitoring their every move through his phone screen. He smirked. All of my toys have gathered. With a twisted, excited smile, the vice leader of the Black Leopard gang declared, Let the hunt begin. A notification sound pinged in Li Jue's mind. The Darkness database has just registered new information. Otherworld Gate Fragment. The key to opening and closing the Otherworld Gate, Energy Crystal, has a certain probability and of helping an evolved level up their abilities, commonly known as an XP pack. The group began to venture deeper into the dense forest. Uncle He walked beside Li Jue, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and curiosity. Li Jue, don't you need to wear any protective gear? He turned and answered calmly, I don't need it. I'm an evolved now, I can handle it. Gusan, who was walking nearby, heard this and sneered. An evolved? Who's a miner? That's a rare breed, all right. Guda joined in, laughing mockingly. Third brother, watch your mouth. After all, the guy is the king of the junkyard. Uncle He worriedly whispered to Li Jue, Don't start a fight with them. He gently patted the older man's hand to reassure him. Don't worry, Uncle He. I'm not the type to act rashly. Li Jue pondered thoughtfully, noticing something unusual. The vegetation here seems to have been deliberately altered to make it easier to hide. As he moved, he stayed vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Besides, I keep getting the feeling there's a murderous aura nearby. Suddenly, a burst of energy tore through the air towards him. He was slightly surprised, thinking, So they couldn't hold back anymore, huh? Li Ju glanced at the mysterious black-cloaked figure behind him, deducing, Looks like that guy has noticed it too. Is he planning to hide in the shadows and scout things out? Or does he have another plan? Seeing him stop abruptly, Gusan barked in frustration, Hey, you useless piece of trash, hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Uncle He quickly gave him a light push. We're going! We'll speed up right away! Li Jue's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He schemed, This is perfect. I can use this terrain to shake them off and observe from the shadows to see what's really going on. Without hesitation, he grabbed Uncle He's hand and suddenly accelerated. Caught off guard, the older man was pulled along, only managing to let out a cry of surprise. Gusan's eyes widened as he watched the two figures shoot off like arrows, yelling after them. Holy crap, is that the speed of a miner? He roared an order. Stop right there! Guda gritted his teeth in anger and waved his hand dismissively. Forget them. Let them go. Those two pieces of trash. Leaving us is no different from a death wish. High up in a tree, Shui Bao took in the entire conversation. He thought to himself, You three, hide now. You've sensed the danger, have you? He licked his lips excitedly, thinking, this is good too. If everyone was as stupid as these three morons, this game would be far too boring. Just then, Gu-Er looked around warily. Big brother, I have a bad feeling about this mission. He shivered. The moment we stepped in here, I felt like someone was watching us. Hearing this, Gu-Da looked scornful. Stop being so paranoid. It's just a D-rank mission. You think the three of us, all C ranks, can't handle it? At that exact moment, a leaf falling to the ground was suddenly sliced cleanly in two. Gu-san began to tremble. No, big brother, I feel it too. Something's not right. I've got this cold, creepy feeling. He held out a hand, suggesting a retreat. Hey, maybe we should head back. Gu-Da snapped irritably. Third brother, what the hell are you stirring up trouble for now? As soon as he finished speaking, both Gu-Da and Gu-Er stared in horror at the scene before them. Gu-san was tightly bound by red threads, suspended in the air. Shui Bao appeared, a sinister grin on his face. The game has only just begun and you already want to quit? Gu-san struggled to turn his head, stammering in terror. Shui Bao! Gu-Da tried to remain calm and made an offer. Shui Bao, let my third brother go. Whatever you want, we can talk about it. Gu-san's weak voice cried out. Bro, save me! Shui Bao replied mockingly. Talk? You three brothers have messed with our black leopard. Gang time and time again. He clenched his fist, and Gu-san was instantly torn into pieces. Shui Bao sneered coldly. Is there anything left to talk about? Gu-Da and Gu-Er watched the bloody scene, utterly horrified. Gu-Er roared and charged madly at Shui Bao. Shui Bao, I'll kill you! Gu-Da quickly reached out to stop him. Third brother, don't go! But just as he was about to reach Shui Bao, countless red threads appeared from thin air, wrapping tightly around his arms and legs. Gu-Er's entire body was bound, unable to move. Shui Bao curled his lip in contempt. You? You think you're worthy? Model. The moment the words left his mouth, a web of cuts appeared on Gu-Er's face, fresh blood spraying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was torn to shreds. Gu-Da screamed in despair. Monster! Losing all courage, Gu-Da turned and fled for his life, screaming, Help me! Seeing his prey run, the blood leopard let out a gleeful, booming laugh. Run! Run faster! Frightened prey is the most delicious! In a safe, hidden corner, Li Jai and Uncle Hack were starting a fire to rest. He spoke up, suggesting, Uncle Hack, let's rest for a bit. Uncle Hack, hands on his knees and panting, asked, Li Jai, why did you abandon those guys back there? Instead of answering directly, Li Jai asked probingly, Uncle Hack, have you offended anyone or any powerful group recently? The old man looked bewildered, replying, I'm just a simple miner. Who could I possibly offend? Why do you ask? His face darkened as he explained in a grim tone, because this mission was a death trap from the start. Someone wants to bury us all alive in this godforsaken land. Just then, Gu-Da staggered over, having heard the entire conversation. Uncle Hack trembled with fear. Don't scare an old man like that, kid. Li Jie looked him straight in the eye, his expression dead serious. Uncle Hack, please, just tell me what you know. Gu-Da pointed a finger in his face and roared with fury. You bastard! So you knew something was wrong all along and didn't say a word. My brothers are dead because of you. Li Jie calmly stood up, slipping his hands into his pockets. He replied coldly, Looks like you're not completely useless after all. At least before you die, you helped me draw out the mastermind. Gu-Da gritted his teeth. Son of a bitch, what did you just say? He raised a hand to his neck, making a slitting motion, his gaze ice cold. I said, you're about to die. Suddenly, red threads like venomous snakes appeared and coiled around Gu-Da's body. His eyes widened in shock. When did these... The blood leopard stepped out, licking a drop of blood from a red thread. His excited voice rang out, Well, I didn't expect a miner like you to be so interesting. Li Jai's eyes filled with killing intent. A system notification chimed. Advanced shadow pupils activated. Uncle Hack stammered in fear, begging, No, blood leopard! I'm begging you, spare us! We're just miners! We have no grudge against you! The man leisurely put his hands in his pockets and stepped towards the two of them. His eyes were blood red, the corners of his mouth turned up in a cruel smile. You and I have no grudge whatsoever. The system panel immediately displayed the enemy's information. Race human, weaknesses marked. Strength, C-class. Skill, blood spider silk, uses high-frequency vibrations to achieve a cutting effect. Effective attack range 10 meters. He turned to the old man. If you hadn't gotten drunk and let it slip a few days ago, we never would have known you were the one that got away. Uncle Hack hurriedly promised, I'll take it to my grave. I won't tell a single soul. but the blood leopard had no intention of letting him go and had already activated his skill in secret. He uttered his verdict. "I've always believed in one truth." Uncle Hack sensed the danger. Li Jie screamed, "Uncle, look out!" But it was too late. He had already shot a blood silk thread, piercing the uncle's right shoulder. As he finished his sentence, and that is, only the dead can keep secrets. Seeing his uncle injured, Li Jie roared, "Bastard!" and immediately drew 2 daggers from the shadow phantom. He charged straight at him. The blood leopard calmly unleashed a dozen blood spider threads to block him. Li Jie swung his daggers, slicing through every thread in his path. The blood leopard maintained his mocking smile. "I'm surprised. For a miner, you've got some skills. No wonder you were able to handle that Chu Ting guy." He looked at him with disdain. "But that's all you're good for, dealing with the likes of Chu Ting." With that, the blood leopard used his threads to fling the dirt and rocks at Li Jie's feet into the air. He quickly leaped aside to dodge. This time, the blood leopard took the initiative and charged forward to attack. "If you want to die first, I'll be happy to oblige." Li Jie immediately activated another skill, Shadow Enhancement, but it seemed in this fight, the blood leopard still had the upper hand. He struggled to parry the blows with his dual daggers, thinking in shock, "Even with Shadow Enhancement, I can't block his attacks?" He saw Li Jie's brief lapse in concentration. He knocked him aside with a smirk. Losing focus already? The powerful blow sent Li Jie flying into a tree. Worried, Uncle Hack started to run towards him, calling out, "Li Jie!" He quickly stopped him, not wanting the old man to get hurt. "Uncle, stay back!" Li Jie's mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Fighting him head-on was too disadvantageous. He had to change tactics. Across from him, the blood leopard smugly licked the blood from his hand. "Don't be in such a hurry. Both of you are dying today." Li Jie was now completely serious, his gaze resolute. "We'll see about that." He activated ultimate shadow pupils. He unleashed a rain of weapons from the shadows, daggers formed from darkness. However, his opponent's defense of blood spider silk was too strong. The daggers couldn't even sever a single thread. The blood leopard scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" Li Jie immediately leaped high into the air. "Of course not!" But his opponent remained supremely confident, taunting. "For a miner, you've got quite a few tricks. Too bad." He swung his arm and his threads easily sliced Li Jie's shadow blade to pieces. "You're just an E-class." Just then a mutant burst up from the ground, right beneath the blood leopard's feet, shouting, "Blood leopard, die!" It was a young man with the lower body of a snake, who immediately coiled tightly around the blood leopard. But he was unfazed, smiling calmly as he spoke. "I thought you were going to wait until the very end to make your move. Unfortunately for you, your skill is also your greatest weakness." The smile on the blood leopard's face grew more savage. "Close quarters combat is my specialty." Before the mutant could react, the blood silk threads had already bound him tightly. "What?" With a wave of his hand, a barrage of razor-sharp threads instantly shredded the man's body into 100 pieces. "Die." Witnessing the horrifying scene, Li Jie couldn't help but swallow hard. That C rank was taken down in an instant. Realizing he couldn't face him head-on, he immediately grabbed Uncle He's hand and fled. "The gap between his power and mine is too wide. Uncle He, we need to find a way to retreat first." Blood Leopard didn't pursue them right away, but simply stood there watching them with a menacing smirk. Running? How could you possibly escape? The crescent moon hanging in the night sky was gradually obscured by dark clouds. After bringing Uncle He to a safe place, out of the enemy's sight, Li Jue helped him lean against the base of a tree. "I'll treat your wounds first. When it gets dark, I'll find a chance to get you out of here." But the old man waved his hand, his voice weak. "Go on your own, kid. I'll only hold you back." Li Ju couldn't help but ask, "Uncle He, what did you do to Blood Leopard? Why is he so determined to kill you?" The old man hesitated for a long time before slowly answering, "Because it seems I know the truth about how your parents died." Hearing this, Li Jue froze, a heavy silence falling over him. "What did you say?" A fiery, sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "What?" Li Jue anxiously shook, he know. "Uncle He, what do you know? Tell me now." However, the old man didn't dare to look him in the eye. He lowered his head and confessed, "At first I wasn't sure. But now that the Blood Leopard Guild wants to kill me, it proves that there's something wrong with Kui Shi Hao. Back then, before the mining accident, your father told me he suspected Kui Shi Hao was conducting dangerous experiments in the mine. I never expected that just a few days later, the mine would collapse. And your parents were framed for stealing ore." Li Jue angrily grabbed the old man's collar, roaring, "Then why didn't you say anything back then?" At this, the old man's emotions broke. Tears of regret streamed down his cheeks. It was my fault. I wronged them. But I was just a minor. I couldn't lose my job. I still had a family to feed. Hearing this, Li Jue was stunned. He dazedly shoved Hino to the ground. So you just let my parents suffer that injustice? The old man offered no more excuses, painfully admitting his mistake. I felt so guilty. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have had those extra drinks. And carelessly complained to someone else, bringing this disaster upon myself. But before Li Jue could say another word, Blood Leopard had appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. He swung his hand, and his sharp blood silk ability sliced everything in two. Until his last moment, Hingo was still begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Li Jue. Don't hate me. Blood Leopard, having overheard the entire conversation, stepped out and sneered. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Turns out you're the son of those 2 C-rank nobodies. He lunged forward with a ferocious roar, declaring, In that case, let me send you to meet your parents. Li Jue, having lost all composure, charged forward like a madman to meet the attack. Don't you dare! The two clashed in a frenzied battle. The sound of weapons colliding rang out continuously. However, Li Jue was gradually being overpowered, struggling to block each of Blood Leopard's deadly attacks. Seeing his opponent's pathetic state, he grew even more arrogant. What's wrong? Seeing your own flesh and blood fly, isn't it exciting? Li Jue gritted his teeth and endured, but his eyes still burned with resilience. Your blood silk. It's not without its weaknesses. Quickly summoning a great sword of shadow, he calculated silently. The moment he attacks is when his defense is weakest! Li Jue roared, putting all his strength into a downward slash. Ah! For me! The greatsword severed Blood Leopard's silk threads, leaving him stunned. Before he could react... What? Sensing the tide turning, Blood Leopard immediately backed away to change his tactics. He thought to himself, going for mutual destruction, you've got guts, kid. Li Jue, now exhausted from blood loss, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, have I reached my limit? Seeing this, Blood Leopard became even more smug, laughing contemptuously. So it was just a bluff? You actually startled me. He continuously launched a rain of blood silk threads at Li Jue, his mouth never ceasing its taunts. If you weren't just an E-rank, I might have been in trouble. Come on, kill me. Watching Li Jue struggle to get up, he continued to provoke him. What, are you going to try and kill me with that glare? Every time I see an insect like you with that look of defiance, it just gets me so excited. He grinned cruelly. Let's make your defiance even stronger. I'll tell you a secret. He was half right. But your parents didn't die in the mining accident. They died by my hand. Hearing this, Li Jue's eyes shot wide open. Bloodshot veins streaked across them. That expression only brought Blood Leopard more pleasure. Yes, that's the look. When I killed your mother, your father looked at me with those same eyes. He watched me chop your mother into pieces with that same defiant glare. Li Jue didn't scream wildly. He just softly called out his enemy's name, his voice as cold as an echo from hell. Blood Leopard. Suddenly, his blood silk threads snapped on their own, leaving Blood Leopard utterly bewildered. Why did my threads burn away? Li Jue was now continuously releasing his dark power. It billowed around him as he gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. You, animal. Suppressing his physical pain, he took slow, deliberate steps toward his enemy, each one filled with killing intent. A bone-chilling aura emanated from Li Jue's entire body. He clenched his jaw, growling each word with determination. I will kill you. Seeing his opponent's hatred surge, Blood Leopard couldn't help but be on guard. He thought, just as I thought, this kid can use hatred to activate the dark energy within him. At that moment, a system panel flashed in Li Jue's mind. Energy detected. Sudden surge in dark energy in the body. Adjusting level. Level adjustment complete. Darkness enhancement upgraded from level 1 to level 2. New skill awakened, Shadow Step. The body can merge with shadows and emerge from any other shadow connected to it. Blood Leopard maintained a calm facade, but his heart was filled with doubt. How did such a serious wound heal completely? Does he have a healing skill too? That's right. He waved his hand, launching another barrage of blood silk threads at Li Jue, a cruel smile on his face. Prey is most interesting when it's writhing in its death throes. But this time, Li Jue was completely confident. Not a single worry left. Having just acquired a new skill, he immediately activated Shadow Step. In an instant, Li Jue appeared right behind Blood Leopard, his cold voice echoing from the darkness. You're the prey now! Startled, he turned around in a panic. How did this kid's power suddenly spike like this? However, Blood Leopard tried to put on a brave face. "Your speed is impressive, I'll give you that." As he spoke, he launched an attack, pushing Li Jue back with a smirk. "But too bad it's still not enough to kill me." Li Ju leaped high into the air, initiating his next wave of attacks. "Then how about I try this?" This time, he used the skill Darkness Manifestation, flying daggers. But Blood Leopard simply swatted them all away with a few easy swings of his hand. "That trick is useless against me," he gloated. But Li Jue wasn't fazed. He activated a combination move, Shadow Step, Flying Thunder God, using Shadow Step on his thrown weapon to instantly teleport. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of his enemy. "Is that so?" he said, swinging his sword decisively. "Then take this!" However, Li Jue's attack was stopped cold by Blood Leopard. He sneered, "Useless. Your little toys can't even scratch my defenses." But then Blood Leopard's smirk vanished, because Li Jue had vanished once again. He reappeared in a flash right above Blood Leopard's head and yelled, "Who said I was going to break your defense? You can't attack and defend at the same time. That's because the speed you control your blood threads can't keep up with your reaction time, and that is your weakness." In just a few short seconds, Li Jue landed a series of slashes on Blood Leopard. He collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible! How could I lose to a mere miner?" Then Li Jue stepped forward, pressed a blade to his throat, and asked coldly, "Talk. What really happened with the mining accident all those years ago?" Even on the brink of death, he remained stubborn and arrogant, cursing, "Screw you." Without hesitation, Li Jue swung his blade. Blood Leopard's arm was instantly severed from his body. "My arm!" After a moment, he snapped out of it and began groaning ceaselessly. Li Jue frowned, annoyed. "My patience is wearing thin." Although resentful, faced with certain death, Blood Leopard had no choice but to grit his teeth and confess. "Even if I tell you, what can you possibly do about it? It was all Thoi the How's fault. That year his experiments were discovered by your father. Fearing exposure, he ordered us to kill your parents and make it look like a mining accident." A fire of pure hatred ignited in Li Jue's eyes. "Thoi the How." Seeing this, Blood Leopard started laughing mockingly. "What's the matter? Scared now that you know he's from the NG group? Lost your nerve?" Before he could finish his sentence, a blade slit his throat. Li Jue coldly turned and walked away, leaving the lifeless corpse in the rain. "You helped kill my parents. I won't let a single one of you get away with it." The rain poured down. At the NG Group headquarters, Li Jue silently watched from afar, having identified his target, Thoi the How. The Supreme Ancient One appeared beside him, warning with concern. "Even though you're C rank now, I have to warn you not to get yourself killed. Surely you can sense the A rank awakened nearby." Li Ju watched the car as it pulled away and immediately gave chase. "I know. The founder of the NG Group, the A rank awakened, Nindong Hao, is in that car too. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything reckless against Thoi the How here," he thought to himself. "Besides, I can't completely trust Blood Leopard's words. I need to investigate my parents' deaths properly and see if Thoi the How was the only one who gave the order, or if the entire NG Group was involved." The car finally stopped at a desolate warehouse. Li Jue watched from above, his gaze sharp as ice. "Nindong Hao had better not be involved. Otherwise, I don't care if he's A rank. A blood debt must be paid in blood." His status screen appeared. Li Jue, rank C. Abilities, Dark Knowledge Archive, Darkness Manifestation, Supreme Shadow Sync. Darkness Enhancement, Stage 2, Shadow. Step, Stage 1. As he stealthily tracked his target, Li Jue wondered, "This is the Black Leopard Gang's warehouse. What is Thoi the How doing here in the middle of the night?" Inside the warehouse, Black Leopard was constantly reminding his subordinates, "Be careful, this is all experimental equipment." Thoi the How asked in a low voice, "That old miner, is he no dead?" Black Leopard quickly reported, "Blood Leopard is currently missing. Moreover, the Hellgate he used to sneak in has also vanished, so we can't confirm whether he no is alive or dead." This information left Thoi the How utterly bewildered. "What in the world is going on?" "Isn't Blood Leopard a C rank?" Black Leopard shook his head helplessly. "He must have underestimated his opponent. Among those killed, 4 of them were C rank awakened." Thoi the How didn't press the issue. He instructed in a stern voice, "Get this equipment moved inside as soon as possible. Don't leave it lying around and risk trouble. We're at a critical stage of the experiment. There can be absolutely no mistakes." Black Leopard gave a firm reply. "Don't worry." Overhearing the entire conversation, Li Jue's hatred boiled over. "Thoi the How, so it really was you?" Suddenly, Black Leopard sensed something was off. He unleashed his powers, attacking the wooden crate where Li Jue was hiding. "Who's there?" Thoi the How jumped. "What's wrong?" Black Leopard didn't reply, but his mind was filled with doubt. Was I imagining things? I could have sworn I felt a murderous aura just now. Li Jue had already moved swiftly to another corner. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. They almost found me. I guess being C-rank still isn't strong enough. The next morning, at the Qin Corporation, the Sanya headquarters of Dragon Gate, the Supreme Ancient One grumbled, "Hey, listen. It's first thing in the morning. Aren't you going to check for available missions?" "What are you doing running back here?" Li Jue walked in confidently. "I'm here to find the third fragment, of course. And while I'm here, I might as well see how much your weapon is worth." The receptionist greeted him enthusiastically. "Sir, how may I help you?" Li Jue said directly, "I'm looking for Tantu Am." The female employee asked politely, "Do you have a prior appointment?" "No, I don't." Just then, Tatin walked over from a distance, pointed a finger in his face, and shouted, "A dirt-poor miner like you dares to come here? And you even dare to say the young miss's full name?" Li Jue immediately recognized an old acquaintance, Tatin. She whined to the man beside her, "Young Master Tan, look, this kind of poor miner even makes the air stink." Young Master Tan, an arrogant playboy, immediately gave an order. "What are you all waiting for? Throw him out for me!" "Yes, sir." The bodyguards bowed in compliance. "Yes, young Master Tan." But Li Jue wasn't scared at all. He calmly asked back, "Is this how you people at Longmen Sunhai treat your guests?" Tatin pursed her lips in contempt. "Treat our guests? A poor miner like you can be called a guest?" Young Master Tan chimed in, "Just you? You're not even worthy of being a dog for my Tan family." Li Jue's expression darkened. "Are all members of the Tan family this arrogant? It seems there's no need to meet with Tantu Am anymore." He turned to leave. "If that's the case, I'll take my leave." But Tatin wouldn't let him go so easily. "Trying to leave? In your dreams?" Young Master Tan shouted, "Beat him up for me!" Li Jue just casually used his shadow shield to lift Young Master Tan into the air. Tatin panicked and screamed, "You! Let Young Master Tan go right now, or the Tan family won't let you off." He carelessly threw Young Master Tan towards her. Both of them tumbled to the ground, looking absolutely pathetic. Li Jue stated coldly, "Arrogant." But before leaving, he added another line. "Today, out of respect for Tantu Am, I'll spare you." Young Master Tan roared in anger. "Who the hell do you think you are?" The guy charged forward, determined to settle the score. "I'm going to kill you now." A murderous glint flashed in Li Jue's eyes as he prepared to teach him a lesson. However, just then, a voice rang out, stopping him. "Stop!" Tantu Am appeared, shouting loudly, "You have some nerve!" daring to cause trouble in the Tan Corporation. Seeing her arrive, young Master Tan grew even more arrogant. "You're dead for sure now." "You dare cause a scene at the Tan Corporation? My sister will definitely not let you off." She coldly ordered the bodyguards, "Throw him out for me." Young Master Tan gloated, "Sister, letting him off like that is too easy for him. You should have broken his arms and legs." But he never expected the bodyguard's hand to grab his own collar. Young Master Tan cried out in panic, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I'm your cousin." Tatin hurriedly defended him, "Young miss. It was this poor miner who called you by your full name directly. Young Master Tan was just standing up for you, which is why." Tuam glanced at her with contempt. "He's my friend. What's wrong with him calling me by my name?" She turned to the security guards and decisively ordered, "Get all these arrogant bodyguards and this junior employee out of here. Never hire them again." The two troublemakers were dragged away in humiliation. Tatin was still screaming, "Young Master Tan, I'm Young Master Tan's girlfriend. You have to show him some respect. Young Master Tan, say something for me. I've already given you my everything." Tuam sternly warned young Master Tan, "You should change your name to Tan Shu. If you dare to use the Tan family's name to cause trouble again, I absolutely will not forgive you." Young Master Tan hung his head low and mumbled, "Mm-hmm." After dealing with the trouble, Tuam turned back and smiled warmly at Li Jue. "I didn't expect you to come here. Quick, follow me inside and have a seat. I'm sorry. A relative from a side branch made me look like a fool in front of you." Li Ju waved his hand. "It's nothing. Every family has a few relatives like that." Just as they entered the reception room, her secretary ran up to report, "Miss, Chairman Tan wants you to go over." "For a trip," Tuam said apologetically. "Please sit for a moment. I'll be right back." Li Jue nodded. "It's fine. Go take care of your business." After she left, the room was suddenly sealed by an invisible barrier. A middle-aged man quietly stepped out. kiddo. A system immediately warned, Supreme Shadow in motion, inspecting A-rank human, skill, Eye of Intimidation, activates the opponent's inner fear and restricts their actions. Raging Fire. Thunder, rapidly increases lightning attribute and enhances other stats. The man asked in a deep voice, "Who are you, exactly?" Li Jue was on maximum alert, A-rank, and with dual skills. He tried to maintain a respectful attitude, Senior. Is there some misunderstanding? I'm just a minor. But he was worried internally. This kind of mental attack is really nasty. Darkness enhancement is completely nullified. The man looked at him with great interest. The Eye of Intimidation actually failed to activate the fear within him? He snorted coldly. A minor? I'm afraid it's not that simple. A terrifying surge of power shot straight towards Li Jue, creating a huge explosion. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Li Jue was still standing firm, completely unharmed. The man was astonished. You can withstand a single blow from me? You must have at least B-rank strength, and you still dare to say you're just a minor? Tell me, what is your purpose in faking your identity to get close to 2am? If you don't confess honestly, don't blame me for... Before he could finish his threat, 2am appeared from behind him. She pinched his ear hard. Tan Tiu Tuong, Dad, you deliberately lured me away just to question my friend, didn't you, Dad? Are you that bored you have nothing better to do? Qin Shaoshang was in agony, but he didn't dare to resist strongly, only weakly. Give your dad some face in front of outsiders, please. She was furious. You're an old man, Dad. Do you still need to worry about your reputation? Please get out. Stop bothering my friend. Li Jie froze at the sight of the father and daughter bickering. Is this really Qin Shaoshang, the head of the Dragon Gate's 3 alleys? Uh-huh. Xiyin turned back to apologize. I'm sorry. My dad's always like that. He always thinks that anyone who gets close to me has ulterior motives. He nodded. I can understand that. He's just worried you'll get tricked or taken advantage of by bad people, right? She was stunned. You seem to understand my dad really well. Li Jie scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Well, it's not like I have a choice. Outside, Qin Shaoshang was still muttering in frustration. That kid. Could he have his eyes on my daughter? My daughter is the joy of my old age. How could I just let someone snatch her away like that? He might not be a bad person now, but who knows if he'll turn into one later. My little princess, whom I've raised for 16 years, absolutely cannot be harmed in any way. If it really comes down to it, I'll just have to do this. And that. Li Jie heard all of his inner monologue and thought, he's literally saying everything on his mind out loud. Xiyin couldn't stand it anymore and had to yell, Qin Shaoshang, get away from me! Finally, things settled down so they could talk business. Xiyin handed him a card. There's 5 million RMB on this card. It's a deposit for that giant sword from before. The material is a bit unusual, so the client wants it appraised before giving a final price. Li Jie took it. That's not a problem, but this time I'm here for something else. He took out the mysterious fragment. Do you know where I can find more of this stuff? Xiyin took it to examine it. This kind of unnamed otherworldly fragment used to be quite common, but in recent years, it seems someone has been buying them up in huge quantities, so on the market. They're extremely rare now, but you could check out the auction at the Dragon Gate's 3 alleys. You might find some there. Li Jie was satisfied. Thanks. The ancient supreme being mused, someone is collecting these fragments. Could it be related to them? Meanwhile, his subordinate, Duan Ao, was reporting to Qin Shaoshang. Li Jie, 20 years old, has always been an ordinary person. A few days ago, he was confirmed as an E-rank evolver. But since no special energy was detected in his body, he's still just a minor. Qin Shaoshang looked at the report, skeptical. From E-rank to C-rank in just a few days? Or has that kid been hiding his true strength all this time? His phone rang. He picked it up. Old Huo, to what do I owe the pleasure? The voice on the other end was urgent. Old man, that giant sword your daughter sent over, do you have any more? Qin Shaoshang shot up. I wouldn't know. Why do you ask? You need to ask if there are any left. Now, we'll take every last one you can get. He smirked. You old fox. For you to be this interested. That sword must have some kind of special property, mustn't it? The other party refused to give details. I can't tell you too much. I can only say that the material the sword is made from could potentially enhance the overall combat strength of our military. Qin Shaoshang thought grimly. His strength and identity are a mystery, and even the weapons he casually produces are anything but ordinary. This Li Jie is truly impossible to read. Li Jie was walking around the auction area looking for the fragment. In another corner, Su Xing was clinging to young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou, I swear there's nothing between me and that brat Qin Dang. He was the one pestering me. I even quit my job with the Chin family just to get away from him. Young Master Joe puffed out his chest. Who cares if you quit? I'll take care of you from now on. Su Xing hugged him tightly, cooing, Young Master Joe, you're so good to me. Li Jie? Young Master Joe frowned. You mean that filthy miner? Don't tell me Lord Blood Leopard hasn't dealt with him yet. He swaggered over. Hey, I'm talking to you. How did a miner like you manage to sneak in here? Li Jie sneered. You really do have a bad memory. He released an oppressive aura. Have you already forgotten how it felt when I slapped you across the face the other day? Terrified, young Master Joe stumbled backward, bumping into a huge man behind him. Stay away from me! He turned around, bewildered. Black Leopard? Black Leopard clapped a hand on Li Jie's shoulder, his voice menacing. You hit my man, which is the same as slapping my Black Leopard gang in the face. He unleashed his power, forcing Li Jie down with enough pressure to crack the stone floor. Now get on your knees and apologize. Li Jie stood firm. Kneel? In your dreams. Black Leopard was surprised. Heh, you've got a strong spine, I'll give you that. You worthless miner! Young Master Joe fanned the flames. Don't you even know your own place? How dare you offend the Black Leopard gang? Just then, Qin Si Yin appeared to intervene. Black Leopard. This is the Dragon Gate's 3 alleys. If you're here to spend money, you're welcome. But if you're looking for a fight, we can accommodate that too. Black Leopard released his grip. Fine. For today, I'll show Miss Qin some respect. He turned to leave. Come on, let's go to the auction. Si Yin turned to Li Jie, worried. Are you all right? Li Jie shook his head. I'm fine. After walking for a bit, Black Leopard wondered what that kid's background was and why he had made an enemy out of him. Young Master Chu stated firmly that he was the one who had stolen from him before. He offered up the sacred sword and even threatened to destroy the Black Leopard gang. Black Leopard grabbed him by the collar. What? Are you sure? Absolutely. Su Xing, who was standing nearby, also confirmed it. It was him. I can vouch for it too. Just then, Kui Shihao approached. Black Leopard, what's wrong? Black Leopard whispered, that kid was one of the targets the Blood Leopards were hunting last time. How is he still alive? Kui Shihao became suspicious. Don't tell me he was killed by the Blood Leopards. Young Master Chu immediately retorted, Impossible! He's just an E-rank piece of trash. How could he possibly be a match for 2 of our leaders? Kui Shihao stared intently at Li Yi, thinking, so it's this kid, that cowardly piece of trash from back then. How did he get involved with Qin Xian? Meanwhile, Li Yi was wondering, why did you come back? Xian smiled. My father suddenly said he wants to meet you. He became wary. He doesn't want to try something with me again, does he? Xian reassured him, don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't dare. Suddenly, Kui Shihao appeared before them with a fake smile. I never expected to run into my dear nephew here. Li Yi paid him no mind, walking past them and saying coldly, I'm just a nobody who was forced down into the mines to pay off a debt. How would I dare associate with a high-ranking NG leader like you? But the man replied unhurriedly, his tone full of false righteousness. The matter concerning your parents was a decision made by the higher-ups. I wanted to help you, but with my low status, my words carry no weight. Li Yi had heard these words all too often and was a bit disdainful. Wiping your hands clean of all responsibility again, are we? What really happened back then? You know the answer to that in your own heart. But before leaving, he added one more cryptic sentence. Oh, right. Tell Black Leopard for me. Paper can't wrap fire. When you do wicked things, you'll eventually face retribution. Black Leopard couldn't control his anger and was about to charge forward. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. Shihao put out a hand to stop him. This is Qin Shaoshang's territory. We can't make a move here. A cunning glint suddenly appeared in his eyes as he gave the order. That brat knows something he shouldn't. Send someone to eliminate him. Black Leopard, standing beside him, quickly accepted the order. Understood. I'll arrange it at once. At that moment, Xian and Li Yi had arrived at Shaoshang's location. She introduced them. Father, I've invited Li Yi. An announcement echoed from the main hall. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's auction will now officially begin. She carefully instructed him. The auction has started. You go ahead and talk to my father first. When the item you need comes up, I'll let you know. Li Yi politely replied, Thank you. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. May I ask why Chairman Qin was looking for me? Hearing this, Shaoshang was very pleased. All right, I'll be direct. The weapon you entrusted Xian to sell last time, do you have any more? Hearing this, Li Yi grew a bit cautious, thinking to himself, Qin Shaoshang sought me out specifically. It seems he really wants to get his hands on the weapons of the Sky Whale clan, but I should still hold some back. Bringing out too many at once is not only unsafe, but it would also affect the price. After some thought, Li Yi finally said, I only came across this weapon by chance. Right now I have 2 more. Shaoshang immediately made an offer. How about this? Including the previous one, I'll pay you an additional 40 million for a total of 45 million. How does that sound? Li Yi's demeanor remained very calm. 15 million per weapon isn't a low price, that's true. But I'm sure Chairman Qin knows that for people like us, weapons are our lifelines, Shaoshang asked directly. So what are you proposing? He didn't hesitate to state his desired price. 25 million each. Shaoshang was stunned when he heard this. He slammed his hand on the table in anger. You little brat! You dare to price gouge me! At that moment, Xian walked over and announced, Li Yi, the item you want is up. Seeing her father's poor attitude, her face darkened, and she growled, Qin Shaoshang. Seeing this, he was instantly cowed, and his attitude became much more agreeable. Fine, I'll transfer the remaining 70 million to you right away. And just like that, Xian led Li Yi away. That must be the thing you need. Shaoshang could only watch them go with a dark expression, muttering, That little brat. Back in the auction hall, the bidding was getting intense. Number 14 bids 6.5 million. Number 17 bids 10 million. Number 6 bids 15 million. Li Yi just watched the situation unfold in silence. He thought to himself, so there really is a fragment here. I have over 70 million now. I should be able to get it. Right after, he raised his paddle. 30 million. But then, Li Yi started to regret it. Even though it was to intimidate the other buyers, 30 million really hurt his wallet. The auctioneer's voice rang out, Buyer number 9 bids 30 million. Is there any higher bid? At this point, Black Leopard, who was nearby, also noticed Li Yi. It's Li Yi. Why is that kid bidding on this item? But the auctioneer's voice continued, 30 million going once, 30 million going twice. At that moment, Shihao also raised his paddle. 50 million. I want to see just how much money you have to compete with me, brat. The auctioneer asked again. 50 million? Buyer number 2 bids 50 million. Without hesitation, Li Yi raised his paddle, slightly surprising Xian. 60 million. Shaoshang couldn't help but advise him. Kid, this item isn't worth that much money. I suggest you stop this frantic bidding. Don't let the money you just earned get spent so quickly. Xian also added, That's right. That guy is deliberately raising the price. Before this, 10 million was already an exorbitant price for this item, but Li Yi had already made up his mind. Kui Shihao, if you want it, then I'll definitely fight you for it. He turned back and asked Xian, I was wondering, how does the Qin Corporation compare to the NG Corporation? What's going to happen? Who has the stronger financial backing? Thieu Thuong, feeling he was being doubted, couldn't help but get angry. Obviously, it's the Qin Corporation. But why should I help you? Just then, the auctioneer's voice echoed from outside. 70 million. Bidder number 2 bid 70 million. Li Jiat neither quickly nor slowly took out 2 swords. Because I have these. Sir. Thieu Thuong still didn't understand. These 2 swords. I'll buy them at the previous price. But with the amount of money you have, it's not enough to compete with the others. Li Jiat immediately reassured him. Mr. Qin, you can rest assured. If I dare say it, then I can certainly provide the corresponding quantity. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this kid still has quite a few of these? Just then, the auctioneer's voice called out, 70 million going once! However, before he could finish his thought, Tuam came and pinched Thieu Thuong's ear. It's just this much money, and you're still dithering, Dad? If Li Jiat can't pay, I'll pay you, all right? He replied in terror, all right, all right! And just like that, as the auctioneer's voice called out from outside, she pulled Li Jiat away. 70 million going twice! Tuam kept rushing Li Jiat. Hurry up, or that scoundrel will snatch it! He could only follow in a daze. The world of the super rich. I really don't get it. Hundreds of millions is just a little money. Li Jiat confidently raised his paddle. 100 million! Very quickly, the auctioneer below got the signal. Bidder number 9 bids 100 million. However, Shihao had no intention of giving up. This item will be very useful for my corporation's secret affairs. I must have it. He once again raised his paddle. 200 million! And just like that, the number kept climbing, causing a stir in the crowd. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million. Are these 2 insane? Are they really fighting over just this fragment? Is this fragment really that valuable? Maybe these two tycoons are just having a showdown. It's got nothing to do with the fragment's value. At that moment, Haibao also realized. Boss Thoy, that kid is clearly going against us, Shihao asserted with conviction. He's not qualified yet. He raised his bid again. 1 billion. Everyone present was stunned when they heard it. 1 billion. Bidder number 2 bids 1 billion. Tuam also cried out in frustration. Li Jiat! That scoundrel is provoking us! Li Jiat felt it was strange. No, this isn't like Thoy Shihao's personality. He definitely wouldn't overpay this much just on an impulse. Unless... Thieu Thuong cleared his throat as a reminder. Kid, think carefully. It's already at 1 billion. Can you really produce that many weapons? But Tuam immediately defended Li Jiat. I already said that if he doesn't have enough, I'll pay. Dad, can you please not be such a buzzkill? Li Jiat yelled, Hurry up! Don't let that scoundrel get it! Li Jiat decisively raised his paddle. 2 billion! Below, the signal was quickly received. 2 billion! Bidder number 9 bids 2 billion. Is there any higher bid? Shihao was stunned. Seeing this result, Li Jiat was even more satisfied. 2 billion going once, 2 billion going twice. Haibao was now so angry he was gritting his teeth. Damn it! Where did this kid get so much money? It wasn't hard for Shihao to guess. It must be Qin Thieu Thuong. Otherwise, where would this kid get 2 billion? Finally, the call ended. 2 billion going 3 times! Congratulations to bidder number 9 on their successful purchase of the unnamed fragment. Tuam ran happily to Li Jiat. That was great! Li Jiat smiled. Was it necessary to get so excited? I just love seeing bad guys get put in their place. A grim-faced Thieu Thuong walked over. You had your fun shouting 2 billion. Even after subtracting the previous amount, you still have to produce over 70 swords. Can you really take out a corresponding number of weapons? Li Jiat remained very calm. Things are valuable because they're rare. When there are a lot of them, of course, the price can't be calculated the same way. He snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, countless swords appeared. There are over 100 swords here. That should be enough to cover the roughly 2 billion. Thieu Thuong couldn't help but exclaim, You really are straightforward. In his heart, he began to calculate. This kid has a good temperament and strength. If I could make use of him for myself. Tuam then came over to Li Jiat. Next time something fun like this happens, remember to call me, okay? At this moment, only Thieu Thuong was annoyed. Whatever. I can't let this untamed kid snatch away my precious daughter. Li Jiat, Tuam, come home with Dad. Before leaving, Thieu Thuong added, As for the items you won, you can go collect them directly. Li Jiat also replied politely, In that case, thank you, CEO Qin. Suddenly, the man turned back to advise him, Oh, right, before I go, let me give you a piece of advice. You have some methods that I'm not familiar with. But the NG Corporation is no simple matter. It's not something you can shake on your own. Sometimes it's necessary to cooperate with allies who share the same goal. If you're interested, you can contact me. On Shihao's side, Haibao had just made a phone call. All right, I understand. He quickly reported back. The Qin Thieu Thuong father and daughter have left. The one going to collect the fragment is that kid, Li Jiat. Shihao frowned and ordered, Wait until he leaves the sphere of influence of Dragon Gate 3 alleys before you make a move. Don't let anything else go wrong. Haibao gave a sinister smile. Don't worry. This time, I'm having Chu Din lead 3 C-rank masters. It's completely foolproof. After settling everything, Li Jiat left alone, walking down a deserted road. It seems Tan Thieu Thuong has dug up quite a bit of information about me. That last sentence was clearly an attempt to pull me in. After thinking it over, I've made my decision. If I don't want to be tied down by him, I'll form an alliance. Having some extra help wouldn't be bad. But the ancient being by my side had a different opinion. He's just an A rank, that's all. As long as you have enough fragments, I guarantee you can easily become an S rank. What's with that look on your face? You don't believe me. Li Jiat nodded and clarified. I believe you. I'm just looking for a place to start my training, that's all. However, the people in the comments section didn't think so. Believe my ass. You think S ranks are like cabbages you can just get one whenever you want? There are only 9 S ranks in the entire world, and he says you can easily become one. Go on, try turning into one then. Hey, don't say things that will set him off. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, stunning Li Jiat. He stared, frozen, at the burning building in front of him. The people from the apartment I rent? Everyone was now rushing out. Run! Honey, where are you? Mom, Dad! Suddenly, at that moment, his phone rang. The person on the other end delivered the news. Li Jiat, I just received word that the Black Leopards are planning to make a move on you. He replied calmly, I think they've already made their move. The person on the other end urged him relentlessly, "You need to run first. I'm bringing people right away." However, Lai Jiat was very confident. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Young Master Chu arrived, incredibly arrogant. "Hurry up and get on your knees and beg me. Maybe if you do, I'll find it in my heart to spare your pathetic little life." However, Lai Jiat wasn't the least bit scared. "The Black Leopards really underestimate me. Did they only send you guys to throw your lives away?" Seeing this, young Master Chu showed no mercy. "You're the one who's going to die. Let's see how an E rank like you can possibly take on 3 C ranks like us." Even though he was surrounded, he remained calm. "Then why do you think the Blood Leopards haven't been able to kill me yet?" At this, one of the henchmen became a little hesitant. "He's so confident, not scared at all. Is he really hiding his true strength?" Young Master Chu immediately shouted back, "Don't let him fool you. He's just a miner." Before he could even finish his sentence, one of them lunged forward for a sneak attack. "He has no combat ability whatsoever." He leaped up, aiming right for Lai Jiat. However, by the time the man's blade came down, he had already vanished. In a flash, Lai Jiat appeared and delivered a single blow to the back of the man's neck. "He was right. I'm just a miner." The others stared at the scene before them, completely bewildered. How? When did he get over there? Seeing this, young Master Chu continued to give orders. "Charge! Both of you! Attack him together!" However, neither of them could stop Li Jue. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Shao. "You're a gangster, aren't you? So why are you so scared of a mere miner like me?" "You like playing with fire, don't you, young Master Chu?" In an instant, Chu Shao's face turned pale with fear. "Li Jue, let go of me!" Without another word, Li Ju tossed him into the air. "In that case, I'll let you play until you've had your fill." Even then, Chu Shao kept up his tough act. "Boss Toy and Brother Bao won't let you get away with this." And just like that, he fell into the blazing fire. From a distance, Li Jue watched the whole thing unfold. "Don't worry, I'll be sending them down to join you soon enough." Just then, Si Yin and the others arrived. She called out loudly, "Li Jue!" and quickly asked, "Are you okay?" He shook his head reassuringly. "I'm fine, just a few grunts." Si Yin asked again, "What are you planning to do now?" "They made the first move, so of course I'm going to strike back," Li Jue replied calmly. "Then I'll help you." Li Jue couldn't help but be suspicious. "And why would you want to help me, The question left Si Yin flustered, not knowing how to answer. Well, I've hated the sight of those Black Leopard gang guys for a long time. Besides, how dare they lay a hand on a friend of Qin Si Yin?" She hid her tomato-red face. "You're one of the few friends I have." Li Ju was a bit taken aback. "A friend, huh?" However, he didn't press the matter. "All right. In that case, let's take care of the Black Leopard gang first." Sometime later, Si Yin led Li Jue to a luxurious house. "You can stay here until you find a new place. Nobody usually lives here, so just go ahead and pick a room." He looked around for a moment before walking toward a room. "Then I'll take this one." However, Si Yin spoke up awkwardly. "Any room but that one." Li Jue glanced inside and immediately understood why she tried to stop him, but it was too late. "You can't go in there!" Looking at the room filled with pink decorations and countless teddy bears, Li Jue couldn't help but remark, "Such a girly style." He turned back to her, adding with a smile, "But it suits you." Si Yin's voice suddenly became quiet. "I thought you would find it childish, for the heir of the Qin group to like such immature things." Li Ju found her self-deprecating attitude strange. "It's normal for girls to like this stuff, isn't it? You're much cuter like this than when you act all cold and distant." His words made Si Yin blush. "Cute?" she thought. "No one has ever called me that before." Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward once again. Just then, her stomach rumbled continuously. Seeing Li Jue smiling at her, Si Yin pouted in mock anger. "What are you still smiling about? If I wasn't so worried that you were in danger, I wouldn't be starving to death right now." But right in front of her, Li Jue materialized some food out of thin air. He casually handed it to her. "Here, eat this. It's just emergency rations, though." She looked from the food in her hand to Li Jue, full of curiosity. "Where did you get this from? I was wondering during the auction, too. Where you pulled that weapon from." At this point, Li Jue just made something up. "I know magic." To his surprise, Si Yin believed him and asked earnestly, "Then, can you teach me?" Suddenly, a sound came from outside. It put Li Jue on alert. Noticing a shadowy figure lurking outside, he told her, "Qin Si Yin, why don't you head home for now?" The naive Si Yin had no idea what was going on. "Why?" It turned out Xiao Shang had been standing guard outside for some time, silently fuming. "What kind of love potion did this brat give my precious daughter? How long have they known each other for her to bring him here?" She normally doesn't even let me in this place. It's been so long since I've seen her talking so happily. A man and a woman, alone at night? This atmosphere is all wrong. Don't you dare get too close to my daughter, you punk. If you get any closer, I'll do this to you. And then this. Li Ju glanced toward the door, signaling, if you don't go back, your father might actually skin me alive. Si Yin understood and shouted angrily, Qin Shao Shang! After the two from the Qin family left, Li Ju carefully locked the door. This house is on number 3 Dragon Gate Street. I shouldn't be disturbed here. At that moment, he checked the fragments again. One from the Lava Minotaur, one from the Blood Leopard, and one from the auction. He felt the time was right, and a notice appeared. Let's begin. I've always been curious about the connection between this fragment and the interdimensional rift that appeared out of nowhere. The Ancient One then explained, to be precise, the 3 fragments before you are just a small part of the Hellgate, and all the rifts to other dimensions in your world are related to the fragments of this Hellgate. Let's head in. Li Jet, still curious, asked another question. If you know so much, then can you explain what that other dimension really is? Soon, the two of them arrived at another place. Li Jet looked around and couldn't help but wonder why there were so many different alien races and orcs inside. The Ancient One explained, they are all prisoners. What you call another dimension or a different hell is actually a vast interdimensional purgatory. Li Jet shielded his eyes from the dust. Purgatory, prisoners. However, the Ancient One didn't elaborate further. To get more answers, you just have to wait until you've completed all the trials. Here. You'll find the answers on your own. He looked at the scene before him, stunned. The other being introduced, the sky-propping tower. My most satisfying masterpiece and also your trial ground. Just then, comments began to flood in. What kind of aesthetic is this? It's because you look like that. No wonder your taste is so twisted. What's the point of these giant pillars? Is this reinforcement to keep the tower from being blown away? This tower seems to be made of the same material as those weapons, right? I wonder if Tan Shaoshang would want it. If I could get my hands on it, it would be worth a fortune. The Ancient One read these comments and couldn't help but get angry, but he had to restrain himself. I'll endure it. It's my own soul. Even if I get so angry it shatters, no one will care. As Li Jet walked inside, he immediately asked, what's the trial? The Ancient One introduced, the sky-propping tower has 6 floors. With your current strength, just defeating the Dark Wyvern on the first floor would be quite an achievement. He looked and immediately recognized it. The Dark Wyvern you mentioned is... that thing? Why don't I feel any pressure from it at all? It had a small, wagging tail, tiny legs that didn't look threatening at all, and to top it off, a pair of sparkling eyes. Li Jet looked at the adorable creature before him. He couldn't help but doubt, this is the Dark Wyvern? Isn't it supposed to be guarding a palace or something? He was a bit bewildered. If I hit it, would that be considered bullying the weak? However, the Ancient One reminded him, go ahead and laugh. Let's see if you're still laughing in a moment. Li Jet carefully reached out his hand. Come here, you cute little fella. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The wyvern's eyes also began to change. A second later, it let out a roar as energy erupted from it. It sent Li Jet flying. He struggled to regain his footing. An information panel quickly appeared. New information was entered into the knowledge base. The darkness of different dimensions. This is actually a hell, a prison located in another dimension. Each prison holds inmates of different races. The sky-propping tower is one of the hells built by the Sky Propper himself. The tower has 6 floors and is home to the Sky Propper's servants. The adorable wyvern from before was gone. In its place was a massive wyvern. The system quickly announced, Dark Wyvern C-Class, Dark Enhancement. After enhancement, size, speed, and strength increased by 600%. Weaknesses have been marked. Li Jet couldn't believe his eyes. A 600% increase? That's 3 times my Dark Enhancement. Am I using a knockoff version or something? The Ancient One sneered from the side. It's because your physique is weaker than the pet's eye rays. He looked at the creature before him, feeling insulted. Weaker than it? Are you kidding me? It suddenly lunged forward to attack, forcing Li Jet to leap into the air. He just scoffed. Doesn't it realize that the bigger its body, the more blind spots it has? Li Jet quickly launched an attack towards the wyvern, but none of it had any effect. Seeing this, Li Jet was bewildered. He cried out in confusion, why is its dark enhancement so defensively strong? The Ancient One, standing by, was speechless. Are you still holding back? With that little bit of power, you're just tickling it. But just then, the system's announcement rang out again. Weaknesses have been marked. He kept reminding him. If you can't subdue it, you won't be able to complete the first floor's trial. Li Jet teleported continuously to deal damage to the wyvern, but it was still completely unharmed, which baffled him. It's completely unfazed. The Ancient One observed the situation from a corner. The dark, enhancement and shadow movement skills are already very polished. I need to increase the intensity for him. He turned and secretly communicated with the wyvern. You're hungry, aren't you? This one's edible. Receiving the order, the wyvern immediately opened its mouth wide and charged frantically at Li Jet. He nimbly dodged out of the way. It stared at Li Jet with hungry eyes. As he fled, he wondered aloud, Hey, has your pet had its shots? Why does it look so rabid? The Ancient One nearby calmly replied, You've drained a lot of its energy. It probably sees you as an energy supplement now. As Li Jet dodged, he complained, It has no martial arts ethics at all. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you biting me? If you're hungry, then try this. Just then, Li Jet pulled countless chicken thighs from his inventory. He threw them towards the flying dragon. Behold my ultimate move! It was immediately drawn to the chicken thighs above, and without hesitation, the flying dragon followed them. Seeing this, Li Jet was very satisfied. That's right, they're delicious. Just like that, he seized the opportunity to tie up the flying dragon. Li Jet couldn't help but exclaim with joy, Success! At that moment, the system announced that the trial rights for the first floor of the Dark Flying Dragon had been unlocked. The Ancient One looked at the dragon, which was obediently hugging the chicken thighs. He was exasperated with the creature. The system then announced, Hell's Gate received. Linking and activation rights unlocked. Li Jet asked in confusion. Linking and unlocking? What's the use of all this? Though annoyed, the Ancient One still had to explain. After each fragment is energized, it becomes a gateway to hell. Li Jet understood immediately. You mean I just need to link with a fragment of that other world to freely open a portal to the first floor? With a skill this good, the 5 floors above must surely have even better rewards. But the Ancient One just sneered. You used a cheap trick to clear the first floor, huh? Feeling proud of yourself? Then why don't you go to the second floor and get a taste of real suffering? Go on, try it. After all, the guards there are just stewards and servants of the Sky Whale Tower. Suddenly a comment popped up criticizing, This guy seems both stupid and ugly. Could it be something inside that can transform? Li Jet was also extremely cautious. The armored beasts on the first floor were all C rank. The second floor definitely won't be that simple. The Ancient One didn't say much more. If you don't believe me, just take a look for yourself and then decide. It's not like it's dangerous anyway. Li Jet, still very confident, said, Fine. However, a second later, his expression froze. In front of him were 3 beasts, a C-rank lightning serpent king, a C-rank water arrow demon, and a C-rank lava minotaur. He turned back in disbelief to confirm, You call these things servants? Li Jet looked at the serpent king, then jumped up without hesitation. He glanced back, and the serpent king was right in front of him. The entrance had also closed. The serpent king opened its mouth. Destroy the intruder! Li Jet hastily dodged, using shadow dodge as beads of sweat formed on his face. Darkness enhancement! At that moment, Li Jet fled. He spun around as the door concealed him. Then he shut the door. Li Jet's breathing was ragged. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Tricking me by saying they were all just servants? The Supreme Being laughed. I didn't lie to you. They really are all servants. It's just that your abilities are too weak. Li Jet frowned, talking to the Supreme Being. So tell me, what does the Lava Minotaur do? It provides heating. And the Lightning Serpent King? It provides electricity. The Water Arrow Demon? It mops the floors. And the other mutants do odd jobs and carry things. Suddenly, the system screen appeared. A-rank lifeform detected approaching. Xiaoshang and Si Yin arrived. Li Jet was surprised. Why are they only here now? Just then, Xiaoshang spoke up. I heard from Si Yin that you want to deal with the Black Panther gang? Li Jet frowned slightly. That's right. The Black Panthers have started targeting me. Rather than defend passively, it's better to attack proactively. Xiaoshang looked at him thoughtfully. The Black Panther gang has been constantly provoking me at Longmen 3rd Street, yet I haven't made a move. Do you know why? Li Jet placed a hand on his thigh. You're afraid of upsetting the balance, sir? Hearing this, Xiaoshang closed his eyes. That's right. The 3 major powers of High City are keeping each other in check. Wu Tianqiu, as the city lord, controls the politics of High City. Ning Donghao and the NG Group control the economy. As for me, my power in both politics and economics is second only to them. An image of Tianqiu appeared behind Xiaoshang. Therefore, even though I despise how the Black Panther gang has extorted the market and robbed people brazenly over the years, as long as they don't go too far, I can't make a move. Because if I were to deal with the Black Panther gang, one possibility is that it would force Ning Donghao and Wu Tianqiu into an alliance. Another is that Ning Donghao and I would both suffer heavy losses, allowing Wu Tianqiu to seize the opportunity and take complete control of High City. Li Jiat spoke up. Does Director Qin mean that you don't want the Qin family to get involved? At that moment, Xiao Shang smiled. Then he clapped Li Jiat on the shoulder. No, I want you and Sai Yin to form a new force to deal with the Black Panther gang. Li Jiat was surprised. Director Qin, are you planning to fight a proxy war? Xiao Shang placed his hands behind his back. Smart. I'll provide the money and manpower while you and Si Yin execute the plan. That way the other two parties won't dare to act rashly, even if you fail. I can still intervene to protect you. Suddenly, Li Jiat laughed.
It's only been one night.
I didn't expect Director Qin to have thought everything through so thoroughly.
It's truly admirable.
But Xiao Shang was crying internally. If my daughter wasn't so insistent on dealing with the Black Panther gang with you, I wouldn't even bother with this. You little brat, what kind of love potion did you give my daughter? I've invested so much money and effort into this. If I don't handle this well, my daughter might just run off with you. No matter how you slice it, that's a huge loss. Maybe I should distract Tuam for a bit, tie this kid up and dump him somewhere far away. Sweat trickles down his cheek. Mr. Laitan, could you please try not to broadcast your inner thoughts so clearly? At the same time, Tuam pushed Xiao Shang out the door. Dad, get out! Then she slammed the door shut, turned to Li Jiat and asked, What's your next move? Li Jiat calmly crossed his arms, his eyes firm. I'm going to take every single mission that involves opening a gate to the outside. I have to run through all the otherworldly gates in Haithan City. Tuam glanced over. All right, I'll arrange it. Li Jiat's eyes filled with excitement. Until I've linked all these pieces together, that will be the Black Panther gang's darkest hour. Tuam looked at Li Jiat and introduced him. These are all people I've painstakingly selected. From now on, you'll be in command of them in the Shadow Gang, Li Jiat asked curiously. The Shadow Gang? The group in black robes shouted in unison. Greetings, young miss! Greetings, gang leader! Tuam smiled and explained. You kept procrastinating on picking a name, so I named it based on your skills. What, you don't like it? Li Jiat nodded in approval. No, it sounds great! A purple light flashed in Li Jiat's eyes as he activated his shadow pupils to observe the black-robed group. He remarked, They're all C rank. This group would be a considerable force anywhere. However, Li Jiat put his hands in his pockets and wondered, why are they all wearing masks? Tuam closed her eyes and calmly explained, It's to hide their identities. Just to avoid being threatened by others, she told them to raise their heads. Besides, don't you think it looks cool this way? Li Jiat gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, This can't be because the artist was too lazy to draw so many faces, right? Tuam turned her head and asked, So what's next? Li Jiat nodded firmly. Of course we're going to steal their business. I'm going to take every single commissioned mission from the Black Panther gang. Bah! Tuam hurried after him, worried. That's so many jobs. Do you think we can handle it all? Confidence shone in Li Jiat's eyes. It's fine. We'll only take a portion of the valuable missions. I have my own arrangements for the rest. That night, at the Black Panther gang's headquarters, a stack of papers was thrown directly at a subordinate's face. The How roared, A bunch of useless fools! To think you let some upstart shadow gang snatch all our missions! He slammed the table and bellowed, Do I need to teach you what to do when something like this happens? Since they're the ones looking for trouble, just send people to take care of them. The subordinate bowed his head, trembling. We can't take care of them. The How grabbed him by the collar, frowning. What? The man, sweating profusely, stammered. No matter what kind of commissioned mission it is, they always dispatch 5 or 6 C and D rank awakeners. The more the How heard, the more furious he became. We don't have enough C rank members. Damn it, where did this force come from? He threw the subordinate to the ground and ordered, In that case, pay for exploration slots and send people in to find the targets. The man reported in a panic, The exploration slots have also been completely bought up recently by some people of unknown identity. The How roared in fury. I don't care if you have to steal, rob, or pay a high price for them. You must get our people inside. If we miss out on this money-making opportunity, I'll hold you and only you responsible. The man scrambled away. Yes, sir. Under the bright sun, Tuam was on the phone. Okay, I understand. She hung up and turned to Li Jiat. The Black Panther gang paid a high price for quite a few exploration slots from us. How were you so sure they would buy them? Li Jiat smiled and explained, Because they wouldn't pass up the biggest money-making opportunity of the quarter. Tuam was still puzzled. I don't get it. Li Jiat frowned slightly and explained in more detail. This involves some of the unwritten rules within the mines, the managers of mines, big and small, and the mine chiefs in order to make more money. and will always hide some high-quality ore and some new unusual items. They'll secretly sell them off for cash during the quarter before the equipment gets inspected. He recalled a scene of someone secretly using a phone in the past. Previously, the Black Panther gang often used Mercenary Association missions to plant spies, identify targets, and then rob them. An image of the Hao smiling smugly appeared in Li Jiat's mind. Because all of these items are secret, even if they get robbed midway, no one reports it to the police. Li Jiat continued, now that this route is cut off, they'll naturally choose to pay a high price and buy exploration slots to enter the other worlds. Hearing this, Tuam rested her chin on her hand, thinking, but even if we sell them the exploration slots at a high price, we're only scamming them out of a small amount of money. Li Jiat stood up and created a spatial portal with his hand. Of course, it's not just about that. I've been running through a lot of other worlds recently. I wasn't just running for nothing. Tuam exclaimed in surprise, this is a gate to another world. Li Jiat stood before the gate and declared confidently, I've already marked all the otherworldly entrances in Hython City. I can open a small entryway leading to any of these other worlds at any time. He stared at Tuam, his gaze sharp. Now we just need to send people to follow those who bought our high-priced exploration slots, and we'll be able to find the Black Panther gang's targets. Tuam cheered excitedly. And then we can move in and take care of them. That's a great plan. Li Jiat suddenly became extremely serious. I don't want too many people to know about the entrance to the other world. Choose a few trustworthy people and bring them to me to await orders. Tuam immediately grabbed his hand, pleading, I want to go too. I love this kind of heroic stuff. Li Jiat smiled in satisfaction and led her towards the portal. All right then, let's go take care of them together. On a narrow path, a truck from the Black Panther gang was on the move. A driver said, Old Wang, this shipment you're transporting is worth a pretty penny. Old Wang smirked. Don't worry, you guys will get your cut. Suddenly, a large boulder blocked the road, lost in conversation. By the time they noticed, it was too late. Watch out! The truck slammed into the cliff face. Old Wang rushed out of the vehicle to check on the cargo. Is it okay? Banda Jia? A bald metahuman with the ability to control rocks appeared, blocking their path. The cargo is definitely fine, but you guys, on the other hand, are not. He raised his hand, directing sharp rocks toward the men. Seeing this, the Black Panther underlings turned and fled. And evolved! Run! Banda Jia laughed, excited, like a cat toying with a mouse. Don't run, you pieces of trash! This great one hasn't had enough fun yet! Just then, Li Jiat appeared and said coolly, I'll play with you. He used Shadow Dash to rush forward, creating a powerful gust of wind. The metahuman gritted his teeth in frustration. Where did this bastard come from, ruining my fun? Li Jiat didn't hesitate, rushing forward and slapping him straight across the face. Robbing people is one thing. The man looked at the hand coming towards him in terror. So fast! I have to counter with my rocks, quickly! But before he could act, Li Jiat grabbed him by the neck and slammed him hard against the cliff face. But treating human lives like dirt is not okay, you hear me? When released, the metahuman clutched his chest, gasping for breath as he questioned him. Who are you? I'm telling you, you better know your place. You best not make a move, or my brothers around here won't let you off. Li Jiat glanced back, his voice full of mockery. You mean that bunch of D-rankers? He screamed as if deeply insulted. What? Tuam took the opportunity to approach Li Jiat and asked quietly, What should we do with these guys? Kill them all? Li Jiat slightly tensed his arm, glancing at the metahuman. Killing them would be letting the Black Panthers off too easy. I have a better idea. The metahuman watched helplessly as Li Jiat's hand drew near. He screamed in desperation. What are you doing to me? Li Jiat whispered in his ear in a low, cold tone. Go back and tell the Black Panthers that Li Jiat from the Phantom Gang did all of this. At the hospital, the Hao was livid as he listened to the report. The Phantom Gang? Li Jiat? He gritted his teeth and growled, How did that damn miner get so strong? One of the Hao's assistants entered to report more bad news. The tricky part now is that our men don't seem to have any external injuries, but in reality, they all have broken bones all over their bodies. Even with the best medical resources, it'll still take them half a year to recover. He was rambling on when a new message on the screen caught his attention. No less than 5 million. This time, 6 people for 300,000. After reading it, it took him a moment before he could finally say, Our other 2 teams have also been taken down. The Hao shot to his feet. What? He rushed over and grabbed his assistant by the collar. Who did it? The assistant stammered, It was Li Jiat. A murderous aura flared violently in the How's eyes. How can that be? The three-dimensional rifts are hundreds of kilometers apart. Even if Lee Yat could fly, he couldn't have appeared at all of them at the same time. The assistant quickly held up the screen to prove it. It was definitely Lee Yat himself who did it. Our men even secretly recorded a video. Here. In the video, Lee Yat was arrogantly stepping on Bondajia's head. The metahuman was begging pathetically, "Don't! Please don't!" In the video, Lee Yat easily spotted the hidden camera. He walked closer and said, "Are you secretly recording me?" The person filming was terrified. "Don't come over here, don't!" Lee Yat didn't attack, but simply brought his face close to the camera, sending a direct message to the How. "Black Panther, your underlings are too weak. Why don't you come yourself?" But this arrogant act made the How explode with rage. With so many subordinates needing treatment for a whole year, the financial losses were immense. He clenched his fists and growled, "Damn it, Lee Yat, I swear I'll kill you!" At a warehouse, the three of them, Lee Yat, Tuam, and Duan Ao, were observing. Tuam asked Lee Yat curiously, "Why did we come to this warehouse?" As he walked, Lee Yat explained, "Before, I was following Thoy the How and accidentally discovered that the Black Panther gang's warehouse is right next door. For the past few days, we've been continuously messing up his plans. I'm guessing he'll lead a team here himself soon." She immediately guessed his intention. "You're planning to raid his warehouse while Black Panther isn't around, aren't you?" He nodded in agreement. "That's right." Just then, Lee Yat's phone rang. The person on the other end reported, "Chief Lee, the Black Panthers are on their way to Dimensional Rift number 3. Lee Yat gave an order. "All right, everyone, continue to monitor them." He turned to Tuam. "As expected, Black Panther is leading the team himself. To ensure our safety, I'll go and harass him a bit. To buy you girls some time." Tuam was worried. "But Black Panther is a B rank. How about you let Duan Ao go with you?" Lee Yat flatly refused. "No need." He waved his hand, creating a spatial rift. "I'm not planning on clashing with him head-on. Bringing Duan Ao would just be inconvenient." Seeing that Tuam was still worried, he reassured her before stepping into the portal. "Don't worry. Even if I run into danger, I can use this portal to return here quickly." She had no other choice but to say, "All right then, be careful." Meanwhile, the How was watching his underlings transport the goods with a smug look. "We're gonna be rich! It's all top-quality stuff this time, isn't it?" A blonde underling flattered him. "Of course! The boss is always amazing. The moment you made a move, Lee Yat and his crew didn't dare to budge." The How said scornfully, "What can a bunch of mediocre miners do, even with a C-rank assistant?" Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He sensed something unusual from behind. "Who's there?" Before he could even react, the blonde underling was enveloped by a dark aura, lifted by the neck into the air. Lee Yat appeared, praising him mockingly. "A B-rank's perception really isn't half bad." The How shouted angrily, "Lee Yat!" Lee Yat calmly continued to choke the underling. "How many more people did you call?" "Why worry? I'm just a humble miner." The underling struggled desperately. "Boss, save me!" Lee Yat coldly warned the other underlings who were about to charge forward. "You'd better not move, or I can't guarantee what'll happen to him. Is he missing anything else?" The How couldn't care less about the lives of his men. "He unleashes a fireball! Then let's all die together!" The subordinate couldn't believe his eyes. Before he could even cry for help, he was incinerated by his own boss's flames. Lee Jiat used Shadow Step to teleport behind the crowd, watching them panic. "Boss, he's gone." Lee Jiat mocked. "Boss, you're truly outstanding. You don't even spare your own men." The How frantically shot fire towards Lee Jiat. The rats scurried and hid, but he quickly froze when he saw his flames had incinerated another one of his comrades. His men began to back away in fear. "Boss Bao, you missed!" "Boss Bao, calm down!" The How roared defiantly. "As long as I can kill you, the deaths of a few grunts mean nothing," he roared, unleashing his strongest technique. "Let's see where you can run this time! Fire Dragon Fist!" A gigantic flame spread out, incinerating everything. All his men scattered and fled. "No! Run! Oh!" Lee Jiat calmly used Shadow Step to instantly teleport away just as the flames closed in. The How scanned the area but saw no sign of him. He screamed, "Lee Jiat, you rotten insect who only knows how to hide! Get out here!" From a distance, Lee Jiat observed the sea of fire and thought to himself, a B rank truly can't be underestimated. The time should be about right. He smiled cryptically. I wonder what his expression will be when he gets back. A moment later, at the Black Leopard's warehouse, an anguished scream echoed. "What the hell happened?" 3 subordinates reported in terror. It was the Shadow Gang and the young miss of the Chin family. They brought 2 B ranks and over 10 C ranks. We were powerless. The Hao gritted his teeth. Very well. The subordinate stammered, begging for his life. Boss Bao, spare me! But the Hao showed no mercy, burning him alive to vent his anger in front of a mysterious man. Just as he arrived, he suddenly realized. No wonder Li Jiat suddenly had so many helpers. So, it was Qin Si Yin. Cruelty showed plainly on the Hao's face. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. From the shadows, an authoritative voice rang out, stopping him. That's enough. Or else! The Hao cut him off, shouting indignantly, That's enough! Everything in that warehouse was my entire fortune, worth hundreds of millions of yuan. The man turned his back coldly. So what do you want? Should I lend you a few men to go attack the Qin family? The Hao froze. The man glanced back, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and warned, Even if Qin Shaoshang is temporarily away from High City these days, Qin Si Yin, is still not someone we can touch. He clapped the Hao on the shoulder. This is a crucial time for our experiment, no matter how great your grievance is. You will endure it for me. The Hao slapped his hand away, unwilling to accept it. I can't endure it. Since it's come to this, I'll just kill Qin Si Yin and Li Jiat, then leave High City. The moment he finished speaking, he froze as he saw shadow monsters summoned by the other man surrounding him. If you're determined to die, I don't mind silencing you right now. Yes. The Hao knelt in fear, admitting defeat. The man lectured, Don't ruin the master plan over a little bit of money. As long as the experiment succeeds, I will be the first to help you destroy the Qin family. The Hao bowed his head. Yes, yes. But in his heart, he still harbored his plans for revenge. Damn it! It's not your money that was lost. In all these years, I have never suffered such a humiliation. Do you really think that without you, I can't deal with Qin Si Yin? On the highway, Si Yin's red sports car was speeding along. Duan Ao sat in the driver's seat, his face cold as he listened to her ramble. Li Jiat is really sharp-witted. Don't you agree? Duan Ao couldn't take it anymore and growled at the driver, Drive faster! Si Yin continued to praise Li Jiat endlessly. Duan Ao bluntly exposed her. Young miss, you miss Li Jiat. Si Yin blushed and vehemently denied it. When did I ever say I missed him? Duan Ao calmly counted. It's only been an hour since you woke up today, and you've already mentioned Li Jiat 24 times. Si Yin tried to explain. No way! Li Jiat is one of my few friends, so if I mention him... Suddenly, Duan Ao shouted, Watch out! He quickly pushed Si Yin's head down. A container truck came out of nowhere and crashed into a nearby building, bursting a water pipe and sending water spraying everywhere like a downpour. The 2 subordinates with them quickly asked, Young miss, are you all right? Si Yin staggered to her feet and shook her head. I'm fine. Behind them, the Hao appeared with a vile smile. Young Miss Qin, have you been well? Duan Ao immediately stood in front of her. Protect the young miss. Si Yin crossed her arms and replied arrogantly, Black Leopard, you're getting way ahead of yourself. You think you can take me on with just a few of your men? But just then, she felt her head spin and her limbs grow weak. What's happening? Duan Ao realized in horror. There's something wrong with the water. The Hao sneered. How could I make a move on you without being absolutely sure? What splashed on you wasn't ordinary liquid, but a spider's poison venom. Even an A-rank awakened would be unconscious for 10 hours if they came into contact with it. Duan Ao struggled to charge forward. Young miss, run! But before he could do anything, the Hao grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. He praised sarcastically, You're quite the loyal one. Then, without a shred of pity, the Hao engulfed Duan Ao in flames. But loyal dogs who protect their masters never have a good ending. Si Yin fell helplessly, her eyes, and filled with despair as she watched Duan Ao burn. Meanwhile, at Li Jiat's house, he was diligently practicing his shadow step, his blade flashing like lightning as it sliced through hard wooden logs, shattering them to pieces. The Supreme Ancient One appeared and praised him. Kid, your skills are getting pretty refined. Without even looking at him, Li Jiat replied, I'm a C rank after all. Could you not call me something else? His phone rang. The Supreme Ancient One teased, Is that Qin Si Yin calling? He leaned close to Li Jiat's ear and whispered, You think being C rank makes you so strong? You're just an ant that's a little stronger than the rest. But before he could finish, the knife in Li Jiat's hand was already at his neck. On the phone screen, the Hao's face appeared with a savage smile. Hey kid, look who I'm with. Seeing the familiar white hair, Li Jiat's expression immediately darkened. Black Leopard, what do you want? The Hao yanked Si Yin's hair back, laughing maniacally. What do I want? That depends on how important Qin Si Yin is to you. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, you bring 1 billion yuan for her life, or 2, you watch me torture her to death. She was already crying in fear, but still tried to plead with Li Jiat. Don't listen to him. It's a trap. But Li Jiat agreed without hesitation. I'll bring the 1 billion. Where do we make the trade? Hearing this, the Hao threw Si Yin to the ground. Then he spoke seriously. Within 1 hour, bring 1 billion yuan in ransom to my warehouse. You come alone. If you tell the Qin family, Qin Si Yin won't make it out alive. The Supreme Ancient One heard these words. He quickly tried to talk him out of it. With his power level, you shouldn't go. You're walking into a death trap. But Li Jiat looked at him resolutely. I can't just abandon a comrade. Besides, we don't know who's going to die yet. Li Jiat's focus quickly shifted to the familiar warehouse. The moment he appeared, the Hao praised him effusively. Not bad, kid. Where's my money? But Li Jiat wouldn't be rushed. I want to see Qin Si Yin first. The Hao didn't argue, ordering the man behind him, bring Miss Qin out here. The words had barely left his mouth when a crane hook came into view. He looked in shock toward the sound. Before Li Jiat's eyes was Si Yin's small frame, suspended in the air. Seeing Li Jiat, her eyes widened and she struggled. He feigned an unconscious touch to his ear, secretly activating his power and opening his storage space. A moment later, a huge pile of cash was stacked in front of the Hao. His subordinates rushed forward without a second thought. They gloated over the cash. Boss, the money's real! Li Jiat didn't want to waste any more time and immediately demanded, You've received the money. Now can you let Qin Si Yin go? But he deliberately went back on his word, calling his men over. The only reason you're not dead yet is because I hadn't seen the cash. Now that I've got it, don't be naive enough to think either of you are leaving here alive. He wasn't the least bit surprised by this despicable act. I knew you wouldn't keep your promise. As soon as he spoke, the pile of money began to sparkle brightly. Using his shadow illusion technique, it exploded in an instant, leaving not a single bill behind. The Hao stared at the pile of ash and roared in fury, Where do you think you're going? In the next moment, Li Jiat stabbed him from behind. When a single strike wasn't enough to take him down, he followed up by breathing fire. But the Hao dodged every attack. He sneered, You think playing these little sneak attack games is enough to beat me? Li Jiat shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to play with fire when the air is full of dust? A second later, the Hao's face went pale as he looked down. The entire ground had turned into a blazing pit of fire. Si Yin winced at the sight, whispering Li Jiat's name. At the same time, a sliver of energy shot out and cut her ropes. But Si Yin was completely helpless, unable to stop herself from falling into the pit of fire. She could only close her eyes and accept her fate. But her eyes quickly shot open. She had been caught in time by Li Jiat and the Thunder Serpent King. The men below could only stare in disbelief. A flying dragon? Into another dimension? Looks like that brat Li Jiat has a few more tricks up his sleeve. The Hao ground his teeth in fury, but there was nothing he could do. Just wait until I get my hands on him, then all of this will be mine. Just then, bad news reached his ears. Boss, more than half the men are injured. The Hao immediately led his men in pursuit into the barrier. Anyone who can still move, follow me. Don't let him get away. The Hao chased Li Jiat into the other dimension. Hurry! After them! Don't let them escape! Seeing their ferocious pursuit, Si Yin was filled with anxiety. What are we going to do? The Black Leopard's men have gotten in. But he comforted her. It's fine. This is actually perfect. I'll let the Black Leopards help me deal with a few nuisances. Li Jiat looked at Si Yin gently. You go and hide with the flying dragon. I'll take care of the rest. She still hesitated. But... Without wasting another moment, he left Si Yin on the back of the Thunder Serpent King and leaped down. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The Supreme Ancient One followed, immediately realizing Li Jiat's goal. My boy, you left the entrance open on purpose. You want to use them to help you breach the second floor, don't you? As he landed, he confirmed, That's right. Besides, you never made a rule saying I had to breach the second floor by myself. The ancient being couldn't help but praise him. You really are good at finding loopholes. Li Jiat didn't hesitate to reveal his motives. It's mainly because the reward on the second floor is too tempting. A suit of armor that can withstand A-rank attacks. That's a fine prize. But just then, a fireball suddenly dropped down on him. Li Jiat simply played with it nonchalantly. The Black Leopard gang is actually pretty cautious. In a flash, the Hao and his cronies appeared before Li Jiat. Nowhere left to run, are you? Completely unafraid, he took out his familiar weapon. Why would I need to run? Li Jiat's shadow swept through them like a giant broom. I've already saved Qin Si Yin, he chuckled provocatively. Now to deal with you all. Seeing this, the man sneered, baring both rows of his teeth. I think you must be insane. Shihao quickly urged his men on. Don't be afraid. He's all alone. Let's finish him off together, then we'll go find Tantu Am. He was even willing to bet Li Jiat's life on it. When that time comes, I'll let you boys have a taste of the Tan family's young lady. At that moment, Li Jiat's eyes blazed. In terms of numbers, I lose, but in other aspects, I'm not so sure. Li Jiat gave a hard pull, dragging a dark shadow out into the open. Go meet our guests. Very quickly, glowing red eyes appeared from behind the door crack. He simultaneously summoned a pack of powerful beasts. Welcome, everyone. Join me in clearing this stage. Only then did the group of men realize what was happening in astonishment. Seeing them about to charge, Shihao cautiously warned, Be careful. As he was still looking around, a figure leaped down from above, startling him. The mutant managed to block Shihao's attack. You! Stand still for me! It had to endure the flames scorching its body while Li Jiat stood behind, witnessing everything. He sneered with contempt. A big move, huh? Instantly, Li Jiat clenched his fist and the shadows took form. He summoned a giant mace and slammed it into the flames. In that case, let me raise the aggression meter for you first, Li Jiat roared, then brought the hammer down mercilessly. Explode for me! He watched the scene and smiled smugly. Such powerful force. A B-rank attack is truly not to be underestimated. But on Shihao's side, every spark that shot out caused heavy damage in that situation. Li Jiat appeared before him in a domineering manner. Holding a flame in his hand, Shihao offered some praise. To be able to block one of my attacks, you're actually pretty decent. But in this state, how many more times can you block me? Li Jiat placed a hand on the ground and spoke, neither quickly nor slowly. Once is enough. But as Li Jiat's eyes lit up, his smile became a bit crafty. Just as the man looked up, he was met by the strange gazes of the mutants. If you don't believe me, take a look around. Shihao frowned and turned his head. Meanwhile, Li Jiat cheerfully took off. Take your time and play. I'll be going now. At that moment, Shihao leaped up to dodge the Serpent King. Damn it, I was set up by that brat again! He angrily threw a punch. Get lost, all you beasts! A flame shot out from Shihao's hand as he faced the Serpent King and the Water Arrow Turtle. Enraged, Shihao frowned and yelled, I will definitely tear you into 100 pieces! Meanwhile, Li Jiat was already outside the gate of the second floor's core area. You're not tricking me, are you? He slowly advanced. Is there really armor that can withstand an A-rank attack? The Supreme Nine floated beside Li Jiat. Why would I trick you? Consider that armor a reward, and for you clearing the second floor. Suddenly, Li Jiat stopped. His voice rang out as he saw Tich Min kneeling. That is, the Supreme Nine introduced him. This is Tich Min, the steward of the second floor. He has probably passed on. The Supreme Nine slowly walked towards Tich Min. After you're done with the Black Panther, could you help me arrange his funeral? Li Jiat watched. Sure, leave it to me. At this, the Supreme Nine crossed his arms and looked down at Tich Min. Thank you. He suddenly fell silent. The Supreme Nine led Li Jiat forward. Let's go. The armor is up ahead. Li Jiat scanned his surroundings. Both the Supreme Nine and Li Jiat looked up. Li Jiat asked, Is that the armor you were talking about? He rested his chin on his hand, appraising it. It's pretty decent. Not as bad as I imagined. The Supreme Nine thought to himself, It's a pity this kid only has Stage 2 shadow enhancement. If it were Stage 3... His gaze shifted to the side. But even if he were Stage 3, he probably wouldn't pass up this armor that can block an A-rank attack, would he? Suddenly, Li Jiat turned his head and asked, What's wrong? The Supreme Nine crossed his arms again. Nothing. Just go and take your reward. Li Jiat looked at the Supreme Nine, confused. What is it? Why are you getting so emotional all of a sudden? Suddenly, Tich Min moved. It lunged forward, grabbed Li Jiat by the neck, and lifted him up. How many years has it been? I thought you would never return. My master. B-rank soul form mutant. Skill. Stage 2 shadow enhancement, soul refinement. Li Jiat was horrified and gritted his teeth. What is going on? The Supreme Nine flew to Li Jiat's side. Tich Min! Tich Min glared with a resentful expression. To think that the once high and mighty master can now only exist as a parasite in the body of a C-rank creature like this. The Supreme Nine appeared behind Li Jiat. Tich Min, I order you to stop. Hearing this, Tich Min glanced over coldly. Order me? He frowned and gritted his teeth. On what grounds do you order me? My soul was sleeping peacefully in this armor. It was so that you could return and help me prolong my life. Tich Min tightened his grip. But you made no effort to come back, and now you're just a remnant soul. In that case, I can only choose to refine you. That way I can upgrade to Stage 3 Shadow Enhancement, use the Domain ability, and turn this armor into a vessel for my soul. At that moment, a stunned Li Jiat looked at the Supreme Nine. Li Jiat clawed at Tichmin's arm. Supreme Nine! If I give you control of my body, can you defeat this guy? The Supreme Nine turned to look at Li Jiat. Aren't you afraid that I'll take this opportunity to completely take over your body? A drop of sweat rolled down Li Jiat's cheek. We've reached this point, and you're still in the mood for jokes? If you were capable of taking complete control, you wouldn't have given my body back to me before. Li Jai suddenly frowned as the Supreme One merged with his body. Come on. A light flashed in Li Ji's eyes as a black sphere enveloped him. Ji Ming smiled excitedly. Your remnant soul is only at A rank. Why continue such a futile struggle? The Shang-Ji Supreme One within Li Jai's body spread his arms wide with confidence. Even at A rank, I'm more than enough to deal with you. A rank Shang-Ji clan member. Parasitic state. Skill. Parasitic state cannot be used. Hearing this, Ji Ming was slightly surprised. Darkness Domain. A Shang-Ji slowly advanced. Darkness Phase 2, Shadow Realm. At this, Ji Ming smirked. So, you're just putting on a show with Phase 2. I can't believe you were still holding back a move. You never fully taught me how to use the darkness skills. Darkness gradually converged around the Shang-Ji. Darkness form. Endless sword formation. I was hiding more than just one move. At the same time, Ji Ming charged forward. So what? He jumped and swung his sword. This body can't handle it if you use a Phase 3 skill. The Shang-Ji coldly watched the blade. Shadow evasion. Suddenly, he appeared behind Ji Ming. Ji Ming gritted his teeth and thought, what kind of skill is this now? Next, the Shang-Ji attacked Ji Ming, who arrogantly fought back. You can't maintain this Phase 2 state for long. The Shang-Ji glanced at Li Jie within his own consciousness. Can you still hold on? Sweating, Li Jai replied, I'm fine, I can still hold on. Ji Ming smiled as he endured the slashes. An attack of this level can't even break my armor. Suddenly, the Shang-Ji launched himself forward, raising his fist. Then I'll just have to force you out! Ji Ming hastily raised his sword to block the powerful attack. Both he and the Shang-Ji were using all their strength. Suddenly, Ji Ming saw his sword shatter. He quickly brought up both hands to block the punch, but the Shang-Ji sent him flying. Just a little more. The Shang-Ji was startled. He gritted his teeth and called out, Li Jai! Sweating, Li Jai replied, I'm fine. At that moment, the Shang-Ji thought to himself, I can't keep fighting like this. Li Jie's soul and body will be incinerated by the energy overload. They'll be completely annihilated. Meanwhile, Ji Ming laughed mockingly. To miss this opportunity over some worthless creature. He spread his arms, unleashing his power. Since when did you become so ridiculous? The Shang-Ji looked forward and clicked his tongue. Ji Ming raised his fist excitedly. Then don't blame me for this. His punch sent the Shang-Ji stumbling backward. Suddenly, a light began to radiate from the Shang-Ji. Ji Ming looked up. Gotcha. The Shang-Ji's body felt tightly bound. He lowered his head and muttered, To think. I'd one day be bitten by the very dog I caged. Meanwhile, Ji Ming spread his arms proudly. I can finally be truly resurrected. At that moment, Li Jai was on his knees, his face covered in sweat. The Qingtian Supreme One was bound by Ji Ming. He cried out, Run! An enraged Li Ji charged forward. Let him go! With a calm smile, Ji Ming said, How touching. One of you is so afraid of burning the other's soul that you can't even use your full power. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in contempt. A mere ant dares to attack me? Ji Ming stretched out his hand, sending Li Ji flying. Li Ji coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. The Supreme One looked down at him. A C rank, like you is just getting in the way. Get out of here. Suddenly, Li Jai gritted his teeth and said, You've been working me to the bone from the very start. Scenes between the Supreme One and Li Ji flashed by, making me fight aberrants, forcing me to level up. The reason you just stayed put, unmoving, was because every step of the way you just wanted me to do exactly as you say. This darkness power, it's healing my wounds. Li Ji bit his lip and said, Now whether I go or stay. Then he charged at Ji Ming. Is my decision. Li Ji raised his fist, taking Ji Ming's attack head-on. In the past, I could absorb the dark energy around me to fight back against the Blood Leopard. Today, I can do the same to help you destroy this traitor. An arrogant Ji Ming burst out laughing. Destroy me? Let's see how long your body can hold out. The Supreme One was shocked. You idiot, are you trying to push your body until it explodes? A light flashed in Li Ji's eyes. This is none of your business! He ran with furious speed. Suddenly, he glanced at a crack on his arm. My body is cracking? The darkness attacked Li Ji. Ji Ming smirked. The foolish creature you chose is rather cute. Now what will you do about this? Is this a suicide attempt? The Supreme One hesitated. Li Ji, stop struggling. Ji Ming raised his head, pleased. Just obediently become my nutrient. He clenched both fists and laughed. In front of Ji Ming was a pool of black liquid. Suddenly, the darkness all around began to churn. Ji Ming's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? He frantically looked around. Polar night. The darkness domain is creating a polar night? A bead of sweat trickled down Ji Ming's cheek. Impossible. I haven't even finished refining Qingtian. This darkness domain, don't tell me it's... Suddenly, he heard Li Ji's voice and whipped his head around. I told you. Li Ji stared coldly at Ji Ming. I am going to destroy you. Ji Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he watched Li Ji slowly approach him. C-rank human. Darkness enhancement phase 3. Shadow assimilation. Darkness form. Shadow evasion. Darkness domain 4. The darkness domain allows for the free alteration of one's own form and dark energy. Within this domain, my own dark magic attributes are greatly amplified and its energy consumption is reduced. Every soul of a target killed within the domain will be converted into dark energy. A shocked Ji Ming broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Li Ji spread his arms wide. So, souls are the true source of the dark domain? Ji Ming was stunned to hear Li Ji's voice. No wonder you're so afraid of the dark domain's power. Suddenly, Li Ji smiled and held out his hand. I'm very curious. What will you be like without your armor? A beam of light shot towards Ji Ming. He, shocked, leaped into the air. Suddenly, Li Ji appeared behind Ji Ming. Get out of that armor for me. His fist slammed into Ji Ming. Ji Ming was sent flying downwards. He turned his head to look at Li Ji. So what if you're tier 3? You're still just C-class. This armor can withstand A-class attacks. Hearing this, Li Ji smirked. If I can't break it from the outside, then I'll try another way. Ji Ming was surprised to see Li Ji rushing forward. You don't know your own limits! Ji Ming's punch went right through Li Ji. Li Ji turned into shadows and wrapped tightly around Ji Ming. Ji Ming was astonished. How could he get inside? Ji Ming roared in agony. Ji Ming was seemingly torn from his armor, his body flying high into the air. Just then, as Ji Ming turned to look at the armor, Li Ji immediately equipped it. No wonder you have to live as a parasite inside this armor. It's because the armor absorbs dark energy to compensate for your soul's consumption. Hearing this, Ji Ming gritted his teeth, thinking, without my armor, if I keep fighting him, I'll only get weaker and weaker. Then, he hurriedly tried to escape. After all, Jingtian is already in my hands. Li Ji smirked and said, trying to run? He stood coolly and controlled the chains. You think you have a chance? Ji Ming was bound tightly by the chains. Suddenly, he turned his head with a triumphant smile. Right now, Jingtian is enveloped by my soul. If you attack me, Jingtian will be hurt too. Li Ji looked up at Ji Ming. Have you forgotten? Souls are dark energy. The chains tore Ji Ming apart, allowing Zizun to escape. You've now lost the protection of the armor. Zizun slowly opened his eyes. Ji Ming was absorbed into Li Ji's body, then become the nourishment for my level up. Zizun glanced down at Ji Ming. You underestimated this human's thirst for power. Ji Ming frowned angrily. Don't get cocky. Suddenly, Ji Ming laughed. He may be able to level up quickly by absorbing me, but do you think he'll spare you? His body vanished, leaving only his face. No living creature can withstand the trial of desire. At the same time, Li Ji tilted his head back and roared. The ground trembled from his power. Zizun was momentarily startled. As for Li Ji, he looked down at his hand. So this is what it feels like to be B-class? 4. Race, human. Class, B, darkness. Enhancement, tier 3. Shadow clone. Shadow form. Shadow sneak. Dark domain. Li Ji's lips moved. Jingtian. Suddenly, he reached his hand out towards Zizun. Now it's your turn. Zizun froze for a moment. Li Ji's gaze swept past him as he smirked. Seeing that reaction, Zizun looked a bit bewildered. Li Ji mused aloud, drawing out his words. The life force that Ji Ming mentioned. I suppose he meant this, huh? He said to him, use the domain's power to seal your soul state into the armor. That way the armor will become your body. Quickly, his body was equipped with the armor. Zizun exclaimed, Li Ji, you... At the same time, the system announced, Shangji Clan, State Parasitic, Class A, Skill Shadow Possession Enhancement Tier 3. Li Jai let out a sarcastic laugh. You're pitch black. Absorbing your soul would probably give me indigestion, huh? He said, walking away leisurely. Besides, this armor is big and ugly. I don't want to wear it. Consider this me repaying a favor. Elsewhere, a subordinate of Black Panther was being constricted by a python, screaming in fear, "Boss, save! Save me!" The man replied coldly, "Just bear with it. The boss will help you get rid of the pain right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a huge stream of fire straight at the python, causing the subordinate to scream in agony, "No!" Faced with this scene, Black Panther calmly said, "Is a piece of trash like you worth saving?" Just then a voice came from behind. "This is Li Jai," and Jaizun walked forward together. He looked at the man and sneered. "As expected of a B class. A bunch of guys like that couldn't even kill you." Black Panther growled angrily, "Li Jie." Exploding with rage, he leaped into the air, his hand clenching into a flaming fist. Zizun's eyes blazed, and a terrifying pressure immediately suppressed the entire area. It sent the man flying. Black Panther quickly put a hand down to steady himself, exclaiming in shock, "This is A-class!" He looked at his motionless subordinates on the ground, a sense of unease rising within him. Dealing with one Li Jie was manageable, but now there's an A-class as well. Just then, Li Jai spoke up sarcastically. "Aren't you just clearly bullying people by attacking?" As he spoke, he stretched and stepped forward. "A guy of his level. Just leave him to me for some practice." Hearing this, the man sneered contemptuously. "Using me for practice?" He calculated in his head, "As long as I can take this chance to control you, I still have a chance to win." He yelled, "Come on!" A murderous glint flashed in Li Jai's eyes. Seeing the aura of the shadow domain erupt, Black Panther forced a contemptuous sneer, trying to act unfazed. "Pulling these ridiculous tricks won't make up for the weakness of a D-class." In that instant, Li Jai clenched his fist and charged forward. "Who told you I was still D-class?" Hearing this, Black Panther was stunned and blurted out, "What?" Li Jai rushed in and sent him flying with a powerful punch. He quickly appeared behind Black Panther. The man gritted his teeth. "I've really been underestimated." He stared intently at Black Panther. Then they both charged at each other, unleashing attacks that created a powerful shockwave. A loud explosion rang out, blasting the man away. Black Panther's body slammed hard into a pillar, his eyes filled with shock. "A B rank? How did you get to be a B rank so fast?" Amidst the thick dust, Li Jue said smugly, "Well, it's all thanks to you guys pushing me every step of the way." He said in a cold voice, "So what if you're B rank?" Black Panther then clenched his fist and charged straight forward, shouting, "So what?" Li Jue leaned back, narrowly dodging. Black Panther roared relentlessly, "Don't underestimate my strength!" Without stopping, he threw an elbow straight at his face. However, Li Jue managed to raise his hand and block it at that very moment. The Supreme One observed and instructed, "In the shadow domain, you don't use your own strength. You manipulate the energy around you, turn their own power against them. This is the true essence of darkness." Hearing this, Li Jue immediately replied, "Got it." He couldn't resist teasing, "But I'm really not used to you giving such a serious lecture." The man retorted gruffly, "Cramming right before a fight? You think you're some kind of genius? Are you looking to die?" Li Ju unleashed a powerful aura, manipulating the dark energy around him. A cold, purple light gleamed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Let me give it a try." Instantly, dark energy surged from his body. It completely blocked all the flames approaching from his opponent. Seeing this, Black Panther's jaw dropped. "What the?" Li Ju smirked. "This feeling, it's really addicting." He then condensed a powerful blast of energy and fired it straight at his opponent. Fortunately, the man managed to dodge in time. Black Panther crouched, preparing a counterattack. With a contemptuous look, he said, "Not bad power. Too bad you missed." Li Ju calmly replied, "Missed? I'm afraid you're just dizzy from dodging." The two clashed violently once again, their auras exploding with a roar. In the middle of the exchange, Li Jue said coldly, "That last shot? That was me helping you run your face into my fist." He roared decisively, "Get lost!" Black Panther was hit and cried out. He staggered back, catching himself with his hands on the ground, a look of disbelief on his face. "How can this be?" Black Panther gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. "This kid, he keeps attacking, but his power isn't decreasing. It's actually getting stronger?" Li Ju sneered. "Is this all you've got? You're disappointing me." With a determined look in his eyes, he said, "The game should be over now." The man roared and charged forward. I'll take you down with me. But Li Ju simply waved his hand, creating a sword and slashing at him. A loud clash echoed as Li Jue swept past like the wind. And with that, Black Panther's 2 arms were severed. His face went pale as blood gushed out. Black Panther fell to his knees in agony. Just behind him, Li Jue pressed the blade of his sword against his opponent's neck. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Li Jue! If you've got the guts, then kill me!" Li Ju replied in a cold voice, "You want to die? That'd be letting you off too easy." He yanked Black Panther's hair back and pressed the sword to his throat. "Right now, you're more valuable to me alive than dead." The Supreme One showed a hint of confusion. "Why are you keeping this guy alive?" Li Jue answered, "Obviously to get more information about Thoi the How from him." Black Panther snorted coldly and said defiantly, "I won't tell you anything even if I die." Seeing this, Li Jue smirked. "I know, but Qin Shaoshang has his ways of making you talk." Hearing that name, his opponent flinched. "Qin Shaoshang?" His tone immediately changed to one of pleading. "Li Jue, it's better if you just let me go." Black Panther threatened, "If you don't, Thoi the How and the NG Corporation won't let you get away with this." Annoyed by his rambling, Li Jue used his power to shut his mouth. Li Ju said resolutely, "Don't worry. Even if they don't come for me, I'll go for them." The Supreme One spoke slowly. "I can help you deal with the A rank from the NG Corporation. Consider it me returning a favor." Li Jue shook his head and advised, "Until we confirm whether Nindong Hao was involved or not, we shouldn't make a move against him." As he spoke, he turned and left. "Besides, this is revenge I'd best take with my own hands." Outside, it was pouring rain. Elsewhere, at a military barracks, a voice said, "The 3 of you please wait here for a moment. General Hong will be here shortly." At that moment, Dong Hao glanced around, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. On the way here, he had seen military forces being mobilized the entire way. He turned to the city lord and asked, "Do you have any inside information?" Thien Ku shook his head and replied, "How would I know anything about that? Looking at this, something big must be about to happen." He turned to the third person. "Brother Qin, you're better informed. Have you heard anything?" But at that moment, Xiao Shang was on the phone. "This morning, Black Panther kidnapped Qin Si Yin. Qin Si Yin is unharmed. I have Black Panther under control." Hearing this, he slammed the phone down on the table. He said angrily, "How the hell would I know anything about military affairs?" Thoi Xiaoshang growled, "But Nindong Hao." He stood before him threateningly. "If you can't control your own dog, then I know how to control him for you." Dong Hao frowned. "Director Qin, what are you implying?" Xiaoshang warned. "It's best you don't know anything. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." Dong Hao laughed coldly. "Qin Xiaoshang, aren't you a little too confident in your own abilities?" He retorted, "Overconfident or not, we'll know if we put it to the test." Just then, a voice came from the doorway. "Seeing everyone so energetic puts my mind at ease." Hearing that, the 3 men turned their heads in unison to see a person walking in. The general spoke slowly. However, that energy must be used in the right place, especially when Haithen City might be facing a great disaster. He sat down and explained, "I've invited you all here today because of a major issue. Speaking of which," he turned to his subordinate, "you explain it." "Yes, sir." At once, his subordinate spoke up. "All of you seated here became A-class because you participated in the war against creatures from the other world 15 years ago. The destructive power of A-class and S-class creatures in the secondary channel needs no description from me," he continued, analyzing. "As for why the other world suddenly appeared for a short time and then vanished, that is something we cannot know. However, over the years we have been monitoring the radiation fluctuations related to it," he explained. 5 years ago, this fluctuation reappeared. Over the past few years, the frequency and intensity of the radiation have gradually increased. And in the last 3 months, there have been 5 radiation fluctuations with an intensity nearly equal to 15 years ago. Hearing this, all 3 of them couldn't hide their agitation. Tianqiao asked suspiciously, "General Hong, you called us here." "Yo, could it be?" The general nodded. "In other words, it's highly likely that Hai Cheng will see the appearance of—" He slowly emphasized each word, "an otherworldly gate." After a tense discussion, everyone stepped outside one by one. The general reminded them in a stern voice, "All of you, return and prepare thoroughly. If the otherworld truly appears, it will be a catastrophe for Hai Cheng. Although our military has already begun preparations, when that time truly comes, I hope your 3 families can face this coming crisis together." Xiao Shang, arms crossed, replied bluntly, I have no problem with that, as long as certain people stop pulling sneaky tricks behind my back again. The general warned, "These are special times. If anyone still causes trouble for personal gain, I won't hesitate to use strong measures against them," he said, then turned to Xiaoshang. "Qin Xiaoshang, you'll return to Haicheng with us. We can discuss the recent situation on the way." He immediately nodded. All right. Afterwards, the general and Xiaoshang got into the car together. As the vehicle disappeared from view, Tianqiao lowered his voice and remarked, "That General Hong can't even be bothered to put on an act anymore. He's blatantly telling us that Qin Xiaoshang is one of the military's men." He chuckled meaningfully. "Qin Xiaoshang has been glaring at you mostly because of the recent business with the Black Panther gang. You should still tone it down a bit." Dong Hao frowned and retorted, "What does the Black Panther gang have to do with me?" Tianqiao started walking and said, "It's good that it has nothing to do with you, but you should still watch the news." Elsewhere, a man was on the phone, his expression tense. "President Ning, what are your instructions?" "Watch the news," a cold voice came from the other end of the line. "Those things you usually do with the Black Panther gang, I could turn a blind eye to them." Shihao frantically replied, "President Ning, President Ning snapped, "Today, a major crime occurred in our city. The vicious Black Panther gang, which has been running rampant in the city, conspired to kidnap the heir of the Qin Corporation." The voice on the other end said. Dong Hao reminded him, "The hostage has now been successfully rescued. The leader of the Black Panthers and other core members are on the run. However, this time, it's best that you're not involved." Shihao hurriedly tried to clear his name. "I'm just an errand boy for you, sir." "I would never dare to do anything you didn't order me to do." He gave a decisive command. "I don't care if you have to kneel, beg, or kill yourself. Pray for Qin Si Yin's forgiveness. At the same time, sever all ties with the Black Panther gang completely. Otherwise, even I can't protect you." Yes, sir." As soon as he hung up, he angrily crushed the phone in his hand. "Those Black Panther fools!" At the hospital, outside the patient's room, Si Yin was worried. "Duanao, you have to hold on." Li Jai, standing beside her, tried to reassure her. "The doctor said they'll do everything they can to save him. He'll be okay." Just then, someone approached. Shihao put on a fake smile. "Miss Qin? It's so good to see you're all right." "I can't believe that Black Panther bastard would dare to do something like this." "He really has a death wish." Li Jai's guard went up. "Shihao, what is he doing here?" He looked at him with annoyance. "President Shi, did you come here to tell me that you knew absolutely nothing about what the gang—" "The Black Panthers did, is that right?" "Yes," he replied. "That's obvious. I only had some minor business dealings with the Black Panther gang. But you can rest assured, from this day forward, our NG group will no longer have any contact with them. We will even help you hunt down the remaining members of the Black Panther gang." Li Jai frowned. "What do you call that? Turning over a new leaf? Or sacrificing a pawn to save the king?" He lowered his voice to warn Li Jai, "As a person, you need to know when to stop. What you took from the Black Panther gang is enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Is there really a need to oppose me to the very end?" "Yes," he said bluntly. "All that stuff can be considered interest at best. Your life is the principle I'm after." Hearing this, he turned to Si Yin and asked, "Miss Qin, does your Qin family share this sentiment?" Si Yin scoffed. "What do you think?" Seeing this, Shihao had no choice but to turn away in frustration. "Then there's nothing more to say." He didn't forget to add a warning. "But don't you forget, I'm with the NG group. Without evidence, you can't do a thing to me," Li Jai warned in a cold voice. "Then you'd better pray that the members of the Black Panther gang never show up again. Otherwise, we will become your worst nightmare." As he walked away, he replied nonchalantly, "Fine, then let's just wait and see." Elsewhere, in a hospital room, a person made a phone call ordering, "For the remaining brutes of the Black Panther gang, inject them with the god's blood." "Yes, sir." The Black Panther gang members lying in the hospital beds struggled in a panic. What do you think you're doing? We're members of the Black Panther gang." "Yes." Shihao's man immediately injected him with the substance. Instantly, his expression changed. He roared as his face turned crimson and his eyes went completely white. In a moment, the entire ward fell into chaos. Every patient went berserk, losing consciousness and screaming. Meanwhile, Shihao was racking his brain. "How should tomorrow's news be written?" he muttered to himself. "Was it the arrogant teen who provoked the Black Panther gang and got their insane revenge? Or did the gang abuse some unknown drug, causing a collective madness?" Tiao Thuong wondered, asking General Hong from his seat in the car. "Why are you in such a hurry to meet Li Jai?" In just over a short month, he went from being an ordinary miner to someone who can take on a B-rank ascender, and he even sold you a large quantity of special metal weapons. Aren't you curious? The general had a pensive look on his face, thinking to himself, looks like I'm not the only one in a hurry to meet Li Jie, huh? Theo Thuong continued, about those weapons he provided before. I looked at the materials and they didn't seem like anything special. The general smiled and replied, soon enough. You'll be able to witness the combat effectiveness of those materials with your own eyes. Hearing this, the man was a little surprised. Combat effectiveness? The general scoffed. You've been living the easy life for too long. Your observation skills are worse than these kids. A moment later, the two arrived at Li Jie's residence. Seeing them, he spoke in surprise. General Hong? Director Tan? What brings you to a small fry like me? The general said cheerfully. It's a rare thing for you to recognize me. Li Jie said respectfully. You're such a big shot. If I didn't recognize you, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough for me to lose. The general then asked, so aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? He scratched his head in embarrassment. It would be my honor, but you two have come at a bit of a bad time. Hearing this, the general placed a hand on his shoulder and said, don't worry, someone will help you take care of that little problem. He wondered in a daze, someone? Who? Why is nothing they're saying making any sense? He then bowed. In that case, please, this way. Just then, a soldier entered from outside to report. General, the live feed is connected. He looked at the general in disbelief. General Hong, forgive me for being blunt. I can't sense any other powerful individuals around here at all. Surely you don't intend to use these ordinary soldiers? The general replied decisively, that's right. I'm having these regular soldiers go up against ascenders. The general thought to himself, not bad. He's quite calm, not questioning me anxiously. Li Jie was inwardly displeased. Is this guy insane? Or does he just not care about the lives of these soldiers? But he didn't look like he was bluffing. The general waved his hand and commanded, begin! The soldier immediately obeyed. Yes, sir! In the forest, everyone was in ambush. A signal came through. Assault team is in position. Drone defense team is in position. Looking at them, Li Jie was shocked and thought, aren't these the Black Panther underlings whose bones I completely crushed? How could they have recovered so quickly? Besides, none of these guys look normal. The Supreme Being said with unease, the state these things are in. Could it be that? He asked curiously, what thing? The Supreme Being was flustered. Impossible. That thing couldn't possibly appear here. After the order was given, the soldiers began to raise their guns and fire at the troublemakers. High up in a tree, a man looked down, raised his hand, and gathered his power to create a ball of energy. In the sky, thunder rumbled intensely. Below, a soldier shouted, activate drone defense! All around the area, the drones activated in unison. In the air, the drones deployed layers of shields. The layers slowly linked together, forming a giant barrier. Just then, his attack shot forward, and was immediately stopped by the shield. But from within the soldiers' ranks, a voice called out, target locked! Counterattack! Immediately after, they unleashed a storm of gunfire at him. Everyone, close ranks, one of them ordered. Maintain formation and keep advancing. Li Jie's eyes widened in amazement. The bullets from the drone defense shield can actually harm a C-rank ascender. Could all this equipment have come from the weapons I provided before? What? Theo Thuong asked doubtfully. General Hong, are these things made from those materials? He nodded and replied, precisely. As long as we have enough materials, we can overturn the current world order. He stood up and said with a laugh, the strength of these soldiers is indeed very impressive. As he spoke, his tone faltered for a moment, but suddenly something shot in from outside, straight into the glass panel where Li Jie was. He just smirked calmly, and said, looks like a fish slipped through the net. The general immediately retorted, still maintaining his composure, that's not a fish that slipped through the net. It was left for you on purpose. Li Jie reached for his sword, and shadows quickly formed a blade that coiled like a serpent. He swung the sword, slashing down the incoming rock. Are you trying to make me show off a few moves? He asked. Die! Meanwhile, outside, the big guy unleashed his full, chilling aura and spoke coldly. Die! He growled with murderous intent. Die! The big guy raised his arm, lifting a giant boulder into the air. He aimed straight for him and hurled it with all his might. He rushed forward, a smirk on his lips. What a shame about Tan Si Yin's villa. Li Jie raised his sword and sliced straight through the boulder. Instantly, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. The general watched the scene and praised him aloud. This kid. His current strength is probably at B rank, maybe even about to touch the threshold of A rank. Xiaoshang's eyes widened as he gently shook his head, refuting. You're exaggerating, he assessed. Look, he's probably not even using his full strength. The tycoon raised his hand, condensing a stone shield as his arm instantly hardened. Yet Li Jue charged in to fight him without a shred of fear. He couldn't hide his fascination. I'm very curious. How did you suddenly reach B rank? Did you pop some pills? The tycoon screamed and launched an attack at him, roaring, Die! Die! As Li Jue landed smoothly, he assessed, It seems he's completely lost his mind. He went berserk, his entire body trembling as chunks of rock flew up from the ground. The tycoon shrieked in a mad frenzy, I'm abandoning my humanity! The stones quickly began to fuse together. They clung tightly to the tycoon's body. Li Jue watched the scene with a cold gaze. If that's the case, then there's no reason to let him live. He thought to himself, in front of those two old foxes, it's better to hide my true strength. He then activated First Stage Shadow Enhancement. Li Jue calculated, the power of the first stage should be enough. With just a few slashes, he diced him into 100 pieces. The general spoke up. At first, I thought the reports on you were a bit exaggerated. Now it seems the assessment of your strength in those files, it was still far too conservative. He frowned. General Hong, for you to come find me at this particular time. Surely it can't be just to help me deal with these small fries, can it? The general's face held a hint of resignation. I'm sure you've already guessed. The equipment those soldiers were using was all derived from the great sword you provided. The reason I'm here is to ask if you could provide more weapons or materials. Hearing this, he asked, So the military has already used those materials for combat equipment? The synthesis of a similar material must be nearly complete then, right? He said urgently, First of all, let's not even discuss whether we can synthesize it or not. The most critical problem right now is that we're out of time. The general confided, I can't reveal too much to you. I can only say that around Haicheng City, a level 2 otherworldly tunnel could appear at any moment. With the current strength of Haicheng's military and its advancers, we're not certain we can handle it. I see, he thought to himself. I can sense it. Upon hearing about the level 2 tunnel, King Tian became furious. The general then placed a hand on Li Jue's shoulder, full of expectation. If we want to avoid massive civilian casualties, our only hope is that you have enough materials on hand for us to arm the military. Li Jue nodded and replied, The weapons you need. I'll figure something out. I'll give you an answer within 3 days. However, I can't guarantee how much I can get. The general smiled. I won't let you work for nothing. He slowly proposed, Although I can't give you money, I can arrange a position for you in the military. The general added cheerfully, Or I could make you the son-in-law of the Qin family. Hearing these words, he immediately refused. Take over the Qin Corporation? That wouldn't be right. Hearing this, Xiaoshang fumed internally. That damn Hong, what do you think you're saying? You dare call yourself a general? You won't pay him yourself, so you offer up my daughter instead? Don't think for a second I won't smack you just because you're a general. And you, Li Jue, you little brat, if you dare agree, I'll make you regret it. No one is taking Si Yin from me. Li Jue said awkwardly, contributing to Haicheng is something I should do. You can just forget about any payment. The general teased him again. Are you sure you don't want to become the son-in-law of the Qin family? He replied, flustered. If possible, that's the kind of thing I'd rather handle myself. At the level 2 tunnel, the Supreme One stood with his arms crossed in thought. So, those people from before were definitely injected with the blood of a god. I never thought they'd find a way to open a level 2 tunnel so quickly. Just then, Li Jue found him. King Tian, a moment ago, why did you... He cut him off with a warning. The matter of a level 2 tunnel is not something a mere B-rank pipsqueak like you can meddle in. If you don't want to die, stay as far away as possible. Li Jue was confused. What exactly is inside a level 2 tunnel? Why are you so wary of it? The Supreme One answered bluntly. Large numbers of A-rank creatures and possibly even S-ranks. Military vehicles were heading toward the temporary military base in Haicheng. As soon as General Hong got out, he began to hastily organize his men. As for Black Panther and those bodyguards, just leave them to the military. Don't get involved any further. Qin Shaoshang, following behind him, hesitated. Are you? He frowned slightly, questioning him seriously. According to the files on the mining accident involving Li Jue's parents, the NG Corporation's involvement should have, at most, ended with a monetary settlement. Why did it have to escalate to murdering someone to silence them? General Hong watched impassively as Shihao was led away. Plus, tonight's assassin was clearly being controlled by some unknown drug. This problem with the NG Corporation isn't a small one. If it really is connected to Ning Donghao, dealing with it will be quite a headache for you. Therefore, It would be better to leave what comes next to the military. Besides, I also need to use this situation to make Li Jue owe the military a favor. Meanwhile, Li Ju was walking down a corridor with the ancient Supreme One. He asked, "So, if I complete the third-level trial, will my strength advance another tier?" Hearing this, the Supreme One reminded him, "From B rank upwards, advancement becomes increasingly difficult. The third-level trial isn't enough to raise you to A rank. It will only allow you to obtain the elixirs and weapon resources of the King Tian Tower." Whatever. But Li Jiat was stuck on a different issue. "Are there a lot of weapons?" The Supreme Ancient One tilted his head slightly, revealing a secret. "If you want to use the ore weapons to help humanity, you could say they're inexhaustible." Without hesitation, he quickly gave an order, cutting him off. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start the third-floor trial right away."
No.
Hearing no sound from behind, Li Jiat turned around.
What's wrong?
The Supreme Ancient One warned him seriously. "There's something I must tell you first. After that, you can decide whether or not to proceed with the third-floor trial." His voice suddenly deepened. "I've told you before that the entire other world is a prison. One larger than your own world. This prison has 3 layers from the outside in." The Supreme Ancient One described the prison's layout in detail. The outermost layer holds B-rank criminals and below. This is also the area that the entrance to the other world from your side currently connects to. The middle layer holds S-rank and A-rank criminals, which is the area the Level 2 tunnel connects to. The innermost layer holds major criminals whose ranks are beyond human comprehension. You call them General, Sectmaster, and Monarch, respectively. He then spoke of his own duty. "The mission of my Thung Tit clan is to guard the gates of the demon prison, to prevent those criminals from escaping." Hearing this, he grew curious. If that's the case, why did the otherworld tunnels appear? The Supreme Ancient One's voice unconsciously rose with bitterness. "Because the Thung Tit clan had a traitor." He recalled the rebellion of that year. He colluded with the criminals of the inner layer to start a riot. They committed countless atrocities to get close to the gate, trying to seize control of the demon prison's gate to escape the harsh environment of this hell. In the end, I could no longer stand by and was forced to act. Seeing that the riot could not be quelled, my only choice was to forcibly seal the demon prison's gate and wait for reinforcements. Then everything vanished, falling into a great abyss. But who would have thought that after millions of years passed, still no reinforcements came. Meanwhile, my power gradually became insufficient to maintain the seal. Finally, 15 years ago, the gate to the outer ring of the demon prison shattered, and the otherworld tunnels appeared. Li Jiat scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "So that's how it is. But what does this have to do with me entering the 3rd floor of the skyscraper tower to complete the trial?" Only then did he reveal the prison's deepest secret. "Because once you complete the 3rd floor trial of the skyscraper tower, you will be marked with the soul brand of the Thung Tit clan, which means you will become the enemy and target of every single creature in the demon prison." He lowered his head slightly, lost in thought for a moment. "Is that what you're worried about?" "So you mean..." After that, Li Jiat had already guessed the Supreme Ancient One's meaning. "After the Level 2 tunnel opens, as long as I don't have the soul brand of the Thung Tit clan, I can just stand by and watch you get hunted down by the horde of monsters that crawl out of there. Is that it?" He pressed on relentlessly, leaving the other speechless. "Can I just hide in a corner and watch the people of Hythan City be slaughtered?" Receiving no reply, Li Jiat turned away resolutely. Let's go. Let's go to the 3rd floor." He didn't hesitate to declare his intentions. "While I may not be some kind of saint, I will absolutely not be a coward who hides and waits for death, even if the opponent is stronger than me. And I would still choose to die charging forward." Hearing these words, the Supreme Ancient One was suddenly choked with emotion. He immediately followed Li Jiat forward. "You B-rank brat! You're pretty arrogant. In that case, I'll be arrogant with you until the very end." "That's right." He quickly shot a compliment back at the Supreme Ancient One. "There you go, that's more like you. Being so serious really doesn't suit you." "Say, did you just call me a B-rank brat or something? Huh? I didn't hear you clearly." Being teased, he could only offer a weak rebuttal. "You heard wrong." Li Jiat stepped through the spatial gate and arrived in a new land. He looked at the desolate, gloomy space and thought to himself, so this is the 3rd floor, the central area of the entire skyscraper tower. The soul, Tich Min, spoke from behind Li Jiat. "This place gathers the soul fragments of the Thung Tit clan's fallen spirit guardians from over millions of years. You can only gain full control of the skyscraper tower after being acknowledged by them. Although this process will be extremely painful, being tempered by these souls, It is also the only way for you to obtain the second skill of darkness. Hearing this, he turned back and asked, "What kind of ability is that second skill?" Tick Ming didn't hide anything. "It's an ability that awakens after the soul has been tempered. It's different for everyone who awakens it." He recounted the power he himself received to Li Jiat. "What I received was Shadow Clone. I can split into multiple clones to fight. Even if my original body is destroyed, as long as a clone exists, my consciousness will not disappear." The more he listened, the more curious he became. "So what about your original body?" Tick Ming looked at his own hands and said in a somber tone, "It might still be out there. Or it might have already turned to ash." He then prompted Li Jiat, "Hurry and go in. I'm curious to see what skill you'll awaken." He laughed cheerfully. "I definitely won't disappoint you." Tichmin watched Li Jiat's departing back and sighed with emotion. "That B-rank brat! You've never disappointed me. Perhaps you'll awaken an ability completely different from ours." He walked step by step into that desolate space. Li Jiat walked leisurely through the crumbling space. He reached out his hand, about to touch one of the broken masses, but he suddenly stopped his hand. "These are soul fragments, aren't they?" Just then, a shard shattered right before Li Jiat's eyes. His whole body shuddered as each fragment began to disintegrate. At that moment, countless memories flooded into Li Jiat's mind. "Even if no one remembers our Thung Tit clan, we must risk our lives to protect the demon prison's gate." A member of the Thung Tit clan spoke. "My abilities may be the weakest, but I am certainly no coward." After saying that, the person self-destructed, blowing up right in front of the enemy as fragments of memories flashed by. The ones who could stand here are definitely not cowards who cling to life. A member of the Kangji clan spoke with resilience. "We will absolutely not let them take another step. Guard it to the death. Guard it to the death. Guard it to the death." Li Ji clutched his head, screaming in agony. He vaguely realized what this was. This was the battle they had fought. A battle completely unknown to the outside world. At that moment, the figures of the Kangji clansmen began to fade before Li Ji's eyes. He stared at the scene, somewhat stunned. Just then, a dark figure identical to Li Ji appeared. "Take a good look at the people who sacrificed themselves here. Every single one of them possessed power that far surpassed yours," he said in a cruel voice. "You're just a mediocre B rank. You don't even have the right to participate in this battle. Why did you have to get involved in this mess?" But despite that, Li Ji showed no fear. "That's right. I'm only a B rank, but so what?" A surge of power enveloped him. "I also have people I want to protect, and I have beliefs I want to defend." The Li Jie imposter held out his hand. "Don't you find what you're saying ridiculous?" "No." He took a defensive stance, ignoring the imposter's words. "If you want to laugh, then go ahead and laugh." Li Ji clenched his hand into a fist and charged forward to attack the other figure. "Even if the enemy is 1,000, 1,000,000 times stronger than me, I will not run. I will resist until the very end." The villainous figure sneered, paying him no mind. "Even if your power, my insignificant strength, can only stir a single ripple in this great tide." Ji Ming, standing outside the space, felt this intense emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, it seemed to realize something. Could it be Li Ji? The dark figure condensed power in its palm, its voice mocking Li Ji. "Aren't you overestimating yourself?" He gritted his teeth, confronting that immense power head-on. The dark figure launched an attack toward Li Jie. He quickly jumped to dodge. Li Ji was hit and forced back, struggling to keep his center of gravity and maintain his balance. The dark figure laughed gleefully and swung its arm to attack Li Jie again. "All of my power comes from the fear inside your heart. What do you have to fight back with?" he said, growing more smug with each word. "Just that tiny belief of yours? But how could he give up?" Li Ji also swung his fist in response. "It's not just me, I can feel it. All the souls here are just like me." The two mismatched fists collided. He roared, "To protect the belief in my heart, I wouldn't hesitate even if it meant sacrificing my life." The dark figure's fist began to crumble under Li Jie's blow. "But they were all real beings," he said, gritting his teeth with determination. "And you are just my inner demon." As soon as Li Ji finished speaking, the inner demon shattered into pieces. He watched the inner demon disintegrate, speaking in an emotionless tone. "No, let's just say you were nothing more than a passing thought in my mind." At that moment, souls began to coalesce around him. Li Jie was slightly surprised. "The souls of the Kangji clan." A mechanical voice echoed through the space. Second skill learned, soul protection. Hearing this, he mused, "Soul protection? Is this a blessing for me? The mechanical voice continued. Commander skill enhances the combat and defensive capabilities of all followers, grants access to pharmaceuticals and resources. Weapons of the Jingtian Tower. Li Jai tested his new power and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the space. You B-rank kid. You continue to bring me one surprise after another. Li Jai immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Jingtian! He called out. This gate is... Jingtian's voice rang out. This is a dimensional gate where my Kangji clan stores its pharmaceuticals and weapons. Li Jai walked in without a hint of fear to take a look. He frowned, asking, just how much stuff is stored in here? Jingtian's voice continued to echo in the space. Those glowing areas. And store enough weapons and recovery potions to support a war on the scale of hundreds of thousands of people. As for the ores you need to forge weapons. Everything you see now is them. Li Jie laughed with delight. I suddenly feel like I just struck it rich. The remaining 3 floors, do they also have good stuff? Jingtian continued. There's nothing else. The 4th and 5th floors simulate the environments of the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Abyss, respectively, to help you adapt quickly and improve your combat strength. Suddenly he asked, then what about the 6th floor? What's there? Jingtian looked at Li Jai and spoke. With your current strength, you are not yet qualified to know that. Moreover, I hope you never have the chance to open it. Li Jie looked at Jingtian with a knowing expression. Being all mysterious again? Not qualified to know, huh? Don't tell me you ran out of money by the time you got to the 6th floor. That could very well be the case. The 4th and 5th floors don't have any rewards. Who knows, maybe the 6th floor is completely empty too. Jingtian tried to swallow his anger. I'll endure it. Elsewhere, a researcher stepped forward to report. Director Shi, all of the subjects injected with the god's blood have been eliminated by the military. Shihao raised an eyebrow. The military? Li Jie? Since when did you get involved with them? The employee continued his report. Also, according to a reliable source, Black Leopard has been secretly detained by the military. Hearing this, he was horrified. What? Black Leopard isn't dead? Shihao's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. That guy knows too much. He might just sell us out when the time comes. He ordered, immediately power up the Tier 2 tunnel. Hearing this, the employee panicked. But the surrounding area hasn't been evacuated yet. If we activate it now... Shihao looked indifferent. What do the lives of those commoners have to do with you? Now get a move on. The employee could only obey respectfully. Yes, sir. A countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1... Then a shout. Activate! Inside the sealed space, panicked staff screamed, What is this? Quick, look! Just then, an alarm blared. Warning! Unidentified radiation source detected. An employee saw the warning on his watch and was scared to death as he saw someone about to collapse running towards him. Another employee screamed in terror, Stay away from me! The staff fled in chaos. Help me! Run! They shouted. Quick, run! Everyone inside that light is dead! What are you standing there for? That light is still expanding. Go, now! A guard rushed forward. Young miss, be careful! He blocked the insectoid. Miss, let me hold it off. Everyone else, go on ahead. Duanao struggled to call out. Young miss? Ziyin helped him up and said, Be careful. Outside, patients fled in panic. Help! Run! Ziyin asked, confused. Why are there insectoids in the hospital? Duanao urged softly. Miss, you go first. Don't worry about me. Okay. Ziyin immediately cut him off. What are you talking about? She gently reassured him. I'm not going to leave you behind. The insectoid behind them attacked swiftly. Ziyin was knocked flying. Duanao anxiously advised, Young miss, run! He yelled, Run! Ziyin threw a rock at the insectoid. She said softly, Even if I don't have any combat skills, Ziyin said with determination, I'm still a B-rank evolved after all. She charged forward quickly. Telling me to abandon you and run away by myself, I can't do that. The insectoid easily broke her weapon. Duanao cried out in alarm, Young miss! Outside, Li Jue said worriedly, Qin Ziyin might have been attacked. I'm not sure what the situation is. I guess the only way is to try my new skill. He immediately used Soul Guard. The commander's skill enhanced the combat power and defense of all his followers. In the hospital, Li Jue's voice suddenly echoed, Qin Ziyin. He gently encouraged her, Qin Ziyin, get up, you can do this. A startled Qin Ziyin called out, Li Jue? Then Li Jue asked, Do you trust me? Receiving Soul Guard, defense and attack power enhanced. Ziyin quickly replied, I trust you. Li Ju then said, You need to show those stinking insects what you're capable of. Ziyin nodded softly. Okay, this is Solgard. She grabbed the insectoid forcefully. Let me show you this young Mrs. True Power. Ziyin slammed it hard onto the ground. She muttered in surprise. This... Ziyin was stunned for a moment. Did I do that? Li Ju appeared and hugged her. Our young miss is pretty amazing after all. Ziyin immediately hugged him. Li Jue gently comforted her. What are you crying for? Didn't you just beat those insectoids until they all ran away? Ziyin sobbed in reply. I thought I was going to die, and that I'd never see you again. Li Jue replied, That won't happen. I'll always protect you. Ziyin shyly called his name, Li Jue. Duan Ao spoke up from behind them. Hey, I'm just saying, could you two maybe get me down from here before you start with the public displays of affection? Outside the hospital, Duan Ao quickly drank a potion, and Ziyin, beside him, did the same. She said in amazement, This is incredible. The wound healed instantly. Duan Ao was also impressed. The effect really is miraculous. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. You, he said urgently. You're all evolved, right? Can I ask you to rescue the medical team? I just got a message from the medical team. They're trapped in Otherworld Mine number 7. That place is swarming with insectoids. Ziyin asked, confused. The mines were all supposed to have been cleared out. How could insectoids appear there? Li Ju was also a bit puzzled. Mine number 7. That belongs to the NG group. He softly speculated. It's insectoids again, and that mine is so close to here. Maybe the insectoids from earlier came from there. Ziyin nodded. That's possible. Li Jue gestured lightly. Let's go see what the NG group is up to. The vice president of the NG group shouted, There's been a mining accident! A tunnel collapsed! All non-essential personnel must leave immediately. Let us in, the staff below shouted. My brothers are still in there. The vice president explained, What collapse? It's clearly an insectoid outbreak. The staff kept shouting, Let us in to save them. The vice president furiously cursed, Who the hell do you people think you are? I said it was a collapse, so it was a collapse. Where would insectoids come from in a mine? If you people keep spreading rumors and causing trouble, don't blame us for getting rough. The video my brothers just sent clearly shows insectoids inside. Why won't you let us in? Even if it was a tunnel collapse, why won't you let us in to save people? Everyone shouted in agreement. That's right. The longer this takes, the more danger the people inside are in. The vice president scowled and fell silent for a moment, then ordered, Arrest all of these troublemakers for spreading rumors. The guards quickly replied, Yes, sir. Li Jue suddenly spoke up. The NG Corporation sure is impressive. He and Tuam walked forward. The vice president snapped, Who? Who dares to doubt our NG Corporation? Tuam arrogantly asked, Are you going to step aside or do I have to make you? The vice president sneered. Young Miss Qin, this isn't the territory of your Longmen's 3rd Street. You're overstepping your bounds. Tuam's expression turned serious. Someone from my Longmen's 3rd Street is trapped inside. I have to go in and save them. That's hardly meddling, is it? The vice president remained arrogant, warning, If you try to force your way in, don't blame us for disrespecting your Longmen's 3rd Street. Li Jue swiftly teleported, lightly threatening. Forcing our way in would be such a hassle. Why don't you just open your mouth and tell them to let us in? The vice president stammered in fear. Who are you? Don't do anything foolish. I'm the vice president of the NG Corporation. Li Ju replied in a cold voice. I'm just an E-rank miner with no background, but your NG Corporation doesn't scare me. Suddenly a loud shout was heard. Insolence! An attack swiftly shot towards Li Jue. He immediately raised his arm to block it, but was still sent flying. Dong Hao hurriedly asked, What's going on? The vice president immediately replied, President Ning, you're finally here. That Qin Tu Am brought people here spreading ridiculous rumors, insisting there are insectoids inside, and they even want to force their way into our mine. Dong Hao said in a low voice, Qin Tu Am, you'd better give me an explanation. Tu Am gently explained, We have a medical team trapped inside. According to them, there are a lot of insectoids in there. Dong Hao spoke condescendingly. This mine belongs to the NG Corporation. It took us 3 years to clear out all the monsters inside before we received the mining permit from the city lord. Li Jue and Tu Am were slightly taken aback by this. Dong Hao continued, Today, out of respect for Qin Shaoshang, I'll let you all go this one time. Li Jue quickly went after Ning Dong Hao. Are you being deceived by your subordinates, or do you just not give a damn about the lives of ordinary people? Dong Hao replied, annoyed. Li Jue, it's not your place to point fingers at me. Li Jue immediately used a skill and rushed to the mine right behind him. If you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself. 3. Darkness enhancement. Stage 2, Dong Hao said, still in a cold voice. I don't need to waste my time confirming such nonsense. Human, A rank. Skills. Gravity control. Can adjust the magnitude of gravity around him. Steel body. Can transform his body to the hardness of steel. The ancient supreme suddenly materialized behind him. Need me to step in? Li Ju quietly replied. No need, he's about to eat his words. The gate behind them suddenly reacted. Dong Hao was shocked. What's happening? Insectoids rushed out from the gate. Dong Hao turned to deal with them, quickly using his gravity control skill. Li Jue sneered. Well, now you don't have to bother going in to verify it. They've appeared right in front of you on their own. The nearby staff became furious. Look, insectoids! There are really insectoids inside! Let us in! Quick, record this! This is the proof! We have to let everyone else know! The vice president hurriedly tried to stop them. All of you, be quiet. Confiscate those phones that are recording. The people said angrily, Don't stop me! I have to go save my good brother. Li Jue quietly asked Ning Dong Hao. Are you still going to stop us from saving people? The vice president whispered to President Ning, reminding him. You can't let those people in. Dong Hao grunted dismissively. Wait until I'm done dealing with this. I'll deal with you later. The vice president's voice trembled. Dong Hao ordered the guards. Are you still blocking them? Everyone, get inside and exterminate the insectoids for me! The guards immediately complied. Yes, sir! Tuam gently called out, Li Jue? Li Jue smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. He quickly said, Jin Tuam, you and Duanao stay here. I'm going in to save them. Tuam nodded lightly. Okay, you be careful. A moment later, inside the gate, the vice president said in a panic, How are there so many? There were only a dozen or so before. His voice trembling, he stammered, President Ning, there are too many insectoids. We don't have enough manpower. Dong Hao immediately ordered, Contact the other evolved from the corporation and get them here for support. Li Ju spoke up softly. Instead of waiting for others to come to the rescue, we should take action ourselves. The longer we delay, the lower the survival rate for those inside. The vice president shouted angrily, Do you know how noble President Ning's status is? If he gets hurt, the interests of the entire corporation will be affected. Li Jue gave a faint smile. Interests, huh? It seems you've all been living too comfortably for too long. You've lost all your passion and courage. Dong Hao looked slightly annoyed. Li Jue smiled again and asked, I'm going to save people. I'm sure you don't have a problem with that, right? Dong Hao reminded him in disbelief. You're only a C rank. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Li Ju said slowly. Get myself killed? Then you and your men can just follow behind me. Darkness enhancement. Stage 2. He quickly rushed forward. Then open your eyes wide and see who's really going to die. Shadow step. Li Jue swiftly eliminated the nearby insectoids. The ancient supreme suddenly spoke up. Kid, these bugs are a little strange. Li Jue nodded. That's right, his shadow clone confirmed. He muttered, I have a feeling these insects are different from any I've seen before. As Li Jue continued to use his shadow morph skill, he wondered aloud to his great scythe. And besides, this is a mining area. With so many of these monstrous insects around, how has no one discovered them? The ancient supreme being replied, Because these insects were only born today. Li Jue was stunned. How is that possible? He said in disbelief, Insects grow incredibly fast, but I've never heard of one being born as a C rank. They exist, the ancient supreme being explained. It's because someone used the blood of a god. Li Jue quickly asked, The blood of a god, what is that? The system panel appeared. Li Jue, human race, B rank. Abilities, dark knowledge repository, shadow morph, shadow clone, peak. Shadow enhancement stage 1, B+. Body enhancement, shadow enhancement stage 2, A, shadow step. Shadow enhancement stage 3, A+. Shadow domain. Li Jue grew curious. So, what exactly is this blood of a god? The ancient supreme being explained. The blood of a god is a toxin that can enhance the combat strength of any living creature. It can drive the user into a berserk rage until they die from exhaustion. It ventured a guess. There must be a mother larva here that was infected by the toxin. I've seen it before. After an insect is infected, some of its offspring can be born as A rank. Li Jue asked again, But why would a toxin like that be here? The ancient supreme being hesitated. Well, Li Jue said quickly, figure it out on your own time. Saving people is what's important right now. Meanwhile, where the victims were trapped, they asked worriedly, It's so noisy outside. Could it be, have the insects found us? Is anyone coming to rescue us? A victim cried out in pain. I don't want to die! The doctor next to them tried to comfort them. Just hold on. Someone will definitely come for us. Just then, an insect dropped from the ceiling. Li Ju lightly stepped on its body. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I've found you all. Seeing him, everyone rejoiced. It's a rancor, we're saved! This is great! Where's old Wu? Dong Hao thought in disbelief. Isn't that kid supposed to be a C rank? How is he dealing with these insects so easily? And he's fighting so many of them alone. And without his energy showing any signs of depleting at all, he wondered silently. Could he be a B rank? Or even an A rank, like me? Suddenly, the ancient supreme being spoke up. Li Jue, the iron gate on the left. Something's not right in there. The vice president asked anxiously, Why is that punk going over there? He yelled, Hey you! Get away from that door! That's where our corporation keeps its important assets! Li Jue thought to himself, I can sense the insects in there. The vice president warned angrily, Do you hear me? Get your filthy hands off it. If anything inside is damaged, you could never afford to pay for it. Li Jue's voice was cold. Important assets, you say? He walked closer. When did the NG Corporation start researching these insects? The vice president trembled, stammering, What are you talking about? Don't spout nonsense. Li Jue replied calmly, I'm not. Open this door and you'll see. From behind, Dong Hao commanded, Open it. The vice president turned back in a panic. Director Nin, Dong Hao repeated, Open it. The flustered vice president said, Only the person in charge knows the password, and I can't get in touch with him. Li Jue stepped forward. Well, that's simple enough. He calmly raised his weapon. Then we'll just have to use a more forceful method. Li Jue swung his arm, shattering the door. Important assets, he scoffed. Then, furiously, he demanded, These are the important assets you were talking about? He thought in a rage, Is this how my parents were killed too? And Uncle Hack, Li Jue stammered softly, the lives of these miners. He demanded, In the eyes of the NG Corporation, are their lives really worthless? Li Ju warned quietly. Nin Dong Hao, you'd better start talking. The sight before them enraged the other employees. Old Wang, this ID tag, it's Old Wang's. But didn't they say he died in the mine collapse 2 years ago? So why is it here now? Old Wang, Old Wu, Dong Hao growled at his subordinate. What in the world is going on here? The NG Corporation vice president could only stammer, Well, this... Li Ju pointed his sword straight at the man's face. Isn't it obvious what happened? Someone has been using these miners as food for a broodmother. Dong Hao snapped, furious. What is the meaning of this? His subordinate tried to defend himself. Director Nin, I did it for the good of the corporation. The NG vice president was forced to confess. 3 years ago, we fought hard to acquire this mine. He continued, but who could have known that there was a broodmother hidden deep underground? So to avoid disrupting the mine's operations, Li Jue's killing intent flared. So you fed people to that disgusting thing? Dong Hao stepped forward, shielding his subordinate. Li Jue, what do you think you're doing? The NG vice president cowered and whined, Director Nin, save me! He was making his stance perfectly clear. This is an internal matter for my corporation. It's not your place to interfere. Li Jat furiously questioned, If not 1,000, then at least several hundred miners have died here. You still want to help your VP cover this up? That's right. His own subordinates also rose up in protest. It was him. He's the murderer. Aren't we miners human too? Those involved must be brought to trial. Right, these people all deserve to be executed. Even at a time like this, the NG Corporation's VP is still bossing around the security staff. You guys have too much time on your hands, don't you? Get these miners out of here. He turned to Dong Hao, trying to explain himself. Director Ning, I'm at my wit's end. Jizun, having seen enough, glared and spoke with annoyance. Should I just kill this piece of scum myself? Li Jiat turned his back and replied scornfully, No need. I've already prepared their just desserts. Now is a good chance for him to know what it feels like to be treated like food by insects. Dong Hao silently watched Li Jiat as he quietly walked towards the cave entrance. The NG Corporation's VP frantically warned that broodmother, although it's only a B rank, and when its life is threatened, it will enter a berserk state and reproduce like crazy. In reality, he was more worried about his own life. At that point, our entire mining area will be sealed off, causing irreparable losses for the corporation. Dong Hao raised his fist, determined not to ignore it. I think what you're worried about is how this will affect your position in the corporation. Before he could even act, a world-shaking explosion interrupted them. A colossal figure slowly revealed itself, causing the two of them to be utterly terrified. The NG Corporation's VP trembled all over, stammering incoherently, The broodmother... He was also the first one to flee. No, I don't want to die! The broodmother lunged forward, lifting him into the air, determined to devour its prey. The NG Corporation's VP cried out pathetically, Director Ning, save me! At this point, Dong Hao also abandoned him. Your living would only bring more shame to the corporation. He stood aside indifferently, pointing directly at his own subordinate. And so, Dong Hao used his gravity control ability to personally eliminate the future threat. Go to hell with this beast. Both of them were sent to their graves by his ultimate move. Just then, Li Jiat casually appeared from the cave entrance. Well, well, why did the broodmother suddenly rush out like that, I wonder? He smirked sarcastically. Good thing Director Ning wasn't hurt. Otherwise, that would have been a huge problem. Dong Hao stepped forward and immediately questioned him. You were the one who lured the broodmother out, Li Jiat replied nonchalantly. I was originally helping you deal with the broodmother. I just didn't expect... Without holding back, he directly criticized him. It's not just that the people under you at NG Corporation are disobedient. Even the bugs you raise are exactly the same. Blood rushed to Dong Hao's head as he growled, Li Jiat! He tilted his chin, provoking him. What? You want to fight me? Turning to leave, Li Jiat stated bluntly, I'd advise you to save your energy. The media already knows what happened here. You should think about how you're going to explain this. Dong Hao could only grit his teeth and threaten him, Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for this. Li Jiat powerfully delivered the final word, I'll be waiting. The next day, breaking news spread across the internet. Chaos in 3 otherworld mining zones belonging to the NG Corporation, caused by alien races, resulted in casualties and property damage in many areas. An order has been issued to close all otherworld gates belonging to this corporation, and a thorough investigation into those responsible will be conducted. Li Jiat contemptuously predicted, in the end, it'll most likely just be an apology and some compensation to get it over with. He turned to ask for Zizun's opinion. Zizun, that blood of the gods you mentioned before. You still haven't explained what it is. He coolly explained, the blood of the gods only exists in the forbidden zone of the blood tribe, and that forbidden zone is on the 3rd level. Logically, it shouldn't be able to appear here. Li Jiat was immediately interested. The blood tribe? I've never heard of them before. Zizun continued in a stern voice. Their lowest members are S rank, so they are all imprisoned in the inner sanctum of the 3rd level of the otherworld hell. Of course you've never heard of them. Li Jiat switched to a serious mode. The lowest is S rank? Does that mean even their newborns are S rank? Zizun patiently explained. To be precise, the blood tribe isn't a single race. It's a general term for creatures that have adapted to the blood of the gods. Creatures that come into contact with the blood of the gods don't all die. There are perfect cases that become members of the blood tribe. Because the blood of the gods can activate one's potential, the survivors are all at least S rank. Li Jiat began to ponder deeply. Could it be that a member of the blood tribe escaped from the 3rd level? With a snap of his fingers, he opened a portal. Zizun firmly denied it. Impossible. If a creature from the 3rd level escaped, your world would have been destroyed long ago. Seeing him step into the portal, a confused Li Jiat asked, We're in the middle of a conversation. Where are you going? Zizun hinted, Your reproductive partner has arrived. What would I stay here for? And just like that, he walked closer to the door to observe. From a distance, he saw Si Yin waving at him, followed by Duanao. She smiled brightly and called out cheerfully, Li Jiat! Without any ceremony, she insisted, I want to move in with you. Li Jiat was completely stunned and could only utter, Huh? He gave a strained laugh, trying to find a way out of it. That's not a good idea. With your father's personality, he'd definitely kill me. Si Yin cut him off, annoyed. Don't talk to me about him. Then she sat down on the sofa, grumbling in frustration. He clearly knows how to awaken new skills, but he keeps hiding it from me, not letting me get stronger. Li Jiat calmly encouraged her. Si Yin, you've always been pretty strong. You're the one who advanced to B rank. Besides, you even took down a D rank insectoid that day, didn't you? A serious Si Yin reflected on herself. You don't need to comfort me about that day. I know you used some kind of attribute-boosting skill on me. Besides, even with that, I don't have any combat skills. I'm just a little stronger than a normal person. She declared with determination, I want to get stronger. I don't want to be a burden to you. Li Jiat's gentle tone made Tan Siyin's heart flutter. He gently stroked Siyin's head. You were never a burden. Really? She asks without thinking. Just as they were having a moment, Xiao Shang barges in and interrupts. Hey, kid! You don't need those paws of yours anymore, do you? You want to bet? I'll break your claws right now, then chop you into pieces and throw you in the river to feed the fish until the sea is full. And you, Duanao, is this how you protect the young lady? I'm docking your pay. Li Jai had to admit what Si Yin had said earlier was true. Her father really was a handful. She starts getting angry at him. Tan Xiao Shang! At that, Xiao Shang softens his tone, pleading with Si Yin. Sweetheart, please believe me. There really is no way to awaken your skills. She flares up, snapping, You're still lying to me? I heard you talking to Uncle Hong about this. Xiao Shang denies it helplessly. Sweetie, please let me explain. It's not that I wouldn't tell you. It's because this is a classified secret that can't be revealed. Yin threatens him firmly. If you don't tell me, I'm not coming home. It's your choice. And so he had no choice but to reveal the big secret. Fine. I'll talk, all right? Li Jai, sitting nearby, thinks to himself, but Chairman Tan said it was classified. How can he just say something like that? Besides, you were discussing top-secret matters with General Hong and you didn't even try to hide it from your own daughter? Xiao Shang explains seriously. There is, in fact, a way for people to rapidly advance and awaken new skills. Among those who participated in the battle against the Level 2 tunnel before, there were cases of people advancing twice and awakening new skills. The research at the time concluded that it was caused by long-term exposure to the high radiation levels of the Level 2 tunnel. He emphasizes, but those were just isolated cases from that battle. The survival rate for those who were forced to advance through long-term radiation exposure was less than 1%. Xiao Shang explains in a low voice, This is why I didn't want to tell you. Even so, Si Yin is still skeptical. Is that really true? Li Jai quickly realizes a key point. Wait a minute. Based on what you said, the recent appearance of a Level 2 tunnel, could it be man-made? Xiao Shang continues firmly, General Hong and I also suspected that the experiment Shi Hao is conducting is intended to open a Level 2 tunnel, but the possibility wasn't high. Even if Shi Hao was crazy enough to want to level up this way, this experiment would still require a large number of people to cooperate. Surely all those people haven't gone mad, have they? Aren't they afraid of dying? Yes, at that very moment. In a secret laboratory, Shi Hao calmly observes through a monitor. What do you think? Are those people down there afraid of dying? One of his subordinates remarks coldly, Anyone who dares to work normally under this radiation is probably not afraid. Shi Hao replies deceitfully, No, they are afraid of death. The only reason they continue to work normally is because they believe the radiation from the Level 2 tunnel will only make them level up, not kill them. From below, a desperate scream echoes. Director Shi! Director Shi! I can't take it anymore! He begs frantically. Please, sir, give me the medicine. If I stay in this radiation without the medicine, I'll die. Director, I'm A-class. I'm still useful. An extremely cunning expression appears on Shi Hao's face. But without the medicine we provide, they'll die, even if they become S-class powerhouses. He walks over to inspect something nearby. It's just a pity our ability to reproduce the raw materials is too poor. A few more people and we'll be running out. Shi Hao's ambition is now laid bare. Otherwise, we could have built an entire team of S-class advanced beings, an army powerful enough to sweep across the entire world. A group is silently observing the experiment. Radiation concentration detected rising. 90%, 96%, 97%. Shi Hao smirks with delight as he listens to the reports continue. 98%, 99%. A gate bursts open, and everyone cheers excitedly. 100%! The Level 2 path is fully open. All systems operating normally at present. Shi Hao's whole body begins to erupt with power. This is the feeling. After so many years, I can finally feel it again. The energy in my body is surging wildly. Everyone cheers enthusiastically. We did it! We succeeded. Suddenly, the system issues an emergency signal. Warning! Warning! Multiple alien life forms detected attacking from the newly opened gate. The alien creatures are flooding into the laboratory. Faced with the giant beasts, Shi Hao stands firm, not moving an inch. His subordinate reports in a panic, It's an S-class beast clan! It's an S-class beast clan! It seems Shi Hao has been waiting for this for a long time. He roars, What are you afraid of? He directly reminds the entire research team, Don't forget, the blood of gods flows through our veins. Watching them turn to flee, he grows even more excited. Why would this beast clan attack us? Just as expected, this beast clan's leader has directed its underlings to attack elsewhere. A subordinate asked worriedly, Director Thoy, if we just let this beast clan be, they'll most likely storm Sea City. He then took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Isn't this just perfect? Let those brutes and the people of Sea City fight to the death. I can feel that under this radiation. It won't be long before I can become an S rank. The How's ambition grew boundlessly. At that time, the order of Sea City will be redefined by me. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers was patrolling outside. The captain shouted, "Snap out of it for me! Check the surroundings carefully. See if there's anything unusual." The team members then responded in unison. "Roger." One of them stepped forward and reported confidently, "Don't worry, Captain. This area, we patrol it several times a day." Before he could finish his sentence, he was ambushed and fell instantly. Everyone stared in utter shock at their fallen comrade. Their enemy was an A-rank Thunder Wolf Tiger Beast. Everyone yelled urgently, "It's the Beast Clan! We have to try and call for backup. It's an A-rank. Quick, send a signal to command. Headquarters, headquarters! Patrol Team 6 is under attack!" But at that moment, Teo Thuong was still pleading with his daughter. "Sweetheart, can you come back to Dad?" Tuam flatly refused. "No way!" Triton appeared, reporting to Lai Jiat. "There's trouble!" He quickly agreed. "I feel it too." Tuam also noticed he was leaving this place. She ran over worriedly and asked immediately, "Li Jiat, what's wrong?" He brandished his weapon and firmly entrusted Duan Nao with protecting Tan Tuam. It turned out he had stepped out to proactively confront the B-rank Wolf Tiger Beast. Just like that, Lai Jiat charged into a fierce battle with the enemy. Its movements were much faster than he had imagined. But even though it dodged the fatal blow, it was still zapped by lightning. Teo Thuong was the one who unleashed that skill. He roared, "A B-rank Beast Clan member! Why is a brute like this here?" A red flare suddenly appeared in the sky, making Li Jiat realize with a serious tone, "It's not just here." Teo Thuong quickly identified the target. "A military signal flare." Right after, he saw a series of flares shoot into the sky. "I can feel it. The presence of the Beast Clan is in the city as well." The situation at the Sea City Temporary Military Command Headquarters was extremely tense. "Patrol Team 6 is under attack. Patrol Team 2, 3, 4, and even Team 8 are all under attack. The third defensive sector has been assaulted by the Beast Clan." Teo Thuong's group had also arrived at this location. General Hong told everyone to wait here. Through the observation screen, he saw, "We are in a critical situation. Currently, most of the Beast Clan is blocked outside the defensive fortification belt, but 2 defensive points have been breached. Mobilize soldiers to retake defensive structure 6. The front line is struggling against relentless waves of enemy attacks. B-rank Beast Clan traces detected." The map also indicated multiple threats in the city center. "Multiple Beast Clan traces detected," Teo Thuong remarked grimly. "So many. This is a beast tide." Lai Jiat, also confused, added, "Where did all these brutes come from?" Just then, General Hong appeared with an imposing aura. "Everyone, you've arrived just in time." He quickly coordinated. "Major General Tan, you will follow me to command the front line shortly." Teo Thuong firmly accepted the order. Understood. General Hong then arranged for the others. "Tuam, my dear, return to Long Mon Tam Nai. Even though there are no beasts there right now, I'm worried since there are no high-level masters guarding it. I'm worried someone might cause trouble." Tuam tugged on Lai Jiat's hand and whispered softly, "Lai Jiat, will you come with me?" "Yes," he replied calmly and concisely. "I'm fine with whatever." Of course, there was no way he could escape General Hong's gaze. "You, kid, stay here with me. I have other arrangements for you." Li Jiat handed her the Shadow Dragon, carefully instructing Tan Tuam, "Take it with you. In special circumstances, it can be of some use." It rested obediently in the palm of Tuam's hand. She hugged it to her chest and shyly bid him farewell. "Okay, you be careful." Li Jiat patted her head and promised firmly, "Don't worry." Tuam smiled and urged, "I'll wait for you to come back." Even General Hong had to nod his head and exclaim, "Ah, to be young is truly wonderful." As for Teo Thuong, he was boiling with jealousy. "How dare you pat my family's treasure on the head?" "That head pat, I've never even done that to my precious girl." "I'm going to deal with you. Drown you in a pond, bury you at sea." General Hong turned back to discuss the battle plan. "As you can see, this beast tide is by no means simple. Even with heavy weaponry for suppression, S-rank and A-rank people like us are all needed to hold the front line." Lai Jiat questioned him directly. "Just say it. General Hong, you intentionally let me in here to see these images. What exactly do you want me to do? I don't think this is something a side character like me should be allowed to see." He had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. "The Beast Clan members that infiltrated earlier have hidden in the military academy. I hope you can assist the soldiers there in rescuing the students." "Is that all?" Lai Jiat turned to leave immediately. "I agree," General Hong cautiously reminded him. Aren't you going to ask what rank those Beast Clan members are? He decisively predicted the ones that infiltrated are A rank. There are probably only one or two of them. Lai Jiat finished with a cool, imposing air. As long as I don't have to face them at the same time, I can still handle it. General Hong trusted him completely. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Thieu Thuong, however, was still making a scene out of jealousy. Why are you stopping me? I have to teach this brat a proper lesson. General Hong's men tried to remind him to calm down. Sir, this is the military base. Even Xiao Shang's best friend had to speak up. A future father-in-law like you is no match for Li Jue. He declared contemptuously, I'm an A rank, but I'm not sure I could beat him. With his experienced eyes, General Hong silently assessed Li Jue. I can feel it. This kid, he might even have enough power to face an S rank. Meanwhile, in a nearby field tent, two soldiers were talking tensely. Damn it, these beasts are too cunning. They always ambush the rescue team the moment we let our guard down. Yeah, I've never fought such a disgraceful battle before. If there weren't still students inside, I would have blasted this whole place to kingdom come by now. Suddenly, a subordinate appeared with news. Reporting! The reinforcements from headquarters have arrived. One of them asked curiously, Is it an A-rank powerhouse? The subordinate answered hesitantly. According to his file, he slowly read from the report in his hand. He's an E-rank minor. Someone immediately snapped in outrage. What? Have the higher-ups lost their damn minds? The two of them were too busy posturing to notice an enemy approaching from behind. Both of us are B ranks leading the team, and even we've taken heavy losses. What use is some E-rank punk? He's probably some little prince trying to build his reputation. One said arrogantly, Get rid of him for me. We don't need his kind here. Fortunately, the subordinate spotted the enemy. The tent! Behind you! With lightning speed, Li Jue lunged at his prey. Who's there? With a series of mighty slashes, he effortlessly dismembered the enemy. The two loud-mouthed soldiers from before now trembled in terror. A beast man! When did it get here? Li Jue's voice was sharp with criticism. And with that level of awareness, you dare to doubt me? They were too stunned to even breathe. Didn't they say he was E-rank? One subordinate confirmed with certainty. The file really does say E-rank minor. The other one still couldn't process it. He killed a B rank in a single blow. Li Jue then unleashed his ultimate skill. He quickly divided the tasks. You guys take your men and hold the line here. I'll handle the search and rescue. Using his extraordinary agility, Li Jue swiftly scouted the surroundings. Identifying the enemy, he thought to himself, these beasts are pretty damn smart. They're always lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance. No wonder the search and rescue teams kept getting ambushed. The Supreme Being appeared, nodding in approval. Orcs are smarter than the insectoids. Their S-rank intelligence is on par with yours. Li Jue could only manage a wry smile. Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Suddenly, he sensed a presence lingering nearby. Someone's here. Li Jue quickly leaped onto a nearby rooftop to get a better vantage point. Sure enough, below him, a soldier was fighting a beast man. Luo He was cornered, panting for breath. Suddenly, he noticed a helmet nearby. Luo He quickly retrieved the helmet and transformed it into a sword to fight the beast man. A C-rank human, metal fabrication skill, Li Jue noted with a nod. A skill like his is pretty rare. But against the enemy's ferocious fangs and claws, it seemed it wasn't enough. Luo, he had no choice but to charge forward, ready to fight to his last breath. I'll take you on! But within a minute, the beastman shattered his sword. Luo He was sent flying into a nearby wall, groaning in pain. He clutched his injured arm, blaming himself in frustration. Why? Facing an enemy with such a huge power gap, Luo He was utterly helpless. I'm clearly a C rank, but I still haven't awakened any skills. He had finally given up. They were right. I really am useless. Suddenly, Li Jue appeared, lecturing him. Whether you're useless or not depends on your actions. He had already dispatched the Beastman. Don't listen to what other people say. Li Jue held out a hand, offering him two choices. The search and rescue team's location isn't far from here. Are you going to go there and ask for help, or do you want to come with me and save more people? After a brief hesitation, Luo He made his choice decisively. I'll go with you. I know how to find the students who are in hiding. The two of them shook hands and introduced themselves briefly. Welcome aboard. My name is Li Jue. He answered forthrightly. I'm Luo He, an infantry class student. Meanwhile, his teammates were anxiously waiting for news. I wonder if Luo He will be able to find reinforcements. Wu Hao sneered. You really think that piece of trash is going to survive and find the rescue team? He probably didn't even get far before he was eaten. Someone snapped in annoyance. Wu Hao, what the hell did you just say? He shot back arrogantly. What? Am I wrong? A C rank with a trash skill volunteering to find help? That's just a suicide mission, isn't it? A young man with a buzz cut was furious. I should have gone with Luo Hei to find reinforcements from the start. I never should have listened to you and stayed behind, Wu Hao rambled on. With his lack of strength, he would have just been going to his death. The most logical plan was for you and me to stay behind and protect everyone. Thanks to Luo Hei's directions, Li Jue had found his way to them. He said sarcastically, "It's not every day you hear someone make their own cowardice sound so noble." Wu Hao flew into a rage and took an attack stance. "You bastard! What did you just say?" Li Jue simply responded with a slap. Wu Hao was sent flying over 10 meters. He hastily threatened, You stay away. My father is—" Li Jiat's voice was sharp as he cut him off. "I don't give a damn who your father is. Say one more word, and I won't mind saving one less person." But his teammates all moved forward to surround their friend. "Lakha, it's so good to see you're okay." He scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile, his voice a bit embarrassed. "It's all thanks to Mr. Lai's treatment that I was able to make it back safely." The tense atmosphere eased slightly. One student couldn't hide his excitement and cheered, "This is great! Someone's here to save us! We're saved!" But in contrast to that celebration, Li Jiat, his face still cold and stern, cut everyone off. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to save you." He swept his sharp gaze across the crowd and declared, "I am here to teach you how to become true soldiers, how to find your comrades, form teams to fight, and then kill your way out of here." His resolute declaration sent a stir through the crowd. Doubtful glances began to appear. One person spoke up hesitantly. "I heard the beasts outside are B rank, and there are quite a few of them." The person next to him nodded in agreement, a worried look on their face. "That's right. Even real soldiers couldn't do that." Noticing the drop in morale, Li Jiat's voice grew even harsher. "You are military academy cadets. You are soldiers, not civilians." He took a step forward, his overwhelming presence silencing the cadets. "Sooner or later, you will all be on the battlefield. When that time comes, do you think you can just abandon your comrades and hide in a trench waiting for rescue? What you need to do now is follow me, find the other cadets, and face the beasts together." With a slight movement of his hand, a long sword materialized from thin air. He looked directly at everyone and stated firmly, "Of course, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe." Immediately after, Li Jiat turned to the young man beside him. He gave a direct instruction. "Use your skill. Turn this sword into arrows and a larger blast shield." Despite some hesitation, seeing the other's determined gaze, Lakha still nodded. "Okay." Taking the sword, Lakha began to use his metal forging ability. In the blink of an eye, the metal twisted and morphed, then reformed into a thick shield and 4 iron arrows. Sharp. Li Jiat quickly assigned tasks. "You two, the non-evolved ones. Use the compound bows for long-range harassment. Replace all your standard arrows. Only these can actually damage the beasts." He tossed the newly made shield to a short-haired male student nearby. "You're a D-rank strength type, so you're responsible for shielding them." Finally, Li Jiat handed a saber to Lakha. He ordered decisively, "You, take this saber and be on the main offense with me." Lakha's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. "Me? On the main offense?" A sneer echoed from behind. Gohao curled his lip in disdain. "Hilarious. Him on the main offense? With that useless skill, what else can he do besides be a blacksmith?" Hearing those insulting words, Lakha lowered his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. Li Jiat ignored the taunt and spoke calmly to Lakha. "There's no need to argue with him. What you need to do now is pick up your weapons and fight with me." Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he sensed a murderous aura approaching. Crash! The ceiling shattered, raining down rubble. A huge, dark figure lunged down to attack. It was a B-rank wolf. Its sudden appearance made Lakha's group scream in panic. A beast! Unfazed, Li Jiat immediately activated Shadow Enhancement and Soul Protection, simultaneously shouting instructions. "Remember, you are soldiers. As long as you believe in yourselves, you can definitely destroy these brutes before you." Enveloped by a protective layer of light, their fear gradually faded. Their combat power and defensive capabilities were significantly boosted. Lakha's 4-person team regained their composure and charged forward to meet the enemy. "Let's go." Li Jiat fell back slightly, unleashing energy chains to provide support. "I'll handle control. Lakha, you attack!" The B-rank wolf was immediately bound by his chains. Seeing a golden opportunity, Lakha rushed forward and swung his sword with all his might. but the inexperienced strike left only a small scratch on its steel-like hide, stunning him. I used my full strength and only managed to scratch its skin. From a distance, Lai Jiat calmly directed, "Archers, provide covering fire." Suddenly, the monster roared furiously, snapping the chains that bound it. Just as its claws were about to pounce, the young man with the buzz cut rushed out in time, raising his shield to block the blow just as he was tasked. This seamless coordination left Lai Jiat very pleased. Good teamwork. He immediately jumped into direct combat, subtly reminding Lakha as he fought, "Unleash your skill. The thing in your hand isn't just a saber." As he spoke, he activated shadow morphing. The weapon in his hand continuously transformed from a sword to an iron chain, then into a giant pillar. While striking, Lai Jiat continued to guide him earnestly. "It can also become an iron chain, a giant pillar. It can be any weapon shape that is advantageous to you." Those words were like a key, unlocking his mind. Lakha's eyes lit up. "Any shape." Realizing the point, he quickly charged forward to join the fight. "I get it now." However, the B-rank wolf was extremely cunning. It quickly counterattacked, clamping down on Lakha's weapon with its sharp fangs. Not panicking at all, Lakha nimbly activated his metal forging skill. Using his rich imagination, he fluidly transformed the weapon's shape right inside the beast's mouth. The metal bar instantly became a long chain, locking the monster's snout and neck. Putting all his strength into it, Lakha successfully slammed its head to the floor. Not missing the opportunity, Lai Jiat delivered a powerful finishing blow, sending the monster to its maker. Seeing their enemy collapse, the whole team burst out in joy. Did we really do that? That was amazing! Suddenly, the beasts didn't seem so scary anymore. Lai Jiat retracted his weapon and nodded, confirming that the combat training was complete. Next, it's time for us to counterattack. The morale of Lakha's group soared, and they shouted in unison, "Let's do this!" Seeing Ngo Hao still standing stubbornly with his arms crossed, Lakha couldn't help but worry. "Aren't you really going to join us?" In response to her goodwill was a gaze burning with fury. Ngo Hao screamed, "If you people want to die, then go by yourselves. I have to stay here. My dad will definitely send people to rescue me. Definitely. He will." Hearing this, Lai Jiat didn't even turn back, walking away coldly. "Let's go. The more time we waste here, the more danger the surviving students are in." Lakha's steps were still a bit hesitant, her heart unwilling. "But are we really going to leave him behind?" Lai Jiat continued walking, his tone steely as he explained, "It's not us abandoning him. It's him, out of fear of death, abandoning everyone else." At the same time, in another corner of the battlefield, Instructor Duong was standing alone amidst the soldiers and the giant monster. He yelled, "Defense team, advance!" The Holang Lei beast charged forward with its massive body like a tank. A few soldiers could only attempt to defend themselves in desperation. Without hesitation, Instructor Duong gave the order, "Deploy the attack formation." At his word, dozens of magical flames were launched. The advanced team began their all-out assault. The fireballs struck the beast, causing it to roar in pain. A dark green aura exploded around Instructor Duong. He looked as ferocious as a demon god casting a curse. "Go die, you filthy animal!" As the aura transformed into vines, binding the monster tightly. The soldiers cheered joyfully. It worked! However, the strength of the Holang Lei beast was not so easily contained. It let out an earth-shattering roar, easily tearing apart its bonds and breaking free. The situation reversed so quickly that no one could have predicted it. The smiles vanished. In their place were expressions of absolute terror on the soldiers' faces. Seeing the monster charging madly toward them, Instructor Duong hurriedly shouted, "Everyone get back!" Facing the Thunder Beast's counterattack, he quickly assumed a defensive stance. In a flash, the colossal shadow was upon them, its menacing growl echoing right beside their ears. A few soldiers fired their guns wildly, "Sats!" while unable to stop themselves from cursing, "Damn it!" Seeing the bullets embed themselves in the Thunder Beast's body while it remained as unfazed as stone, someone screamed in panic, "The bullets aren't working?" Knowing they couldn't hold on, Instructor Duong quickly said, "Go! Now! Leave me!" Just as he finished speaking, the monster lunged aggressively, baring its sharp crimson fangs as if to swallow its prey whole. Instructor Duong closed his eyes, resigned to his fate and waiting for death. But in that hair-raising moment, no one noticed a dark figure approaching from behind at an astonishing speed. The person spoke calmly. "You're not too bad for an instructor." "Swish!" Lai Jiat swung his sword, cleanly severing the Holang Lei beast's head. Hot blood splattered across Instructor Duong's face. He said softly, "It would be a waste for you to die just like that." The instructor stared in shock at the young man, thinking to himself, a one-hit kill on a B rank. Is he an A rank? After being helped up by the soldiers, Instructor Duong finally stammered, "You are—" Before La Jiat could speak, Lak Ha, from behind, quickly introduced him. "Instructor Duong, this is Mr. Lai, sent by the military headquarters to support us." Hearing this, a soldier's eyes widened in amazement. The military headquarters? After his identity was confirmed, Lai Jiat got straight to the point. "Instructor Duong, how many students are currently in the military school, do you know?" He lowered his head, hiding his sad eyes, and slowly replied, "Besides the 9 of us here, there were 63 other students, but right now I'm not sure." "Not sure? In a situation like this? Shouldn't you be with the other students?" Instructor Duong lowered his head, avoiding the other's fiery gaze, and hesitantly replied, "That was my intention." Meanwhile, in another secure location, inside a room full of equipment, a group of people sycophantically surrounded a middle-aged man, enthusiastically giving him a thumbs up. "Director Ngo is a genius! Letting those people go out to distract the beasts buys us more time." However, a hesitant voice still spoke up. "Isn't what we're doing a bit too cruel?" That comment was immediately shot down by a comrade. "Cruel? You're so righteous, huh? Why didn't you go out with them a minute ago?" Seeing the crowd start to get rowdy, Director Ngo spoke up angrily. "All right, stop arguing." Half of his face was shrouded in shadow, revealing a cunning expression as he explained, "My arranging for them to go out in teams of 10 and was a last resort. The purpose was to protect command-type students like you." He cast a calculating gaze towards the young man who had just shown him adoration. "You are all future generals. The hopes of this academy and my own rest on all of you. This is only natural." Flattered, the young man immediately replied with gratitude, "Director, for helping us like this, we will definitely repay you in the future." Another man chimed in, "We will be sure to remember this." Seeing their subservient attitude, Director Ngo was extremely pleased. He chuckled insincerely. "Your sentiment is what counts. Your sentiment is what counts." Suddenly, a dark figure appeared at the door, a voice as cold as ice cutting through the triumphant atmosphere. "So you let 60 students, divided into 6 teams, go to their deaths, just to protect these cowardly animals who cling to life?" Standing against the light, Lai Jiat's silhouette appeared like the Grim Reaper coming to claim a soul. He growled out each word, questioning, "So that later you can wait for them to get promotions and riches, and then they'll repay your favor? Huh?" A henchman immediately stepped forward, pointing a finger in his face and scolding, "Who the hell are you? It's not your place to speak here." Seeing the whole incident, Instructor Duong, who was behind him, couldn't help but speak up sarcastically. "Director Ngo, you're quite the schemer, aren't you?" As soon as they saw him, those inside immediately changed their tune, blaming Instructor Duong. "Weren't you guys supposed to be guarding the perimeter? Why did you bring people back here? You're disobeying a direct order, do you realize that?" But Director Ngo was only focused on finding that familiar figure. Tense, he called out, "Luo Hei! Dong Kui!" He rushed over to the 2 of them, Li Jai following, and asked urgently, "Why are you 2 here? Didn't I already arrange for you to go with Ngo Hao's family to the C-rank Otherworld for training?" Luo Hei stood at attention and reported the truth. "Ngo Hao said he was tired, so he's been holed up in the student dorm this whole time. He didn't go." Hearing this terrible news, Director Ngo flew into a rage, shoving him aside and screaming, "Then where is Ngo Hao? Why isn't he with you?" Luo Hei quickly regained his composure and explained, "He didn't want to act with us, so we had no choice but to leave him at the West District Arena." Rage clouded his mind, and Director Ngo's voice turned bone-chillingly cold. "You just left Ngo Hao behind like that? Do you have any idea what this behavior means?" Channeling power into his hand, he raised his fist and charged them menacingly. "This is a violation of military discipline! It's a crime! I could execute you right now!" But before his fist could even reach its target, Li Jai lunged forward to counter. 2 immense sources of power collided, creating a shockwave that terrified everyone. In a flash, Director Ngo was knocked backwards. His fist trembled uncontrollably from the numbness. He gritted his teeth and stared at the young man in disbelief. "This kid." Li Jai just stood there calmly. He waited for the director to recover before speaking mockingly. "As a B rank awakened, not only did you fail to protect your students, you sent them to their deaths." Director Ngo clenched his trembling hand. Trying to save face, he retorted, "That was a strategic necessity, a tactic. Who the hell are you to question me?" A fierce aura erupted around Li Jai, making him even more intimidating. "Then ordering the abandonment of your useless son is also a strategic necessity." Though his eyes were bloodshot with rage, Reason told Director Ngo to restrain himself. He calculated silently, an A rank. One this young must be the child of a major family. It's better not to clash with him. Having thought it through, he waved his hand and ordered, "Instructor Yang, take your men and follow me immediately to rescue Ngo Hao." "Yes, sir." But the crowd remained as still as statues, making him roar in desperation. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Right after that, Lijai's authoritative voice boomed over everything. "Instructor Yang, use the communicator immediately and gather all students here. Luohei, you and your team gather all the usable weapons and ammunition you can find here." Faced with Lijai's authority, everyone shouted in unison, "Sir!" Being ignored, Director Ngo was furious. He screamed, "You! By what right do you give orders like that? With so many people, what if you attract the beasts outside?" Li Jia's sharp, cold gaze snapped back to him. He lowered his voice into a threatening warning, "My patience with you is limited. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." After stabilizing the situation, Li Ji and Instructor Yang began organizing them into combat formation. Standing before the assembled soldiers, he spoke clearly, "I trust you all know the situation outside. You now have two paths. One is to hide here, and pray those beasts don't find you." He raised a gun high and declared powerfully, "The second is to pick up your weapons, follow me, and charge out there. Risk your lives for yourselves and for your comrades. Carve a path to survival." Director Ngo cut in again, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Talk is cheap." He pointed at the pile of crude weapons. "These things are completely useless against B ranks. You're sending the students to their deaths." But Li Jai remained perfectly calm. He aimed the gun at him, challenging, "Is that so? Then why don't you, a B rank, find out if it's useless or not?" Director Ngo smirked contemptuously, lightly gathering his energy to block the attack. But the unthinkable happened. The bullet pierced through his defensive layer and lodged itself in his shoulder, making his eyes widen in utter shock. "How can this be? The hardness of this bullet, it actually broke through my defense." After that display of power, Li Jai explained to the students, "The weapons before you have all been coated in a special metal by Luohei. As long as you coordinate properly, killing those beasts outside won't be a problem." Hearing this, the youths immediately erupted in excited cheers. "That's great! We can finally go take care of those beasts!" "That's right! We were about to suffocate from waiting! Let's kill them!" Their shouts echoed through the base. "Counterattack! Counterattack!" Director Ngo clutched his bleeding wound, still trying to salvage his authority. "Li Jai, I work for the city lord!" "How dare you treat me like this?" But Li Jai was completely unafraid. He stepped closer and threatened him in a low voice right next to his ear. "You should feel lucky that your B-rank strength is still of some use to these students. Otherwise, I would have thrown you out for those beasts to eat a long time ago." Those cold words left Director Ngo speechless, not daring to utter another peep. The lackeys who came with him were also at a loss. "Director, what do we do now?" Director Ngo's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, and a vicious smile spread across his face. He lowered his voice and whispered, "This kid is an A rank. For now, we have no choice but to obey him. After this is all over, we'll settle the score with him." Li Jai paid them no mind. He began to deploy the formation. Activating a protective aura, he announced, "I will lead a small team as the vanguard. We'll do our best to clear the way and avoid danger for you." Blue wisps of light enveloped each student's body. Li Jia's voice continued, steady and clear. "The rest of you will follow your combat training. While moving, maintain your small unit formations. With the soul protection active, your combat power and defense will be increased threefold." Just before go time, he gave one last serious instruction. "Remember, this is a real battle, not a drill. There are no second chances if you make a mistake." The group of youths roared in unison, "Yes, sir!" He turned to Instructor Yang. "Since you're entrusting this to me, Instructor Yang, please lead the cadets and follow behind us." He nodded seriously. "Understood." Li Ju glanced at Director Ngo, thinking to himself, "As expected, soul protection is useless against those who wish me harm." He pointed at the man and gave a cold command. "You're a B rank. You will lead this group of cadets on the offensive and be responsible for the direct confrontation with the Beast Tribe." Being ordered around like a common soldier for the first time, Director Ngo was about to open his mouth to argue with me. Li Ju immediately cut him off. "I'm not negotiating with you. This is your chance to redeem yourself." He added a sharp warning. "If you dare to desert mid-battle or pull any funny business, I won't hesitate to kill you." Meanwhile, at the command center, the soldiers monitoring the situation on screen couldn't help but be astonished. "What's with all that noise? It sounds like a full-blown war zone. Quick, get the nearby drones over there to take a look." But when the feed came through, they stared at the screen and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Are those cadets actually fighting the beast tribe in an organized manner? On the screen, Instructor Yang was commanding the cadets in a remarkably disciplined battle. Someone marveled. And their combat and defense capabilities, how are they so strong? The beast tribe was clearly on the back foot. Soon after, the image of Li Jue appeared, multiplying their shock tenfold. It's that kid from before. He's the one leading the cadets in battle. Then Li Jue was seen single-handedly facing a Hulong thunder beast with his sword. Someone screamed in terror, "He's insane! Just who in the world is this person?" In the midst of the fiery battlefield, Li Jue kept a cool head, commanding the situation. 4 o'clock direction. There's one beast for each direction. Instructor Yang, they're all yours. Understanding the intent, Instructor Yang immediately relayed the order. Act in your squads. Spread out and attack. The beast that had just charged forward was met with a barrage of artillery and suppressing fire. Thanks to the glowing protective layers on them, the cadets bravely closed in on their targets. Standing before the giant monsters, Li Jue didn't flinch. He calmly gave the order. Everyone ready! Prepare defensive positions! Attack! A thunderous roar came in reply. Sir! Li Jue bent his knees, gathering power. Then he shot into the air like an arrow, shouting, Now disappear! Pouring all his strength into his arm, he swung his sword down. For me! Boom! A sky-shaking explosion. The monsters were defeated in an instant, witnessing that terrifying power. Lakha and Tung Kui couldn't help but marvel, so strong, to take down so many of the beast tribe in just a moment. Li must be an A rank, if only I had that kind of power. Li Ju clenched his fist, asking inwardly, Jing Tian, have I advanced to A rank? Jing Tian's mocking voice echoed, Going from B rank to A rank is a crucial threshold. How could a trash physique like yours advance so quickly? It's only because of the dark enhancement boost that you could so easily defeat a B rank Hulong. If you run into an A rank, you'll still have to come begging me to step in. Li Ju ignored the taunt. He turned away with a determined smile. After I get these cadets to safety, I'll come back and try my hand against an A rank Hulong. He turned back to his troops and announced, All right, we've cleared the open ground. Rest here for now. Suddenly, a young man ran over breathlessly with a report. We have a problem! Director Ngo and the cadets from the command department are missing. Lakha frowned, speculating. We're not far from the West District Gymnasium. Could they have gone to look for Ngo Hao? Instructor Yang asked worriedly, Should we go and provide backup for them? Li Ju's eyes turned cold. He replied with weary frustration, Forget about them. To get to the West District from here, you have to cross the open field at the stadium. It's better to take the nearest and safest route. At the same time, on a dark road heading toward the stadium, a subordinate asked Director Ngo nervously, Sir, is it safe for us to leave the main group? Director Ngo explained with a sly grin, Sticking with the main group is what's dangerous. With them drawing the beast tribe's attention. See? We haven't encountered a single beast this whole way. Besides, Li Jue and his group already came through here. If there were any beasts, they would have already killed them. Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. That's right. Director Ngo is truly brilliant. Suddenly, the person in the lead stopped, frozen in place, surprising the group. Director Ngo urged, What is it? Don't just stand there. As he stepped closer, the soldier began to tremble, stammering incoherently. It's the beast tribe. His voice choked with fear. So many of them. Director Ngo was confused. Didn't Li Ju and his group already pass through here? But right before their eyes, hordes of Hulong thunder beasts occupied the stadium. The bodies of defeated soldiers were strewn everywhere. Someone remembered something and cried out in fear. I heard that after the beast tribe finishes hunting, they find an open area to divide their food. Could this be that place? Just then, a man's desperate scream echoed from within the beast pack. Stop! Stop! It was followed by a blood-curdling shriek that made everyone's hair stand on end. Director Ngo's group hid terrified behind a wall, their faces drained of all color. He cursed, Damn it, there's no way to avoid this area to get to the gymnasium. A trembling soldier suggested, Director Ngo, maybe we should turn back. He was met with Director Ngo's venomous glare. He hissed, No need. We just need to lead the attention of these animals toward Li Jue.